Welcome back to CNN's breaking news coverage. Election night in America continued. I'm Chris Cuomo along with Don Lemon, and this is it. This is the time that matters most. The margins have gotten very small. Votes are coming in what have developed to be the two key states, right? Georgia and Pennsylvania, and we are watching them literally by the minute.
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't say we are back, because here we are for another long stretch. We're going to be here with you throughout the evening and throughout the morning until this gets done. What a nail biter, Chris. I mean, this really is a nail biter. You mentioned Georgia, you mentioned Pennsylvania. Georgia's really on the brink. Pennsylvania is on the brink. We have to keep watching the numbers. The final votes, tens of thousands of mail-in ballots are being counted in both states right now. And you know what? It's not a done deal yet, but Joe Biden is closing in on the presidency.
And look, President Trump tried today to turn what really has been a Hall of Fame performance by the electorate into a Hall of Shame.
Right.
We'll deal with him later. Again, we have to ignore the noise right now. If you have proof of allegations, you go to court. Anything else is BS. What is the truth in action are the counts as they are taken in real time. So let's do that together. We'll be doing it, as Don said, as long as they'll let us. So here is our first key race alert. All right, these are the two big ones, Pennsylvania and Georgia. Again, let's start at the bottom this time, all right? 99% of the estimated vote in Georgia, 95% in Pennsylvania. Those two numbers are the most deceptive because in this particular race, for various reasons, small margins can make big differences, especially when we're as close as we are in both. Pennsylvania, 22,000 votes separate the men right now. You see that they're basically within their recount territory in both races. Certainly in Georgia, it's a dead tie. So we expect votes in both of them, specifically Pennsylvania. Around that Philadelphia area, there's still a lot of votes that haven't been counted or at least announced. That's what Joe Biden is banking on. Remember, Pennsylvania, because if Biden wins Pennsylvania, he becomes the next president of the United States, period. Now, in Georgia, that is not true, but it really starts closing doors. So Joe Biden, very close there, 1,805 votes separate the two men. Donald Trump needs it. That has not been trending well for him. Each dump that comes, that margin closes. However, that's not the end of the state of play. So let's get over to the magic wall and Phil Mattingly. Good to see you once again. Pennsylvania, Georgia, why in the context of how you get to 270?
Because for President Trump, Pennsylvania and Georgia are everything. Let's look at the map right now. As it currently stands, as you noted, 253 electoral votes for Joe Biden, 213 for President Trump. This is what's in and what's outstanding. If it's colored in red, that means it's been called for President Trump. If it's blue, that is now in Joe Biden's column. What we are waiting for right now, a couple states that just for the sake of gaming this out, will go ahead and give to President Trump. As it currently stands, North Carolina have been fairly static over the course of the last 48 hours. President Trump with about a 79,000 vote lead. We'll say, for the sake of doing this, that North Carolina goes into his column. We'll do the same for Alaska. It usually takes a couple weeks to count. Expect it to go Republican. So where does that leave things as it currently stands? Well, as you noted, paying attention to Pennsylvania, paying attention to Georgia. We'll go out west in a second. Why does this matter? Well, if Vice President Biden wins Pennsylvania, it's pretty simple. It's the ball game. It's all over. It's all over. And so as we watch it tighten, and we watched it tighten over the course of the last day or so, that's why everybody's so keen on that.
And the quick reminder, because sometimes we forget what we learned in the beginning, 538 electoral votes. That's what there is. So there is no scenario of, well, what if he gets over 270? So does he. Can't happen. What you can have is 269. If we're anywhere close to that, we'll start discussing the intricacies of it. The Constitution lays out a plan. So that's what we're looking for, is who gets to 270, and then it's done. Continue, my friend.
If it's 269, I think people curl in the fetal position first, and then we start talking about
Not you, though. You'll go long and strong to the end.
No, that's the absolute truth. But it's not just Pennsylvania. So President Trump has to win Pennsylvania. Let's go ahead and put Pennsylvania in President Trump's column. Now, say President Trump goes out west and wins Arizona. Right now, Joe Biden is leading in Arizona. That's closed over the course of the last 24 hours. We're still waiting for those returns to come in. Should see a little bit more later tonight or this morning. But say Donald Trump overtakes Joe Biden, that gets him to 262. Now, take a look at Nevada. Right now, Vice President Biden, with a lead in Nevada, added a little bit more over the course of the day as Clark County came in. More will be coming in a couple of hours. What if President Trump wins the state of Nevada? That gets him to 268. What's left outstanding? Maine 2, it is a single electoral vote. Basically, it's Georgia. If Joe Biden wins Georgia, or Pennsylvania, there is no path to 270 electoral votes for President Trump. Period. End of story. So when we focus on these throughout the course of this night, that is why President Trump cannot afford to lose Pennsylvania or Georgia. He loses one, there's no path to 270.
There's another reason that we're focusing on them. You don't need a one. They're dispositive in the race. Phil laid that out perfectly. However, we're also expecting change of play in both of those states on our watch. So it's not that Nevada and Arizona don't matter. It's that we have not been alerted to any significant dumps of ballots there. If there's a change, of course, we'll be on it. So now we look internally. Thank you. You're right. We do have to remember this. So what do we know? Already, Joe Biden has received more votes than anybody else ever for president of the United States. Why? Because this is a national change moment that is going on both sides. We have not seen passions like this, a sense of purpose like this, money like this, organization like this, structure like this. So you got the most out of it. The biggest reason has to be you, your friends, your family, the people in your communities. You came out in a way that certainly defied my expectations and many of the experts. You blew away turnout models. Amazing. Huge rejection for Donald Trump. Nobody has ever gotten the spanking that he is getting in the general right now. So let's now get interior into the race, Pennsylvania and Georgia. Let's do the story of each to how we got here. Start with whichever you like.
Well, we'll start with Pennsylvania, just because it's been so dramatic over the course of the last 24 hours. Pull this up, go into here, hit Pennsylvania. What this tool is that I'm just pulling out right now, our team put this together, and it's brilliant. We've been using it for the last couple of days. Take a look at the clock right here. Wednesday at midnight. This is where things stood. Look at the lead. President Trump, 15 percentage point lead, 548,000 vote lead.
And why?
Why? Well, we've been talking about this as well, and you need to keep this in mind as we go through this. On election night, you saw certain states counted in-person election day vote first. That trended heavily towards Republicans. Why? Well, President Trump won. His turnout operation was outstanding. You talked about who's gotten the most votes for president in the history of the United States. Right now, it's Joe Biden. Who's gotten the second most?
Donald Trump.
It's Donald Trump this year around. And still, Joe Biden with a 4 million vote lead. But mail-in ballots went heavily towards Democrats, particularly in these Midwest states. These Midwest states from Pennsylvania, but not a Midwest state, the Commonwealth, I'll let you guys know. But Michigan, Wisconsin, they have similar rules in the sense that they count in person first and they count mail-in later. Therefore, President Trump ran up huge leads early in the night. He did it in all of the states, or in all of the Midwest states and Pennsylvania. And you saw over the course of the next couple of days, Joe Biden starts reeling it in, starts to catch up.
It's what some explained early on as a red or blue mirage, where because of the waves of votes, that is a little uncharacteristic. We've always had absentee mail-in ballots, but not at this volume level. So the red mirage, if you want to call it that, I just like to look at it as waves and types of vote. But, you know, he had the first run in this game, and now it's about Joe Biden's run.
Right, and what's important to point out about that, this was not a surprise. We knew this was coming. We talked about this beforehand, and it's because of how each state's rules lay out how they count ballots. So Pennsylvania, Wednesday, midnight, 548,000 vote lead for President Trump. Now let's start moving along. All of a sudden, Wednesday, 10 a.m., 589,000 votes. Wednesday, 3 p.m., you start to see Joe Biden catch up as the mail-in vote starts to be counted, 435,000 votes. Wednesday, 11 p.m., 182,000 votes. Thursday, 9:05 a.m., 146,000 votes. Thursday, 3 p.m., 108,000 votes. Keep moving along. Thursday, 6:30 p.m., now you're under 100,000, 73,609 vote lead for President Trump. Thursday, 8 p.m., 63,725 votes. Where is it right now? Tight. 22,576 votes. That is the current lead. That is the state of play. Here is the reality on the ground right now as votes are continuing to be counted. And we are seeing these votes come out, and they are reported pretty regularly. Why has Joe Biden cut into a 500,000 plus vote lead and brought it to this level? And is it going to continue? The answer to the latter is yes. Right now, it looks like it's going to continue. Why? Where the vote is outstanding. Philadelphia County, it's really just the city of Philadelphia, 91% reporting. There's 9% outstanding. We know these are tens of thousands of ballots that are being counted right now and will be reported. Look at the margin here, 80.4% to 18.7%. The expectation, based on what we've seen over the course of the night, is the outstanding ballots will actually come in at a higher margin for Joe Biden. We've seen this as they've come out in batches over the course of the night in Philadelphia. But it's not just Philadelphia. It's not just Philadelphia. Move over into Delaware County. Again, Joe Biden, strong performance in Delaware County. These are the collar counties. You push out into the suburbs of Philadelphia. This is where Democrats have really kind of locked into a stronghold the last several years. 91% reporting, still vote outstanding here. This vote will come in heavy for Joe Biden as well. You can move up and down the collar counties. Where you see blue, there is more vote to come in. Still about 29,000 votes out in Allegheny County as well. That is likely to go heavy Biden. Now, here's the reality. We don't know how the vote is exactly going to come in. We don't know. Perhaps a batch will contain more Republican vote than we've seen over the last couple of batches. Shoot.
I can help with that.
Do it.
We have a guest right now who can help us understand the flow, specifically what you're talking about right now, Allegheny County, okay? We have Bethany Hallam, councilwoman, in Allegheny County, where there is a pause on counting ballots until 5 p.m. Thank you very much for joining us.
I'm glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
So let's start at the beginning. Why is the counting on hold right now?
So a little over a month ago, there was a third-party mailing company that we used to send out our mail-in ballots in this election cycle, and they sent out 29,000 incorrect ballots to voters. So because of that, we agreed to wait until 5 p.m. on Friday, which is the deadline for the receipt of mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania, to make sure that we had received all of the corrected ballots for those incorrect ballots, to make sure that only one vote was counted for each person. On top of that, tomorrow morning is the day for the return board process. That's where the additional votes, around 6,000 to 7,000 votes on top of that 29,000, will start to be processed. Those are the ones that weren't able to be scanned. There were a variety of issues with to make sure that every single eligible vote is counted in this election.
Okay, so I am assuming by your answer that this didn't catch you by surprise. You had been planning for this stoppage all along. Is that a yes?
Yes, I mean, we knew all along that all eyes were going to be on Pennsylvania. We were fortunate that by Wednesday night, we had all of the non-issue mail-in ballot counted and all of the in-person votes counted by the time we all went to bed on Wednesday night.
Okay.
Today was used for administrative work, and tomorrow the process will begin again.
All right, I just, to kind of disrupt the idea that, oh, you must have had a big problem and you stopped in the middle of everything. This is irregularity, this is intrigue. I want to dispel that if it's not factual. Second, can you help us with numbers? How many votes about do you believe are still yet to be counted? And what have you seen in terms of the most recent sense of percentage breakdown between Mr. Biden and Mr. Trump?
So we have a little over 35,000 mail-in votes that are yet to be counted, and that's including those 29,000 fixed ballots on top of the ballots that had any issues with and were unable to be scanned. In addition to that, we have somewhere in the area of 10 to 15,000 provisional ballots. Won't know a final number on that until tomorrow, but those will begin to be counted after all of the mail-in ballots are resolved. So we're pushing somewhere close to 50,000 votes in Allegheny County, still outstanding.
Okay, so let's just deal with those 35 or so. We'll leave the provisionals to the side. Every state has them. That is a more protracted process. What have you seen in terms of breakdown of how Biden and Trump are doing by percentage?
Biden is pulling in around 78% of mail-in votes.
Does that square with what you were figuring? I'm here with Phil Mattingly, by the way, Councilwoman. He obviously is running the magic wall. Is that a percentage?
So how we've been kind of breaking this down is you want to see based on I'll pull out of Allegheny County real quick just to give a sense of things. If Joe Biden right now is trailing by about 22,000 votes, and given the vote kind of pool that we believe is outstanding right now, what is the margin he needs to hit to surpass President Trump when it all comes in? And right now we've been looking somewhere between 60 and 62%, maybe a little bit north of that. And so, Councilwoman, just can you repeat again? You said 76%?
78%.
78%.
That's on average.
Is there anything else that you want the audience to know, Councilwoman? Anything that is material information or about the status of what's happening in Pennsylvania?
Just that it's so important that folks are patient. We knew we weren't going to have results on election night. We knew that in-person votes, which were going to be reported first, were going to heavily favor the Republican candidates. And we knew that the mail-in votes that were going to come in the days after were going to heavily favor the Democratic candidates. This is all something that we were preparing for, all what we were trying to make sure everybody was patient with all the results, because it's important that no races are called until every single eligible vote is counted. There are down ballot races that are often decided by a couple dozen or even 100 votes. And so it's not just the presidency, but all of those down ballot races instead that we're all following very closely at this point.
Absolutely. Any suggestion as to when you will be reporting the count?
The final count, I think your guess is as good as mine. We're just asking everybody to be patient because at the end of the day, it is so much more important that we have accurate, secure election results that are beyond reproach than that we have quick election results. So let's just be patient and see how the votes tally.
Agreed, 100%. But are you talking about the overall state or your county? Do you think your county is still an unknown at this point, or you think there's a deliverable date of tomorrow, the next day?
I would love to be able to give you that date, but your guess is as good as mine. Again, it depends how the return board process goes. It depends if we're coming down to provisional ballots that would be counted at a later date. There's so much in the air at this point, so we're just diligently working to make sure every single eligible vote's counted.
Thank you for the time, especially during this kind of crunch time. So I appreciate it. Good luck to you. I wish you much accuracy. Thank you very much, Councilwoman.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay. Interesting. Let's bring in Harry here. Harry Enten, analyst par excellence. What you were told, first of all, they don't know when they're going to deliver it. That's okay, all right? It's going to not help with the anxiety level in the country, but that's all right. The anxiety won't be helped by inaccuracy either. What did you make of those findings?
I mean, look, there's a lot of different counts that are in there, right? But if you just use that 35,000, right, and you were essentially going to have a little bit more than a 50-point margin if Biden's winning 78% of them, you'd get probably Trump's margin statewide to be cut down by a little less than 20,000 votes. And obviously, he leads by a little bit more than that so far in the state, but it would significantly cut down his margin. Again, lots of different counts in there, but just using that 35K number, you get pretty much down to a very, very close race.
Your take?
Yeah, so I just kind of doing the math in my head based on what Harry was saying. He said 35, 36. So if Joe Biden were to sit at that 75, 76% level at 36,000, that would essentially net out to about 28,000 votes for Joe Biden if he were to win 75, 76% of where that stands right now. And I think the point that when you do the math, sorry for my bad handwriting, it's a little weird on the wall.
You didn't go to Catholic school, I take it.
No, I did, but I used pencils and pens, not a finger and a magic wall.
It's unacceptable. Continue.
But the point being here is we're talking about Allegheny, which is not the biggest batch of votes that's still outstanding.
Right.
That's not Philly. It's not Southeast Pennsylvania down or generally. And if Allegheny County, home of Pittsburgh, comes in with 36,000 votes, comes in at 75%, that what the councilwoman was saying has been the margin up to this point. That nets 28,000, roughly 28,000 votes. That alone makes up the margin right now that President Trump currently holds. Right. And so I think what this, go ahead, Harry.
No, I was just going to say, don't forget to add in Trump's percentage of the vote as well, right? So,
right.
Right, so that would essentially, if it were just 28,000 for Biden, that would close the deficit. But remember,
so you got to essentially it would almost put it even.
That's right. It would basically close it. Maybe Biden be down by a few thousand.
Right, because you have the other 7,000 that makes up the 35,000 or 36, and that would set it off. But the point is, it's very close, and Allegheny isn't the big dump that we're waiting for.
Exactly.
All right, so let's do this. Very helpful and appreciated. Let's take a break and come back and do the same thing with Georgia. How did we get here? What are we waiting on? The counting has stopped there, but that doesn't mean that we're not going to get more information. Stay with CNN. A key race alert, the margin in Georgia, razor thin. So let's take a look. Here it is, 16 electoral votes, very important. The president must win Georgia. The spacing there between the two candidates stands at 1,805 votes. It has been going down in big chunks throughout the day. We will take you through it in a few moments. You see, the tail of the tape is right there. It's a dead heat, 49.4 each. 1% of the vote outstanding, but that is deceptive. When you look at some of the big population centers that tend to break blue, there is more than enough vote to change this state, and for good. Will it happen? We will see. Right now, over to you, Don Lemon, on the Senate side.
We got to talk about Georgia, as we've been saying, razor thin. These are really close. Thank you, Chris. The Democrats, their hope for taking the Senate really slim, but there is a narrow pathway, and it runs right through Georgia, of course. Let's get to Boris Sanchez. Boris, good evening or good morning to you, and give us the numbers. What do they tell us?
Yeah, good morning, Don. Let's go ahead and take a look at the balance of power to really illustrate the needle that Democrats have to thread to take control of the U.S. Senate. As you look at the balance of power, effectively a stalemate. 47 seats for Democrats, 1 pickup in Colorado, 47 seats for Republicans, 1 pickup in Alabama, 6 races to be decided. Overall, a disappointing election for Democrats in terms of Senate races. They didn't really win in as many races as they felt they could compete in. One they are doing well in that may go their direction, Arizona. Let's go ahead and take a look. The former astronaut, Mark Kelly, with a comfortable lead over Martha McSally, the Republican incumbent. He's got about 103,000 vote advantage with 89% of the vote in. She has yet to concede. CNN is inching closer and closer to calling this race, but we're not there just yet. Still a lot of votes to be counted, as you know, Don, in Arizona. This is where Georgia comes in. If Democrats are able to pick up that seat, let's go ahead and take a look. David Perdue right now, 101,000 votes ahead of Jon Ossoff. He has about a 2.1% advantage, but here's the deal with Georgia. Unless you get a majority of votes, it goes to a runoff, and he is 0.1% shy of that majority. So this race could potentially lead to a runoff if the 10,000 or so votes that are still outstanding in Georgia hold this position. I know you're going to talk to the former journalist Jon Ossoff in just a moment. Important conversation to have with him, not just about this race, but the other special Senate election happening in Georgia as well. There, the referend Raphael Warnock, he's about 329,000 votes ahead of incumbent Kelly Loeffler. But again, nobody's close to 50%. This one definitely will get to a runoff on January 5th. So let's put all of this into context. Right now with Arizona, there is one Democrat leading in a race held by an incumbent Republican. The magic number for Democrats to take control of the U.S. Senate at this point is 4. Again, the needle that Democrats have to thread. If Joe Biden is elected president, that means that Kamala Harris as vice president would then hold the tie-breaking vote in the Senate. So that number of 4 would go down to 3. You have Arizona and these 2 special elections in Georgia that could very much change the dynamic and allow Democrats to hold control of the U.S. Senate. Don?
And Boris, of course, because 2020, this is where we are. Everything is hanging in the balance. All right, Boris, we'll get back to you. Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate it. As he mentioned, let's bring in Jon Ossoff. He joins me now. John, hello to you. Every time I speak to you, there is some twist, some turn. I don't know how you really have the stomach for this. You guys who run for office, but listen, more power to you, brother. Good morning, excuse me. So before we get to this race, your race, give me a reaction to the presidential race in Georgia. What do you think?
Well, last I checked, it's within a couple of thousand votes. I think that the outstanding ballots yet to be reported have a real prospect of pushing Vice President Biden over the edge. Regardless, it's clear that Georgia is the most competitive state in the country. These kinds of margins, and now will host 2 U.S. Senate runoffs. Remember, it's not just me. It's also Reverend Warnock in the other Senate race. And that will determine the balance of power in the U.S. Senate. So Georgia is the top battleground state in the country. And what we've seen here in Georgia is just an absolutely unprecedented turnout from voters of all races and backgrounds and age groups who are fed up with the mismanagement of this pandemic, who are fed up with politicians trying to take their health care away and are standing up and demanding change. Yeah.
So listen, as we had those numbers up for the presidential race there, it is 49.4. You're at 49.9. I mean, I hate to keep saying this is at a razor's edge, but it really is a razor's edge at this point. If the numbers hold, John, you are heading to a runoff. How are you feeling? How do you plan on getting it done this time, if this does happen?
Well, I feel a little bit low on sleep, but full of hope and optimism for what's possible in Georgia this year. I mean, really one of the most inspiring things I've ever seen, the determination and tenacity with which Georgians withstood long lines to get out and cast their ballots and demand better. And, you know, what I humbly offer the people of this state is leadership in a pandemic informed by medical science and epidemiological expertise, representation guided by the needs of working families and small businesses and not just corporate lobbyists in Washington. We're building a multi-generational, multiracial coalition in this state, building on the work that Stacey Abrams and others have done over the last 10 years to register and organize voters. And I believe that history right now is unfolding in Georgia with 2 Senate races, 2 Senate runoffs in a single state, and as you have pulled up on screen, the presidential hanging in the balance here as well.
Do you think that not having, if it indeed goes that way, not having an incumbent president on the ticket, do you think that that would be helpful in a runoff situation on a runoff ballot?
Well, I think that what Georgia voters have demonstrated in, again, unprecedented numbers is that the failure of our present leadership to deliver timely economic relief to working families and small businesses, to deliver a response to this pandemic that's rooted in science and which is honest with the American people about threats to our health, is totally unacceptable. And my opponent, Senator David Perdue, opposed a single first round of $1,200 stimulus checks to workers here in Georgia. He led the fight to cut unemployment insurance when millions of Georgians had filed jobless claims in this pandemic. He told us COVID-19 was no deadlier than the ordinary flu, all the while he was buying medical and vaccine stocks. So
John, let me jump in here before we run out of time.
It's his representation that will be repudiated.
I get what you're saying, but if you put up the numbers, I mean, he's at 49.9, which means he's ahead of you. You're at 47.8. My point is that many times, probably most of the time, when people go in and if they're Republican or Democrat, they vote the top of the ticket and they do it all the way across. So my question is, do you think it will be helpful to you in a runoff if the incumbent is not on the ticket? Because then people may not feel obligated to vote party. Maybe they'll vote more for principle or for more of what you stand for rather than just voting for party.
I don't think Georgia voters ever just vote the party line. I think Georgia voters will judge us as individuals. And Senator Perdue's totally failed leadership and his corrupt representation is why it appears a majority of Georgia voters have rejected his request for a second term and will turn those voters out again, and even greater numbers on January 5th to end his political career and send some ethical and decent representation with integrity to Washington.
All right. Jon Ossoff joining us from Georgia. John, listen, I know it's a tough time for everyone, but you're actually in this fight. So stay strong. We appreciate you joining us.
Hey, appreciate it, Don. Thank you.
Much more of our coverage straight ahead. We are counting. We are watching, especially Georgia. We're watching Georgia. We are watching Arizona. We're watching Pennsylvania. We may get some numbers in just a short while here, and we'll have them for you. There you go, 253 electoral votes for the former vice president, current president, 213 at this moment. But we're keeping our eye on a lot of places in this country. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
We expected changes on our watch, and they are occurring. Votes changing in real time. So time for a key race alert. Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes, 49.5 to 49.2. This is a story about a dwindling lead, now down to 22,576 votes. Trump over Biden, 5% of the votes still out. That is a low estimate, and there are more than enough votes to make a difference in this race. Georgia, 16 electoral votes, a dead heat there. So recount could be likely depending on the outcome of the election. 1,800 votes separate the two men. And as we were discussing earlier in the show with a local official, there are a lot of votes yet to come. Now, Arizona, 11 electoral votes, okay? 47,000 votes spread for Joe Biden. He is now in the Trump position, which is he's in the lead, but it has been dropping steadily. Still a lot of votes to come in Arizona. 10% of the vote is still outstanding. And the president just picked up some votes. We're going to go to the magic wall. I'm sorry. The vice president, former vice president Joe Biden, just picked up a few votes. We're going to take you to the magic wall and show you what just happened in the state of play. But first, Nevada, 6 electoral votes, 89% of the votes, so a lot of vote coming in there. Not expected to get any new information. Joe Biden actually got a few more votes to pad a very slim lead. The electoral map, 253 to 213. Obviously, the states that are not colored in are everything, especially Nevada, Arizona, and really Georgia, and of course, Pennsylvania. So let's go to Phil Mattingly over at the Magic Wall and talk to him about Arizona. Okay, so Biden got a couple of votes here. Something just changed. Let's take a look.
I think big picture at first, and you made a key point here. As we've been watching in Pennsylvania and Georgia, as the vice president has just slowly caught up to President Trump in both of those states over the course of the last 24 hours. The inverse has been occurring down in Arizona. And I think the reason why is it's more of how the vote comes in, what the vote is, what the composition of that vote is. And Arizona is a little bit different because mail-in ballots in Arizona, depending on when they were sent in, when they were dropped off, have a different composition than what we've been seeing up in Pennsylvania in the Midwest, which has been leaning so heavily Democratic. That hasn't necessarily been the case depending on when they came in here in Arizona. So what I want to take you through right now is Joe Biden now up by 47,000 votes. That has dropped pretty substantially over the course of the last 24 hours. What our eyes are mostly on remains Pima County. 60% of the voting population, Maricopa County, 60% of the voting population here. This is kind of the be-all, end-all that we've been paying attention to. And we know there's a couple 100,000 votes that are still outstanding in Pima County, perhaps even a little bit more than that. And over the course of the last 24 hours, President Trump, in every batch of votes that has dropped, has gained a couple thousand, in some cases a couple more than that, on Vice President Biden in Pima County. Now, why is this important? Let's flash back to 2016. Donald Trump won Pima County. One Pima County, largest county in the state. This is the central portion of the state. You win this county, you're in pretty good shape for the state. Doesn't guarantee it, but you're in pretty good shape.
Maricopa County.
Maricopa County, yes. We'll keep saying Pima.
I don't know.
We'll get to Pima in a second.
We have to now.
We'll get to it. But the point being here is we're expecting a lot more vote to come in here. And how this vote comes through is going to be very interesting. The expectation from the Biden campaign is that President Trump was going to have decent margins in the first couple of batches that came through. They have already come through, and from there on out, it would be fairly even, and Joe Biden would be able to hang on to this lead. That, so far, we haven't seen. So we're going to have to wait and see about the composition of what comes through in Maricopa County. The other county to keep an eye on, and this could be potentially problematic, but again, it's about the composition of what we're seeing come in. Pima is more of a Democratic stronghold. Home of Tucson, university students here. This traditionally goes Democratic. Back in 2016, went Democratic for Hillary Clinton. She won it by about 14 points. Joe Biden with a comfortable margin here, but we've seen a couple drops from Pima where President Trump has picked up vote. And again, it's not unlike what we've seen in other states where, say in Pennsylvania, in a red county that President Trump is winning very handily, if a certain kind of vote comes in, and if vote by mail comes in, even in that county, and that vote by mail is leaning heavily Democratic, just because it's a Republican county doesn't mean that Joe Biden can't pick up votes there. Same with Pima. Just because it looks like it's a Democratic county and Joe Biden will win this county doesn't mean that there aren't Republicans there voting. And over the course of the last couple of batches between Pima and between Maricopa, Donald Trump has picked up tens of thousands of votes. The big question remains for the state of Arizona, which is the big reason why this state hasn't been called by CNN, is what's coming in, what's the composition of what's coming in, and when is it coming in? Right now, there is a pathway for President Trump, depending on the composition of what's coming in. Biden campaign says they think they'll be fine. We'll have to wait and see.
Now, what just happened here?
What we saw was, I believe we had a drop in Pima. Sorry, say it again? Oh, Flagstaff came in. So Flagstaff, a bit more of a Democratic county, not as big a county as Pima or as Maricopa, but Democratic county. Joe Biden, 61%. Donald Trump, 36%. You got about 5% outstanding here. I think one of the things we want to keep an eye on, we talk a lot about Maricopa for good reason. It's where the most outstanding vote is. It's the largest population center. But if you tick around, there's still some vote outstanding.
Right.
Mojave County, obviously a much smaller county, but there's vote outstanding in various parts of this state right now.
What did the vote in Flagstaff do to the overall?
Vote in Flagstaff, I believe it took it up for Joe. No, it took it down for Joe Biden by about 1,000 votes.
Okay, so it remains consistent that the last few dumps in Arizona have helped President Trump.
Even beyond just Maricopa, even in Democratic strongholds, which again underscores the point that the composition of what's coming in is far more important right now than which county it's coming in. And we talked about this a lot, or I guess early this morning. I think this is important to know. The campaigns know what's out there. They have a sense of the universe. They know where their voters. They're matching them up with the registration, their voter files. They have a sense of what's out there. The Trump campaign has maintained they have a pathway. The Biden campaign has maintained they believe they will be okay in the state of Arizona. We're just going to have to watch this play out as the results come in.
Mm-hmm. It was actually yesterday that we were talking about it, because today was really tomorrow. You know, that's how it works in our reality right now.
Right.
I'll figure it out to you in the break. In Nevada, one of the frequently asked questions is, how come we haven't heard more about this state? The Secretary of State promised, he was one of the only state officials that came out and said, this is when you'll learn more, but then it didn't really happen. What's the state of play there?
So Clark County did report. It reported this morning, and it actually gave Joe Biden good news.
Right, but it wasn't its full...
It wasn't its full batch. And I think, look, kind of take it up with the Secretary of State in terms of how they're reporting. But I think
Get them on the horn.
different states report differently. Like we've seen this in Georgia, where last night Fulton County decided they were going to go all the way through, and they were going to keep going. We've been talking about it. There's a couple of counties in Georgia right now that are still counting. They're going all the way through. The Secretary of State in Georgia says they're not going to report officially again until tomorrow morning, but various counties are going to still be working. In Nevada, they have made clear they're going to report on a schedule. Maricopa has been reporting on a schedule. So it just depends on counties, depends on the states.
Who wins this state is a coefficient of what?
Clark County.
So Clark County is going to decide the state.
So let's take a look at Clark County. Obviously, home of Las Vegas, biggest county in the state, 72% of the voters are here. This, as we've talked about repeatedly, Democratic stronghold, and this is where Democrats try and set up a firewall. They know if you pull out in the rest of the state, look at all this red. All this red in Washoe, which is a little bit of a swing county here, kind of goes back and forth. They know when the rural counties come in, they're going to come in heavily Republican. So Democrats try and build a cushion here, enough of a cushion to withstand any rush from up here. They want that cushion generally to be about 10%. Right now, it's not there. However, this was down to about, the top line was down to about 7,000 yesterday when we were looking through this. The new batch of votes got Joe Biden up to about 11,000. Keep an eye on Clark. That's where the vast majority of the outstanding vote is. It's vote by mail. We'll see how it comes in. Again, Biden campaign feels like they're going to be okay here. We'll see.
All right. Thank you very much, my friend. All right, let's go to the panel. We have Nia Malika Henderson, Harry Enton, and Mark Preston. So let's start with the easy part. Nia, starting with you, do you believe that what we're seeing up here is highly suggestive that Joe Biden is going to find his way to 270 first?
Yeah, I mean, I think that has been where this thing is headed. If you look at what's happening in Georgia, his ability to shrink this vote to what is it now? It's like 1,000 votes or so, and more
Georgia,
to come in.
Yeah,
Georgia.
By the way,
yes,
while you've been answering the question, Joe Biden just picked up 96 votes in Georgia. That's how small the increments are getting of each batch, but every little bit matters.
Exactly.
96 more votes, so that is now under 1,000 votes.
Yeah, and this is the dream that Democrats have had for decades now, turning a state like Georgia blue. In 2018, it had something like 30% African-American electorate, and we know that those are the votes that are coming in, those mail-in ballots in cities like Atlanta and those collar counties as well, which are very diverse. So it does look like Biden is doing what he was hired to do, which is keep part of the Obama coalition with African-Americans, younger voters, Latinos, even though there's some fraying there, and then expand the coalition a bit more to white voters in some rural counties. You see him doing a little bit better in states like Pennsylvania, and then get those suburban voters as well. So I think we're probably looking at a scenario where he's the next president.
This has become a profound study in contrast, this election, because just as you're about to say, Joe Biden, look at the coalition he put together, 73 million votes. We've never seen anything like it. It's the most votes ever for a president in an American election. Yeah. Second place is Donald Trump in this election right now, who really blossomed his own coalition. 69 million plus votes at this count. Obviously going to go up. How do you explain it?
I mean, Donald Trump is a very polarizing figure. You either love him or you hate him. And that drove the turnout in this particular election. It just so happens that there are a few million more people who really don't like Donald Trump than do really like him. But, you know, you asked the question, Ania, whether or not, what direction is this heading? And I think it's fairly clear, to be perfectly honest with you. Obviously, we need to count all the votes. But Joe Biden has gained in every single batch that's coming from Pennsylvania. We know it's the mail vote that's out. We know he's doing extraordinarily well in that mail vote, even in the red counties. And there's still a lot of mail vote to go in Philadelphia and a lot in Delaware County right to the west of it. And so to me, it's just a matter of counting the votes. And I think it's just pretty clear where this is going, Chris.
What was the net effect of the president's slander of our democracy today? Do you think it slowed states down? Do you think it had his friend in Georgia have to slow the count down there? Does this set up that it's not over even once we get a dispositive, presumptive vote of 270 votes for his opponent?
I think it had. I think it had two effects. One effect was, I think that the courts saw what he did, and the judges are seeing what he did in the recklessness, and the courts. And he's losing right now in these cases that he has across the country. They've won some concessions where they can get a little bit closer, but it's really they're losing.
You're talking about with observers and monitors.
100%.
And they were litigating. It's not hard I don't know why they had to get a court. By the way, if they had handled it differently, the inside is that they would have gotten settlements where they could have had more monitors anyway.
But they wanted the courts, though.
They wanted the court to make it seem more nefarious.
Correct.
That's the suggestion. It's so wrong we had to go to court. People who don't know Donald Trump as a man before he was president, he sees litigation as a tactic. his percentage of winning lawsuits is very, very small. His percentage of getting sued is a lot higher than his own rate of successful lawsuit. You can look that up. But the effect that he had today was, even though people expected it, now he did it. And he set the table that he will not accept anything other than victory.
But this is the problem, and this is something that I've grown accustomed to with Donald Trump. I no longer become outraged by what he does, because everything he does now can put you in a foul mood, and you can just become very angry. What is upsetting is when you see others who know better, who are agreeing with him and just fanning the flames. And we saw the likes of Ted Cruz, Lindsey Graham, even Nikki Haley came out. This is all a 2024 play on their part. This isn't for what's best for the country. This is what's best for them. And I think that's the problem.
You think that Lindsey Graham and Nikki Haley saying anything supportive of that slander from the president today is going to help them once he's out?
I think they think somebody is going to inherit Donald Trump's coalition of voters. I think they will be surprised to find that Donald Trump isn't going to cede that to anyone other than maybe someone else named Trump. So, yeah, I mean, I think there's all this vying for Donald Trump's coalition, whether it's these folks like Nikki Haley, Pompeo, Tom Cotton. All these people have a vision for 2024, but I think they're going to find out that Donald Trump himself at least will flirt with the idea of running, and he wants to keep, his arms around that coalition. I will say to his rhetoric today, immoral, incredibly anti-democratic, and incredibly dangerous. He is inciting violence, possibly, among his followers who look to him for what they should say and what they should do. This idea that they should, converge on the cities, which, again, he's pointing to black cities. It's sort of racially inflammatory, too, incredibly dangerous. And I hope law enforcement is looking at the possibility of violence in some of these cities, because that's certainly what he's queuing up.
Absolutely. All right. Because of what we're discussing right now, let's bring in Rick Hasen, CNN legal analyst. In terms of what you've seen, Counselor, with the types of lawsuits that are coming out and what the president even nakedly suggested. Ordinarily, you show me proof and then you bring an allegation and then we test it. Here he did the opposite. Now we have politicians looking around for a crime to fit what he said he wanted to see in this election. But what we've seen so far, and what we believe he could support his allegations with, where does that leave us?
Well, most of what he's asking for, as you said, is trying to get more observers, is trying to make small changes to the process. There are a couple of suits where there's allegations of fraud. There was one in Georgia where the judge threw it out and said, "You've given me no proof." There's now a new lawsuit in Nevada where the claim is that there were 3,000 people that illegally voted, but again, no proof. And so everything seems to be kind of just an effort to throw it against the wall and see what sticks. There's not a single suit I've seen that has even the potential to change the outcome of the election, which is what I think most people care about right now.
Well, it seems his goal is to somehow invalidate mail-in ballots unless they're for him, which is, of course, preposterous. But he keeps mentioning SCOTUS, the Supreme Court. What would it take? What kind of issue would it have to be for them to grant certiorari or an immediate review right now?
Well, there's one case that's been up to the Supreme Court twice. It involves ballots that are arriving in Pennsylvania between November 3rd and November 6th. The Pennsylvania Supreme Court said that they could be accepted. The U.S. Supreme Court hinted that maybe they shouldn't be. It sounds like it's not a very large number of ballots. So even if he went to the Supreme Court and he won on that issue, it wouldn't likely be enough ballots to make a difference in Pennsylvania. And if he's behind in the counts in Pennsylvania when all the ballots are counted, which is certainly possible the way things are going, he may want those ballots counted. Everything else that he's trying would have to go through the normal process in starting in a federal or state court and work its way up. Very, very unlikely that something like that is going to happen, because he's presented no significant issues of fraud or anything else that would likely invalidate the election. It's really hard to overturn the results of an election in court for very good reason. We want the voters not.
An audience is unusually savvy when it comes to following litigation. It is not too much in the weeds for them to take another step or two down the road of what's happening in Pennsylvania. So it went up for review twice. The basic issue, to set the table for you, Rick, is that the Republicans are saying the legislature in Pennsylvania didn't make up this rule for the 3 extra days. A court did. So it's not really fair. If it's not coming through the legislature, then this is judicial activism, and it makes it different than all the other states that have extended periods for different types of mail-in allocation. So what could be the different variables that could change the state of play in Pennsylvania?
Well, I don't think that one would change the state of play because there's not enough ballots at stake, and there really is nothing else. All of the other lawsuits were about, small issues about can you get more observers in, which seemed to be more about delaying the count, trying to delay an announcement that Biden has potentially won the state. I really don't see anything that could potentially change the outcome in Pennsylvania, at least from what's been filed in court so far.
But what would be the Supreme Court finding? They invalidated Minnesota from having an extended period, Wisconsin from having an extended period. What would be the rationale in Pennsylvania?
Well, when the cases were coming up out of federal court, those cases were where the Supreme Court was saying federal courts don't have the power to change state rules. Even in the midst of a pandemic, it's really up to the states to decide how to balance the risks of to health and voting and all of that. The one coming out of Pennsylvania and the one coming out of North Carolina, which came right after Pennsylvania got less attention, is this idea that the state legislature gets to set the rules for conducting federal elections. And when the state Supreme Court or state agency steps in and makes changes to those rules, it's usurping the power of the legislature. It's a theory that 3 justices in Bush versus Gore 20 years ago embraced.
Right.
The whole Supreme Court has not embraced it. So it's not the kind of thing that's going to be easy even at the Supreme Court, because all these people have already voted. And if you say that the rule is like this now, after the Supreme Court had 2 opportunities to overturn this, you really would be disenfranchising whichever voters relied on what the Supreme Court did earlier.
Rick, thank you very much. Appreciate it, and stand by if something comes up. I'll come right to you. Harry, you were like waving your arms around and stuff.
I was just going to say I completely agree with Rick. If you listen to the Secretary of State there, some of the counties are receiving 0 ballots that came in after Election Day in Pennsylvania. Even some of the large ones are only receiving about 500 per day. Based upon the math that I'm looking at, now obviously there's still ballots to be counted, right? But Joe Biden, in my opinion, is probably going to be up tens of thousands of votes by the end of all of this. There's just not going to be enough ballots for Donald Trump at the end of this coming in after Election Day to invalidate.
Right. The sad truth is, this whole issue was unnecessary. If these legislatures had worked and thought about what they were doing, they would have equipped their states and their systems to count the votes early. And they would have never had to worry about this. They didn't prepare, and now we got a problem. However, we have good news as well. Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, things are changing on our watch. Let's get after it. Stay with CNN. Welcome back to Election Night in America Continued. I'm Chris Cuomo along with Don Lemon, and things are changing on our watch.
It's so serious he has to use my entire name tonight. It's not just D. Lemon, it's Don Lemon. It's a big night.
I'll mix it up.
But listen, sometimes as we just saw, as you just showed us in the last hour, sometimes the votes come in big numbers. Sometimes they come in small numbers, but they all matter right now. Joe Biden is on the brink of breaking open the electoral map. President Trump's lead over Joe Biden in Pennsylvania shrinking as the final mail-in ballots are tabulated, and they're even neck and neck in Georgia. So Trump's former big lead, Chris, is completely evaporating now.
True, and this is a new standard. In 2016, we saw tight races, 10,000 votes, 20,000 votes. Now, we just had a move in Georgia. Joe Biden gained 92 votes.
Yeah.
So now the spread is under 1,000 votes between the two men. That's how small the increments are. But that little increment could make the difference between which of these 2 candidates makes it to 270 electoral votes. I'll check back with you in a second, D. Let's take a look at the latest results with a key race alert. Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes, 49.5 to 49.2, 22,000 votes separate the 2 candidates. That 95% vote-in estimate is deceptive. There are more than enough votes to make a difference in this race. Will they? We'll see. Georgia, 16 electoral votes. Dead heat, 49.4 to 49.4. Now, with those 90 votes that came in, is it still 1,709 votes, or is it under that? All right, 1,709, that's what separates the 2 men. I misspoke earlier. We're still over 1,000 votes, but it's going down each time in a dead heat. Still enough votes there to make a difference. Arizona, 11 electoral votes. We just saw a little bit of a change here in the last hour. 47,000 votes separate the two men. Donald Trump has been overperforming in the later batches of votes and is catching up to Joe Biden. Nevada, 6 electoral votes, 89% of the vote in there. They have been counting slowly, deliberately. We're not getting as much information. There was a little bit more of vote that came out of Nevada this morning that gave Biden a little bit more of a lead, but still very vulnerable. Here's the electoral map, 253 to 213. It's all about how and who gets to 270, though, and that's what the white spaces on the map, the uncolored boxes, represent. Nevada and Arizona, that's one story, but it's really about Pennsylvania and Georgia. So let's go to Phil Mattingly at the Magic Wall. Nobody will explain it better to us. To get to 270, last night we were all about these two, right. Nevada and Arizona, what's going to happen. Now the focus has shifted to Georgia and Pennsylvania. Georgia is obviously up for grabs, wasn't last night. Pennsylvania, now very much the story.
Shifting very much towards Joe Biden. Not there yet, but these are kind of the two live balls for the day, right? Or for our time, at least as it's currently going. You got Pennsylvania, you got Georgia. We've got vote that's coming in. You just noted Georgia had a little bit of vote come in. I think about 118 total votes. We'll get into that in a second. But why are we so focused on them besides the fact we're actually getting votes? Because Donald Trump has to win both. He has to win Pennsylvania and Georgia. He can win a combination of these two if he wins those two, but he has to win Pennsylvania and Georgia. Let me show you why. Let's say, for sake of argument, North Carolina, where Donald Trump has held a pretty solid lead, that stays in Donald Trump's column. We can give him Alaska as well. We expect that to go Republican traditionally.
And you said even if he wins these two.
We'll go ahead and give him. Right. We'll go ahead and give him Arizona. So you mentioned he's been closing in Arizona. Right. Perhaps he goes over the top. We'll wait and see. A lot more vote to come in there. We'll go ahead and give him Nevada as well. That's stayed very tight. Biden campaign thinks they're in a pretty good spot there with what's coming in, but we'll go ahead for the sake of argument and do that. We'll give him Maine 2 as well. That's a single electoral vote up here. Looks like Trump is going to be able to win that. Where does that leave things?
Still's got to win one.
Where does that leave things? 253 to 249. If Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania,
it's over.
It's over. Donald Trump can win everything else that's open on the map. If Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania, it's over. What if Donald Trump wins Pennsylvania? Well, that's 269. That gets him right at the edge. If Joe Biden wins Georgia, and Joe Biden's catching up in Georgia right now, 269, 269.
So before we all grab our collective throats and say, oh, no, let's go down a constitutional, death tunnel. Maine could wind up this. Did we give it to him already? He needs Maine to get to 269.
We have not called Maine 2.
Right. But I'm saying for hypothetical right now, did we already give it to him?
I gave it to him because right now he's on track.
So if that happens, 269 is not as crazy as it usually it's a purely academic exercise when we talk about how the race could end up there. Statistically, it's not a crazy notion. I mean, it's one of like 5 permutations of what could happen here.
It's not an impossibility. A lot of things would have to line up for President Trump. The biggest thing that would have to line up for President Trump is Pennsylvania. I don't think there's any question about that. A lot of things would have to line up, but that would kick things over to the House of Representatives, and then we'd get into some pretty dicey.
There's a lot of rules there, and they benefit the president also. But just in terms of the crazy zone, not crazy North Carolina, not crazy Arizona, a little against the odds right now, but could happen there. I don't know anything about the Maine second, so you tell me about that. But then him winning Pennsylvania, I mean, we're talking who wins Pennsylvania, who wins Georgia. There's a toss-up in both right now. Yeah. I mean,
look, you're making a key point in that there's still vote, there's still counting. Mm-hmm. None of those states have been called, and that means it's a fair game. Here's another thing you need to pay attention to as a distinct possibility as well. Joe Biden overtakes in Pennsylvania. Joe Biden seems to be on the verge of overtaking in Georgia. Joe Biden leads in Arizona. Joe Biden leads in Nevada. Just as likely is Joe Biden ending up with 306 electoral votes. All of these things are on the table right now. The biggest takeaway at this moment in time, in this morning, is that one state, and the one state that's moving pretty quickly right now, Pennsylvania, ends this race if it goes towards Joe Biden.
It's the only one and done. The closest thing to it after that is if Biden holds on to Arizona and Nevada.
Right. Yeah, Arizona and Nevada combined
right.
goes towards Joe Biden. He's at 270 electoral votes. So, but let's dig into Pennsylvania just real quick, and then we'll go down to Georgia because this remains a live ball right now. The big question, let's take a look over the course of the last 24 hours, how things have gone, because it has been dramatic. Take a look. Wednesday, midnight, 548,000 vote lead for President Trump. So you're looking right now as this lead has dropped down to about 22,000 votes, and you're asking, How is that possible over the course of a 24-hour period? We've been through this a lot. I think it's just crucial to understand. Pennsylvania counts Election Day vote first. President Trump and his campaign blew out turnout expectations for them on Election Day vote. That is why they took a very large lead on Election Day vote. That lead has been whittled away. Why? Because Democrats voted heavily vote by mail. And now all of the Democratic vote is coming in. We've seen President Trump's margins, even in his stronghold counties, drop throughout the course of the last 24 hours. It's gone just like this, 548,000 at midnight, 10 a.m., went up a little bit, move up to 3 p.m. on Wednesday, all of a sudden you see it start to drop. That's when the mail-in vote started to be counted. It was already in. It was already in on time. It started to be counted. Then down to 182,000. Then down to 146,000. Then down to 108,000. You can just watch this play out over the course of the last 24 hours, and it leaves us right here. And why it's important that we're at this point right now is because of what's outstanding. You go into the biggest county in the state. You go into the city of Philadelphia, and you realize there's still 9% reporting. Look at that margin, 80% to 18.7%, 521,000 votes. There are tens of thousands of votes to come in here. These votes are breaking heavily towards Vice President Biden, sometimes, depending on the batch, higher than 80 to 18. And it's not just Philadelphia. You can move down here, Delaware County, look at the margin, still about 9% outstanding. The bottom line is Southeast Pennsylvania, which if you just look at it, Democratic stronghold. It's all blue.
And there's all still vote to come in.
There's still vote to come in.
And we had
all
Councilwoman Hallam came on at the beginning of the show, gave us some key pieces of information. One, the Councilwoman said they have about 35,000 ballots, and there are a couple of other different categories they're dealing with as well. But then the key piece of information is that she said that in Allegheny County, which is obviously, you have Pittsburgh in there, that Joe Biden is getting about 78% of the batches they've been coming in. Now, that's much higher. I checked with Phil in real time because the number you guys have been using that he needed to win was in the 60s.
It was 62, 63%.
So she was saying, we have to wait. She said, look, we're going to take our time on this. We're going to get it right. We're not going to just rush it so you have something to report. But if he does anywhere near that, he's in very good shape.
And I think the other point here is that underscores the margins for mail-in votes. Look at the margin overall for Allegheny right now, 58.7 to 39.7. And what the Councilwoman was saying is it's coming in at 78% with the mail-in vote. We have seen that consistently. So margins right here in a blue county that is a Democratic stronghold, it's going even bigger.
Right, and the reason is because in mail-in vote, there's a much bigger Democrat preference. Why? Because the way the Republicans pushed to get out the vote on Election Day, the Democrats pushed on early voting. And remember, we don't talk about it these days, but talk about popping numbers. We're popping cases. We're over 100,000 cases now in the pandemic, and the pandemic was going to keep people home. This is the best option for them. That's why you see this disproportionate level of mail-in voting that even exceeds the overall strength in a county. So a big change of play today for how Phil gets to recognize what's happening here, and the rest of us just experience this election, was what the president tried to do. The president hit us with his worst and lowest shot, the collective insult to all of us, that all of this is all fake. Everything that happens that's not in his favor is fake, is cheated, is wrong. And he's heard stories, but he didn't have a piece of proof about anything. It was a bomb, but it was the bomb seemed like not too many people noticed in his party. Ryan Owens is following the Trump campaign. Ryan Nobles is following the Trump campaign. He's in Washington, D.C. Ryan, I've only talked to you 100 times. Of course, I'm not going to get your name right. That is called mental exhaustion. But tell me this, my friend. How is the president's perfidy, his attack, his faithlessness about the democracy playing in-house? Is anybody happy about it?
Yeah, Chris, you act like you haven't been up for about 75 hours and going. No worries about that. You make the point about what the president's posture is with all of this, and he seems prepared to go through a lengthy, long-term battle, regardless of how this vote ends up ending when all the counting is settled. And that means lengthy court battles. He's also talking about challenging and offering up recounts in certain states like Wisconsin, among others. And the question is he going to be able to sustain something like that without the support of Republicans across the board? We've seen, to a certain extent, a consolidation of support behind the president within the campaign infrastructure itself, the campaign aides, The president's children, for instance, they seem to be ready and geared up for a long-term fight. But what I'm learning is that Republicans outside of that campaign bubble aren't necessarily enthused with a long-term struggle here. One senior Republican aide that I talked to that works on Capitol Hill in a Senate office told me that many Capitol Hill Republicans have cracked. He told me that they're just ready for this to be over. And one of the things that they are not looking forward to is finding ways to support the president when he continues to push out these baseless accusations of potential fraud. And even some of these Republicans, Chris, I should point out, are open to the idea that there might be some level of fraud in some cases in certain states, and they would like to see that looked into and explored and examined on a certain level. But very few of them believe that it could alter the ultimate outcome in this race. I talked to a longtime GOP operative who's worked on many campaigns on all levels and said that fraud exists, it happens. It usually only ever has an impact in local races, and it's never at the scale where it can overturn a presidential election. And there are many Republicans who believe that that's the case here, too, that this fraud that the president continues to throw out there without any kind of evidence just doesn't exist. And this is important, Chris, on a broad scale, because not only is the president just going to need this support, going to need these Republicans behind him just for the optics of it, but there's also a financial impact to all of this. These recounts aren't cheap. In some cases, in Wisconsin being an example of this, it requires the campaign itself to fund the recount. That could be in the millions of dollars. And then the other point I'll make, Chris, is that a lot of these Republicans are frustrated that they are not given any kind of specific message to the campaign as to how they should be responding to the count slowly trickling away from the president. They're not getting any sort of communication from the campaign. There's no specific messaging. And this Senate GOP aide told me that it's very difficult for these Republican leaders to support the president when they don't even know what they should be saying. So right now, there's just a lot of disarray here in Republican circles. They're still holding out hope that there are enough votes out there for the president to win, but they're not looking for a long-term, lengthy battle after the fact once all the votes have been counted. Chris.
Ryan Nobles, thank you very much. I'll tell you, it is a sad day when Republican or Democrat has to think about what the right thing is to say when the president tries to undercut the entire democracy. What a weird place we are in. It can only get better, or so we think. Let's bring in Alexandra Field right now. Why? Police are investigating a potential attack plot at the Pennsylvania Convention Center in Philadelphia. Why there? That's where votes are being counted in a big way. This story first reported by CNN affiliate WPVI. CNN's Alexandra Field, as I said, is in Pittsburgh with the story. Thank you for jumping on this for us.
Absolutely, Chris. Look, this is alarming on a lot of levels, but here's what we know at this point. It does come from our affiliate, WPVI. They are saying that police were acting on a tip about an alleged plot to attack the convention center where so many people are hard at work through the day, through the night, counting votes for all of us. The tip apparently concerned a group of people arriving in a Hummer. We know that authorities have taken at least one person into custody, possibly in connection with that investigation. A weapon has been recovered. They've also recovered the Hummer, it seems, that they were looking for when they were tipped off that this group was coming possibly from out of state in a car with nefarious plans to unleash at the convention center. There are no reports of any injuries at this time. We have reached out to a number of law enforcement authorities to see what else we can learn. There are no details about what they might have been planning at this point. But certainly, this is the kind of thing that police are going to jump on. Can't jump on it fast enough, Chris. This is an alarming report when it comes in the first place. But we've got to put this into context. Again, this is that convention center where people are working so hard to count the votes for us in what is a nail-bitingly close election. We know that tensions are high across the country right now. There have been some protests and some counter-protests outside the convention center as people really feel that tension, as people remain very divided about what could happen next in this country. Again, we don't know any details of this possible alleged attack. We don't know what could have motivated it, but it certainly underscores the idea that it is just so incredibly dangerous to foment this idea that we could in any way discredit the work that's being done in those buildings that could give rise to any more anger among people right now. We're going to stay on this. We're going to see what we can learn from the authorities. We're going to try and find out a little bit more about who this group might have been, what they might have been planning to do. We'll get back to you as soon as we have it. Chris?
Alexandra, thank you very much. Correlation is not always causation, right? But Is it a coincidence that this came after the president lied as badly as he ever has about the state of our election process? No proof, tons of charged allegations, saying it was being stolen from him and it was fraud and that he knew it. What timing that right after that people act on obvious and pointless animus. We'll keep taking you through the facts, and the bottom line is together we will figure out who the next leader of this country is, and that is the only way it will happen. Many of the races are close. They have changed on our watch. Stay with CNN.
Welcome back, everyone, to CNN's continuing election coverage. I'm Don Lemon. I need to tell you that Joe Biden has a clear path to 270 electoral votes, and he is getting closer on our watch. It is time now for a key race alert. All right, so let's look at it now. As you see up on the board, Georgia, I mean, it is narrow. It couldn't get much narrower than that. The former Vice President, Trump, I should say, up by 1,700 votes only. Then we have, following Nevada as well, 11,000 votes separates Trump from the former Vice President. Pennsylvania, obviously a nail-biter there. We're waiting for returns to come in Pennsylvania. 22,000 votes separates the two men. And then Arizona, 47,000 votes. All of these, at this moment, too close to call. But look at that Georgia number, will you? Look at that Georgia number. 1,700 votes, really. Can you imagine in a race that is this big? Let's talk to someone who knows about that. There's the chair of Georgia's Democratic Party. Her name is Nikema Williams, has been elected to represent as well Georgia's 5th congressional district. That is the seat formerly held by the late civil rights icon, Congressman John Lewis. And Congressman-elect Williams is right here with us now. Congresswoman, thank you so much. Congresswoman-elect, I should say, thank you so much.
No, thank you for having me.
Congratulations.
Happy to talk about Battleground Georgia.
Yeah, it is a battleground right now. It's all playing out. Georgia, all eyes on Georgia. This is an incredibly close race. If you look it up, neck and neck, right? If you look at the numbers, how are you feeling about the overall race?
I am feeling good. We've been telling people all along Georgia was a battleground state. We needed the investments. We've been organizing. The infrastructure was here, and Georgia voters turned out, and we are showing the country what we've already known, that we're a battleground state, and the path to the White House is paved right through Georgia.
There were a lot of people who didn't believe. Georgia, like, Georgia, what do you mean? What's going to happen, right? But you guys did, you took the 2018 playbook in Georgia for the governor's race, and Stacey Abrams, and you used that and capitalized on it and made it better, I would imagine. It is incredibly close. A lot of focus is on the votes in Clayton County, which is part of the district that you won. Do you think Clayton could put Joe Biden over the top?
Clayton still has ballots to be counted. We know that we're winning those votes for Joe Biden at like an 80% rate, and those ballots are still coming in. They have stopped counting for the night and will continue in the morning. This is a long process, and I'm not looking for expediency. I'm looking for efficiency. So I'm giving them all the time to take to count the votes. I'm wearing my Voters Decide sweatshirt because the voters have made their voices heard, and their votes deserve to be counted no matter how long it takes. So Clayton County will be back at it in the morning, and we will have more updates.
If any election shows us that every single vote counts, it is this one, Congresswoman-elect.
Every vote done. I was literally arrested in the state capitol in 2018 after the gubernatorial election as my constituents protested that every vote should be counted. So this is poetic justice that the district that I now represent, that Congressman John Lewis once represented, is now going to decide the presidency of the United States and actually kick Donald Trump out of the White House. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, that was my next question. I'm glad you answered. I didn't even have to ask it. So listen, he may get the last word here, right?
Absolutely. I am sure that our ancestors are smiling down on this one. Congressman Lewis would be proud of voters turning out in force. He was a fierce advocate for our right to vote, and he told us that our right to vote was the most powerful nonviolent tool that we had in a democratic society, and we have used it, we have shown up, and we're going to flip this state.
Even with all of this, everything that you have said, you representing now John Lewis's former district, President Trump is attacking the democratic process in Georgia, saying that the election apparatus run by Democrats, that it's totally false, that the governor and the Secretary of State, Republicans, that it's false and that it's, the election is being stolen from him. As chair of the Georgia Democratic Party, what do you say to the president and to the people around him who are repeating his claims?
Then I ignore Donald Trump just like I ignore his cronies because I know that there is so much at stake. There are people that are counting on us to step up and make sure that these votes are counted and counted accurately. Donald Trump is a liar. He's shown us that time and time again. And we just need to keep counting the votes, stay focused on what we know is at hand, and make sure that voters understand that they have the power in this election, not Donald Trump and not his people following behind him and his lies.
Someone is really trying to get in touch with you. I see they're excited.
I see.
It's okay.
Airplane mode.
We're in this new pandemic Zoom world, and I think everybody's used to it, so don't even worry about it. But listen, I just spoke with Jon Ossoff just a short time ago, moments ago, before you came on. It's looking like Georgia could have 2 Senate runoffs come January, races that could potentially determine who controls the Senate. How big are the stakes for Democrats, you think, here?
Stakes are huge, Don. I've been telling people all along, we're playing for all the marbles here in Georgia. We're the only state in the country that had 2 U.S. Senate seats on the ballot. And now with both of them going into a runoff, it is increasingly clear how important Georgia has been all along in all of this. And so we could decide the balance of the United States Senate right here in Georgia. We're looking forward to organizing, getting back out there, talking to voters about the importance of them turning back out to vote for Raphael Warnock and Jon Ossoff in the January 5th runoff.
When you think about what's happening around the country, we see what happened in your district, what happened in Georgia, what's happening in Philadelphia, and many of the areas who actually have the most votes in picking the president of the United States, it is people of color. I forget who it was who said it, but one of my friends reminded me today, said that black people started off by picking cotton, and look, now we are picking the president of the United States. It's really been, it's a moment for people of color in this country, I think, especially black folks.
It absolutely is. Congressman Lewis used to have a statue in his office that said the hands that pick cotton can now pick our elected officials. And it was a black hand reaching down to put their ballot in the ballot box. And that has always stood out to me. And so now to see this happening in this district, it just means so much to me. And that's why I'm going to continue to organize and do everything that I can to live up to the legacy of Congressman John Lewis and bring this home in his legacy, in his honor.
So listen, the votes are still being counted, but if Biden does win, he's going to have the first black woman as vice president. What does that mean? What will that mean for you and for all women of color, well, even for the country?
I'm rocking my pearls tonight, Dunn. But our next vice president is my sorority sister. And I'm thrilled and an HBCU graduate, and I'm an HBCU grad. And just thinking about what that means for so many people, representation matters, absolutely. But she is also smart, qualified, and ready to step into this job. And I cannot wait to see what that means for so many other people coming behind her. She is shattering, a glass ceiling like no other, because it's not just for women, but for women of color across this country who have been looking for this glass ceiling to be shattered. So I'm excited, and I cannot wait to bring this home for her right here in Georgia so that we can claim victory and get to work.
Congresswoman-elect Nikema Williams in Georgia's 5th Congressional District, John Lewis's old district. What an honor that must be, and what an honor it is to have you on. Thank you so much. Best of luck to you.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you. All right, we're going to keep watching numbers. Let's put up the numbers that we showed you at the top. We gave you, at the beginning of this segment, we gave you the key race alert. There it is right there. Georgia, look, 1,700 votes. Nevada, 11,000. Pennsylvania, 22,000. 47,000 in Arizona. That's what separates the 2 men who are vying to be the next president of the United States. We'll continue to follow. These numbers could change, and we're getting new numbers in. We never know. We're expected to get more overnight as we continue on through. So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, during the commercial break, Joe Biden picked up thousands of votes in Pennsylvania, hence a key race alert. All right, here's what we see. 49.5 to 49.2. The lead for Donald Trump now under 20,000 votes, 1,800, 2,029. Why? Joe Biden just gained 4,347 votes in the last few minutes. What does it mean? Let's go to the magic wall and Phil Mattingly. Why is this consistent with what could be cobbled together to meet or beat Trump?
Because Joe Biden is beating expectations once again in a batch of vote that came in. Now, where it came in underscores why that occurred. But let's top line it first. Right now, Donald Trump now up by 18,229 votes in the state. And what came in, roughly about 5,800 votes, came in Philadelphia. We know Philadelphia is very, very heavily Democrat, 80.5% to 18.6%. Joe Biden, as you noted, picking up a little north of 4,000 votes, adding to that total, dropping Donald Trump's lead. But I think more important here is it continues on a pathway that we've seen consistently from Philadelphia and pushing outward. The margin in the vote that just came in, 84%. 84% for Joe Biden. We've been talking, what does Joe Biden need to hit with the outstanding ballots in Pennsylvania in order to overtake President Trump? He needs to hit somewhere between 60% right now. That's probably dropping as the vote continues to come.
Wait, explain that. So the rate that he needs to win will drop as what and why?
Well, because he's continuing to pick up vote, and where the vote is outstanding, it's now starting to even up, right? He's no longer down by 5, 6
So he doesn't
points.
need to overperform the same way.
Exactly.
So contextualize, we had Councilwoman Bethany Hallam from Allegheny County came on and said that they have 35,000 or so ballots there still to count. But the key piece of information was that Joe Biden is receiving somewhere around 78% of the vote there. So that was a key piece of information. We thank her for that. So he is overperforming, and you're saying he won't have to as it gets closer.
Right. We've been kind of talking pretty consistently over the course of the last day or so that if he sits somewhere between 60 and 62% in terms of the outstanding vote, that he will surpass where President Trump is. We're at the point now, when you look at the outstanding vote and when you look at the margins that Joe Biden has continued to run up with each batch of vote that has dropped in the state of Pennsylvania. And it's dependent, right? If Allegheny's hitting at 78 and Philadelphia's hitting at 86, 87, it depends on where you are. It depends on which county is actually reporting it. What it means is, as we have described over the course of the last 24 hours, the mail-in vote is heavily Democratic. The mail-in vote is more heavily Democratic than even the margins in the most Democratic counties. And so, as we wait for more vote to come in, and there's still 8% outstanding in Philadelphia, that's tens of thousands of votes. There's still 9% outstanding in Delaware County. That's a little bit of a smaller margin, but that's still a pretty big Democratic margin. The bottom line is, Joe Biden doesn't just have a pathway. Joe Biden is on the verge of overtaking, and Joe Biden may overtake by tens of thousands of votes if he stays on the pathway that he's currently on. So we're going to have to keep watching and waiting and seeing as they release the votes after they count them. But right now, if you're the Biden campaign, not just now, they've been looking at this way for 24 hours. They feel very good about where Pennsylvania is.
The usual problem that you'll find as someone who is on the surge is that you're running out of votes. You may not have enough. You'll have to win so much of what is left, it's just not going to make sense. That happens a lot in terms of projecting races. That's not the issue here. There are over 150,000 votes still to count in areas where Joe Biden has been overperforming. So he can. The question is, can he keep up the right rate? That goes to not just enthusiasm for Biden, but to how much of that vote is mail-in vote that was spurred by Democrat call. We'll see. We'll see. Now, some context on what wasn't a surprise, but was completely shocking and totally devastating for where we are right now in a moment of national celebration of the kind of turnout we've never seen in a presidential election before, is this current president who wants you to give him a second term, and his pitch to you today was everything that happened in this election so far that isn't good for me is a fraud. What does that mean in the state of the race, and how do we contextualize it in terms of other things we've seen in our political history? Let's bring in Carl Bernstein right now, okay? Obviously, legendary journalist, mentor as well. No, let's bring in Carl Bernstein. I'll tell you why. I don't want to toss the sound. We played it for you the first time it happened. It is without basis. It is completely fallacious. It was filled with lies, and they are intentional. I'm not going to play it for you again. But trust me, that's what it was. That's what everybody's saying it was, if they are being honest. And that's our problem, Carl. There are actually, this is my surprise, not that Donald Trump lied about the integrity of the election. He's done it before in 2016. He lied, put a commission together. They lied. They found nothing. They had to disband it. He said he was going to lie about this one. He lied. What I'm shocked by, Carl, and I want your take, so many Republicans who I thought would take this as a clarion call to consciousness stood up and said, no, I'm with him. There's some tricky stuff.
Well, they have been craven, his Republican enablers throughout his presidency. They have enabled him to do his authoritarian, illegal, unconstitutional business through his whole presidency. And at the same time, and I've spent a lot of time talking to people on the Hill, Republicans, chiefs of staff, some of the senators. There are easily 15 to 20 members, Republican members of the Senate, who absolutely despise Donald Trump and the way he's treated them. They're not loyal to him in any personal sense. And a good number of them were very pleased to see that he is going to lose this election. And but as long as the Republicans hold the Senate, it's okay with them to see him go. And now the question is whether a group of them, and there are 6, 8, 10 of them, that are talking among themselves about going down to the White House at a certain point, or going to the country if this president continues to try and undermine and demean the democratic processes of our basic electoral system. There is talk about stopping him and not allowing him to undermine this system. But remember, he has said all through the campaign that he was going to do exactly what we are seeing to undermine the very electoral process, the most basic aspect of our democracy, so he could hold on to office, down to illegally using the Postal Service to try and not deliver ballots, as it were, through his Postmaster General of the United States.
Do you believe that there is anywhere near the kind of resolve it would take to stand up to this president among their ranks? Because you look at Graham, pretty outspoken. He came out and basically, even though he's a practitioner of the law himself, came out and backed this baseless idea from the president. McConnell, nothing. Cruz, nothing. You have the 2024 hopefuls basically came out and kind of snuggled up against Trump. I haven't heard anybody come out and be full-throated and saying, whoa, this is wrong. Even Romney gave more of a general prescription about a democracy. You're supposed to count the votes and trust the process, but not nailing Trump for saying something that is demonstrably ugly.
They're not going to be very loud about this until the president continues to use this terrible, terrible language and intent to undermine the system. But I think we can absolutely be certain that they know that the future of the Republican Party is at stake if they go along for too long undermining the very system. They know that Trump is not going to prevail, except they're also aware of a strategy that Trump has to actually try and throw this election into the House of Representatives by tying up the Electoral College, by challenging Electoral College electors and throwing a monkey wrench into that process, perhaps keeping the Electoral College from meeting. And if by some chance Trump were successful in eluding the Electoral College and throwing it into the House, that would be a 26 to 20. Each state has one vote for the president if it comes to that. And it would be a 26-23 majority by the Republicans. So there's a lot at play here. And at the same time, there is real abhorrence about what this president is saying among some of the Republican senators.
That's right.
But
It's not just about. It's not just about
craven throughout.
Right. It's not just about his lying anymore. It's about them motivating a malignant purpose because he's not going to do all that by himself. And that's what we have to watch. We have something else happening on our watch, Carl. Stand by. We have a new development in Georgia. Phil, what just happened?
Take a look at the top line. Now down to 1,267. And why? Well, one of the biggest outstanding vote counties that we've been paying attention to that is most important to Joe Biden, one over here. It's Clayton County, 6th largest county in the state, about 3% of the population. Just got another batch of vote in, a couple hundred more votes for Joe Biden. I think you're going to see this progressively throughout the night. Depends on the county. Some of the counties have stopped counting for the time being. We'll see how they report throughout the night. But Clayton was the biggest outstanding batch of Democratic-leaning votes, had around 4,000, a little more than 4,000 going into this night. Clayton County, as Don was just talking about, with the last guest. Clayton County, former home of John Lewis, is the county the Democrats are looking to right now to take Joe Biden over the top in this state, at least for the time being.
So that was not all of their ballots.
They've been reporting in spurts. They got a couple hundred votes about 30 minutes ago, a couple hundred votes now. Every time they report, Joe Biden eats more into Donald Trump's lead. Now, there's still some Republican counties outstanding as well, but Democrats right now feel very good about where this is headed, in large part because of Clayton County with what's outstanding there. We'll also see, if you move up a little bit, Gwinnett County. It's holding until the morning. There's a lot of outstanding vote there that should lean Democratic as well. We talk about Georgia, but Clayton County right now was the biggest outstanding vote. They have continued to count and report, and every time they report, Joe Biden picks up a couple hundred more votes.
So going to the state overall, it says 99% of the vote estimated in. First of all, key part, estimated. Second, well, it's about where. And you have 159 counties in Georgia, and each one of them, if they have a handful of votes that creates advantage, that's why this can go from a plus to a neutral to a negative. All right, so we'll keep following that. I'm going over to Don Lemon right now, right on our watch. It just changed, and very apropos of the conversation you were having. This is a process that could change the state of the race.
I mean, right after we had spoken to the Congresswoman-elect for John Lewis's district, for John Lewis's district, there we go. Over there? And Clayton County. What'd you say?
What's happened? You get into a fight over there? What happened to your time?
Listen, it's a rough night. You know, we're fighting for every vote in this country.
Get yourself together, brother. We got a long way to go here.
No, but seriously, we were just talking to the Congresswoman-elect representing John Lewis's old district, and she said, you know, Congressman Lewis had a picture on his wall that he kept in his office that said black people used to pick cotton, now they're picking our elected representatives. I think it's a perfect segue to get to our guests here. Bakari Sellers is here, Alice Stewart, also Ryan Lizza. What do you, and listen, hello to all of you, but Bakari, I'm going to ask you, every time we go to Georgia, and now that we're looking at Clayton County, this is John Lewis saying, you know what, we got to fix this, and, you know, he and the people in his former district are working to make sure that they get the person in office they want.
Yeah, but this has been a long time coming, and it's John Lewis and his legacy, and people remember that. But it's also Stacey Abrams. You know, down south, we always say you have to give people their flowers while they're living.
It's her 2018 playbook.
And I think that people around the country, Democrats and Republicans alike, are having to look at the organization that Stacey Abrams put together on the ground, how she registered voters, how she activated voters, and now that's really showing up in a southern state. Look, I hear these claims made by some people on the right and the president himself about this election being a fraudulent election. It's not. And they point to cities like Atlanta or point to cities like Philadelphia, these majority black Democratic cities. It's not. But what you are seeing is the activation of black voters once again, particularly black women, showing up to the polls and carrying the Democratic Party across the finish line. That's what we're seeing again in 2020.
Bakari, as I was watching earlier, listening to the President of the United States talking about these cities that that have big black populations, calling them fraudulent in the process, fraudulent, and that they're trying to steal it from them, I thought it was an insult to the people whose ancestors, even many of them, died for the right to vote. Just because they're showing up to the polls does not make it fraudulent. That was an insult to me.
Well, I mean, first of all, let me also say that Democrats, if we're going to rig an election, we really must suck, because we just rigged an election where we lost House seats and we didn't flip the Senate. I mean, we got to have we got to come together and have an election.
3 days later, it's
meeting.
A tie.
I mean, I need to talk to a manager because we really are bad at this thing.
All right, Barron.
I just think that.
That's exactly what someone who's rigging an election would say, Bakari. No, I'm obviously
yeah, if you're going to rig, don't suck at it.
Yeah. Quickly, Bakari, I'm going to get to you.
That's right. I just firmly believe, though, my only point is I firmly believe that when this is done, it's a lot of these organizations, Black Voters Matter, LaTosha Brown, Cliff Albright, it's unique ways that we're penetrating these voting bases. You know, it's not just Stacey Abrams and her hard work, but also ad messages like take your booty to the polls. You know, all of these things together across the country are leading to what we're seeing today.
Alice, I want to bring you in because you're from DeKalb County, as we've been talking throughout the evenings here and the mornings here about the election. The margin in Georgia, razor thin. How do you see the state of this race right now? I mean, you don't get any closer to a tie than we are right now in Georgia.
Yeah, when the numbers are virtually mirror images, that's pretty much a tie. And I told you last night, Don, GOP officials in Georgia were concerned And this is exactly why. This is what they were worried about. This is what they had expected to happen, and it's happening. And this just goes to show, as Bakari said, when you get a group of people that feel as though they haven't been represented and they're frustrated with the current administration, they get together. And I'm so glad that Bakari gave a shout out to my friend LaTosha Brown. She has been working tirelessly with Black Voters Matter in Georgia and around this country to get people out. And you talked about John Lewis. One of the quotes that I often use, I think is so important, that he said, talks about voting. And he said, your vote counts. If it didn't, why would so many people be trying to take it away? And so many people fought for the right to vote. And I think what is going on right now with a president of the United States who is questioning the integrity of our election, it's disturbing and it's quite dangerous.
So,
and
Alice, having said that, and I appreciate
hadn't...
you saying that, let me ask you, because you're a Republican, you're a supporter of the president, we have you on because you support his policies. You don't always support the way his actions and what he says, but you do support his policies and the judges. I get it from talking to you why you support him. But here's the thing. Why we're hearing from Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney, lukewarm, talking about the process, basically giving a definition of this is what should happen in our country, not saying the president of the United States is wrong. He should not be doing something like this. Where are the Republicans who are coming out with strong statements or strong stance, going in front of cameras saying what the president of the United States is doing is wrong and should not happen in our country? This is not the way a democratic process should work.
We've had a few. Will Hurd has come out and talked about the dangerous precedent of doing this. We've had some. But what we are having is we've heard Lindsey Graham come out and others. What they do want, those that support Lindsey Graham supporting what the president is doing, but they're doing it in a way that they support making sure that every vote is legitimate and legal, and making sure that we have a proper number of observers overseeing the counting process, making sure that Republicans and Democrats have equal access to overseeing the process. Those are the people that are supporting the president, want to make sure that the process is done legally and fairly. But just as important is to continue to reinforce what we're hearing from secretaries of states across the country, specifically the one in Georgia. They are making sure that every legal and legitimate ballot is cast, that it is not only brought in, it is secured, counted, and will be certified at the date certain. And the most important point, we can reassure people, be patient and let's let the process work.
Okay, I got you. But Ryan, having said what Alice just said about Lindsey Graham and others, they do it, but they present, there is absolutely no evidence of this. By someone correcting something or trying to fix something about poll workers and how close poll workers get, that's how the process works. You have a complaint about something. If someone says it's not working properly, then you rectify it. But there is no evidence of any widespread fraud or anything untoward going on with the ballots or with the counting or with any of it. So why are Republicans going on this crazy rabbit hole conspiracy theory with the president of the United States?
I think what we're seeing is the first war within the Republican Party in the post-Donald Trump era. The trend, everyone sees what the trend lines are in Pennsylvania and these other states. We know.
Do they really want to go down with the ship like that? If he does, well, I mean, listen, I'm not saying he's going down, but that's what you're saying. You're thinking it's post-Donald Trump era, but do they really want to go down with the ship like that?
Everyone knows where that's headed. It started with Trumpian rhetoric before the election that the only way that Democrats could win if it was rigged. Then they moved into the courts in the last few days. Most of those cases appear to be junk and are unlikely to succeed. And I think you're seeing a little bit of an escalation each day to the point now, where, as Carl Bernstein was talking about, there is this there are serious Republicans talking about getting state legislatures to challenge who the electors are that go and certify into Washington and certify the election and actually do the voting. That is just not happened, and that's going to be the next test. The first test was, do you agree with Trump on the rhetoric about it being rigged? Do you agree with him on these court challenges? When those fail, they're moving into this electoral college strategy, and the people like Mitt Romney, who had a pretty milquetoast statement tonight, and Nikki Haley, who was kind of wishy-washy, they're going to have to decide which direction they want the Republican
Ryan,
Party
let me
to
ask
go.
you this in the short time we have left. As I watched the president tonight, I had my head in my hand because he always likes to project strength, right? That he's a strong man. It made him, what he did made him look so weak. It was embarrassing for him to sit there, play the victim, and whine the way he did. I don't think it really helped him. Maybe it did with his supporters. Am I missing something?
Well, I've been, frankly, I think it's helped him with quite a few supporters. I mean, someone like Lindsey Graham has just gone over the edge talking the way he talks. If you've seen Newt Gingrich, some of the things that he's been saying on Fox News, and people that used to be leaders of the Republican Party, Rudy Giuliani, just fully embracing a misinformation campaign and an attack on the legitimacy of our democracy. They're following Trump off that cliff, and it's going to take a much larger universe of Republicans than Will Hurd and Mitt Romney to stabilize the ship.
I got to tell you, I'm not surprised by Lindsey Graham. I mean, obviously, we should not be surprised by Rudy Giuliani. I mean, come on. This is Twilight Zone territory.
These are people who are some of the most respected people in the Republican Party not that long ago, and they're now spouting complete misinformation and attacking the legitimacy of our election.
Those days are gone. Those days are gone. And we'll see how they try to make a comeback or whatever, or gain some sort of credibility if this does indeed end the way that we think. So things are changing every hour here. As you saw, we just had a number of votes come in. Really change what's happening in Georgia, changing what's happening in Pennsylvania. We're going to keep an eye on Nevada and Arizona as well. There is your tally board, a tote board, as they say. And we're in a marathon situation here. We're going to continue to cover. Don't go anywhere. We got Key Race Alert coming up.
Welcome back to Election Night in America continued. I'm Chris Cuomo along with the man, D. Lemon, and we are witnessing democracy in action. Congratulations to you. Turnout like we could have never imagined. Despite President Trump's blizzard of lies, falsely claiming that everything that's happened in this election that isn't good for him is fraud.
Listen.
No basis and no reason to do it right now when he needs the count as much as anybody, Don.
No basis at all. And you're right about what we're witnessing. This is history that we're witnessing. And you and I have the honor, really, to be reporting this history to the folks. But the people at home really made the difference. Record numbers of people getting out and voting. That is the history here. And all of this is happening at this hour. Each hour ticks by, right? Joe Biden is getting closer and closer to victory in this 2020 race. Chris, as you know, he's gaining in Pennsylvania as the final mail-in ballots are tabulated there. President Trump's one-time big lead in Georgia, which we have been talking about over the last couple of minutes, for years has been reliably red. Well, that is evaporating now, and you can't get any closer to a tie than what's happening in Georgia right now.
It is very close. It's changing on our watch. So let's check the numbers. Time for a Key Race Alert. Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes, still 5% of the estimated vote to come in. That number is deceptive. There's more than enough votes needed for Joe Biden to meet and beat the spread right now, 18,229 votes. Georgia, 16 electoral votes. There again, 99% of the vote in. Well, so it's over, right? Nope. More than enough votes for Joe Biden to catch and beat the president. Look at that. 1,267 votes separate the two men in what was believed to be ruby red Georgia just a couple of cycles ago. Next, Arizona, 11 electoral votes, 47,000 vote spread. Now here, it's the opposite narrative. Joe Biden has been in the lead, and it has been eroding. This is why Team Trump believe they have a shot. They have a path in Arizona to win this state. Will it happen? We've been watching. 10% of the vote to come in. That's a lot. It's all about Maricopa County. We'll take you through it at the big wall, but it's one to watch, and it's changed on our watch. Nevada, 6 electoral votes. Still a ton of votes to come in. They've been quiet. It's been seeping out a little bit today, as promised by the Secretary of State. Not as much as we expected. That's okay. Get it right. It doesn't have to be fast. 11,000 votes is the spread. Joe Biden gained a few there, a vulnerable lead. Very important state for Donald Trump. We'll keep an eye on it. Now, all this talk about how it looks like Biden's going to get there, it looks like he's going to... Let's put that back on the Biden campaign and see how they see where we are in the race right now. Let's go to Jason Carroll. He has news for us from the Biden camp in Wilmington. How you doing, Jason?
Good morning to you, Chris. You're up, I'm up, Don's up, and members of the Biden camp are up as well, even at this late hour, watching some of those results coming in from Pennsylvania. The Biden camp feeling that Friday could be the day that he finally reaches 270. They are still feeling bullish about Pennsylvania, and not just Pennsylvania, but also Georgia and Arizona. But Pennsylvania, their data showing them that they could have what they're calling a decisive win there. When you look at this campaign, though, Chris, this is a campaign that's really, they feel as though that they've been on the offense. They feel as though the Trump campaign in some ways has been on the defense, filing these meritless lawsuits. Biden team looking ahead. Biden meeting with his economic advisors about the economy earlier on Thursday, also meeting with his healthcare advisors about the pandemic. So this is someone clearly positioning himself to move ahead. Also, in terms of messaging, the messaging has been clear. Let every vote count and be patient, but also a message of unity going forward. This is Biden has been saying clearly all along that he is going to be the president for someone who voted for him, in addition to those who did not vote for him. But right now, this is a campaign, just like the rest of the country, that's at the mercy of those who are counting votes. But once again, the message very clear: let every vote be counted. Chris?
That is the definition of democracy. Jason Carroll, thank you very much. Let us know if you learn anything more. Appreciate you on this historic day. So, Pennsylvania, why? Let's go to Kristen Holmes at the voting desk. What do we see as the potential in that state for Joe Biden?
Well, Chris, there's a reason that the Biden campaign is feeling bullish, like you just heard Jason say, when it comes to Pennsylvania. And much of it is about those absentee ballots. We have seen absentee ballots come in huge margins for former Vice President Joe Biden. As we know, they are counted after the in-person day of vote. So they're still coming in, and they're coming in big numbers. So here's what's left. 163,501 absentee ballots left to be counted. Now, remember, you just talked about this margin of 18,000. So this is huge. And when we're seeing these absentee ballots come in, they are coming in at more than 70% in the favor of Joe Biden. So that looks good for him. Now let's talk about key Democratic counties. One of them, of course, Philadelphia. We've been watching this painstakingly every single night from 2 a.m., however long we're on air, and they're almost done. They've counted 305,000 plus ballots. They have less than 60,000 left. Again, 60,000, much bigger than that 18,000 margin, vote margin here that we're seeing between the two candidates. And in Philadelphia, huge margins of these mail-in ballots are coming in for Vice President Biden. Okay, now, what else is left in Philadelphia? We have provisional ballots. That is where you described this last night really well. It doesn't mean anything about the kind of ballot. What it means is that someone came in, they couldn't quite confirm them, maybe they didn't have their ID, they have to double check everything. Those are probably going to come into play in some way just because of the tight margin that we're seeing. Damaged ballots. That means basically these have to be gone through by hand. A team of people have to look through them, figure out exactly what's going on and if they can be scanned. Okay, Allegheny. We've been talking a lot about this. 36,000 ballots left to count. And that includes 29,000 that, because of a court order, can't be counted until 5 p.m. on Friday. But at this point, But the Biden campaign, what officials are telling me there, what Democratic officials are telling me in the state, they don't think that they're going to need this before they call Pennsylvania. They think they're actually going to get past Donald Trump's number before these even come into play. And then we have the provisional ballots here, too. So that's another 10 to 15,000 ballots. And then they have 7,000 damaged ballots. And again, a big team goes through all of these to see what counts, what doesn't, what matches, what doesn't, et cetera. So this is why you're seeing Biden campaign officials feeling very bullish about Pennsylvania. This margin and these huge numbers of outstanding ballots, absentee ballots that have been coming in even higher in percentage for Biden than they thought, Chris.
Right, and we had Councilwoman Bethany Hallam from Allegheny County, obviously in Pennsylvania. She was on, gave us a key piece of information that Biden has been winning 78% of the votes in most of their batches, which is much higher than the metric we were using, which I think, Phil, was like 62% was we were saying the target. So he's overperforming the overperform status. So we'll see how that holds up. Thank you very much, my friend. Appreciate it. We'll be back to you at the voting desk in a little bit. Kristen, thank you. So, Phil, you following all the numbers, obviously. Yeah. There are more than enough votes for Biden to meet or beat Trump. But let's go through, but Trump's winning votes too. Trump will overperform in some areas also, even though he has been on average underperforming with late breaking or mail-in ballots or absentee ballots. It's not just like you need enough vote. You only need 18,230 votes and he wins.
Right.
He's going to have to keep winning a percentage each time.
Exactly. There are Republican votes in these counties, even in Philadelphia, there were Republican votes that came in. I think the problem that the Trump campaign faces right now, look, if you want to say this from the top line, if you had to be in one of their war rooms right now, you would like to be in the Biden campaign's war room, given how Pennsylvania is sitting. And the reason why is this. If you go through, there's about 160,000+ ballots that are still outstanding. That's plenty to make up the current margin. I'll pull back out real quick, 18,229. Frankly, in Philadelphia County, remember, the last batch that dropped in from Philadelphia County about 15, 20 minutes ago netted out 86% for Joe Biden, 86%. Now, that's Philadelphia. This is the strongest Democratic county they have. That was the expectation going in. But as you noted, he's overperforming everywhere in margins. And if you go through southeastern Pennsylvania, the biggest outstanding counties, Delaware County as well, he's going to be hitting above the metric that he needs to hit. I think the one interesting area that I'm kind of paying attention to right now, Lehigh County has about 9,000 ballots outstanding, we just reported. So that's kind of, other than Philadelphia and Allegheny, this is kind of the biggest chunk. And this is a little bit of a tighter margin. This is a tighter margin that Donald Trump, for a period of time, was actually leading. He was leading, but this makes a key point. He was leading in this county, and then they started counting their vote by mail. And this is something we've seen. I've made this point a couple times. I think it's really important to understand. Even in the red counties, margins have been dropping steadily over the course of the last 24 hours because even in the strongest red counties, Democrats have votes, Democrats are mailing in, Democrats are winning the mail-in vote in those counties, even if they're losing the counties on net. And so Lehigh County with about 9,000 votes outstanding right now, not a huge margin, but Joe Biden will overperform. He's been overperforming even in counties with tighter margins.
Context, and then a question for you about a potential eventuality for the president. The context is that, well, this suspicion about the early ballots, you know, well, why this time? We've never seen pandemic. The only thing that's overperforming more than Biden in Pennsylvania is COVID. We're over 100,000 cases right now. People were worried. They were looking for another way. The Democrats, were pushing very hard for the presidential race to be done with Democrats by mail-in ballots. So that's what was going on. Here was what the problem was. Pennsylvania and a lot of other states didn't give the money or the staffing or the consideration to how to count those ballots before the election. Florida did. Some other states had their game together, but most didn't. So they had to count them after. If you need a fix for what you see as a problem right now, which I don't, I see it more situational, do it right. Count them before. So we don't even have this problem going into it. That's the fix. We'll see if anything happens. Now the question, why is there no chance that in Pennsylvania, Trump can go Arizona, which is where he starts to overperform? Because Maricopa County is the big ticket there in Arizona. It's blue right now, but he's overperforming there. Why is there no chance that he overperforms in any of the blue places and disrupts the progress?
Yeah, so it's trend lines and it's the type of vote that's coming in. In the difference, I think it's really important to understand. Arizona, vote by mail, particularly late and drop-off ballots in Arizona, were actually trending more Republican, right? Arizona had a little bit of different of the makeup. Not every state matches with one another, and Pennsylvania doesn't match how Arizona was. And so Maricopa is also formerly a Republican stronghold. There's more Republican vote there. So you match the fact that in Maricopa, I think right now Joe Biden's at about 52-47, somewhere around there. And, you know, the outstanding vote here is, 80 to 18, with Joe Biden hitting between 84 and 88% of thresholds every time he comes in. So you look at the outstanding vote. You look at where it's located. You look at batch after batch after batch how it comes in. We're not operating blind anymore. We know what's outstanding, we know where it's outstanding, and we know the outstanding vote that has come in prior to it has consistently hit the same margins. The idea that there's going to be some anomaly, possible, but at this point in time, given the amount of absentee we've seen, given the fact we've seen the same margins hit almost every single time, underscored by, as you laid out quite well, the fact that Democrats voted by mail in huge margins in Pennsylvania, Republicans voted in person in very large margins in Pennsylvania, It is just the reality of this moment, composition of the ballots, composition of the votes, that as they're being counted and being reported, there's not a lot of space for anomalies because the consistency, we've seen it, we've been doing this now for 3 days.
Right.
We've been doing this for 3 days, and we were at the wall with Wisconsin and Michigan as you saw it hit. And you could look, and all of a sudden, started counting vote by mail, and Biden started going like this, and Trump started going like that. Same type of formulation here, same type of construct here, and the same exact end game is starting to play out. And right now, 18,229 is not enough for President Trump, given what's outstanding in Democratic strongholds. The big question is, you know, in Lehigh County or someplace where he's got a little bit more strength, is that where something comes in to try and stop the bleeding? And when you're dealing with Philadelphia or Delaware County, down in southeast Pennsylvania strongholds, and then as you were talking with the councilwoman, you know, Joe Biden's hitting 78%. Right. In Allegheny, you've got problems if you're the Trump campaign.
Right. I mean, that, you know, and that's why remember, we always say, oh, wow, it's all red. Land doesn't vote. And the populations in all these places are very small. If you look at a population map on the basis of population and not land, it goes from red and all these center states to little red dots and big blue metro areas. All right, so Pennsylvania, state of play. What does the president have to win? Georgia has to. And on that point, we've got a great guest right now to discuss. Let's bring in Shauna Dozier, Elections Director for the Clayton County Board of Elections and Registration. Thank you so much for joining us at such a hectic time.
Thank you for having me.
I'm going to hold off the question that nobody in your position likes, which is about timing, for last, although I just gave it away. What can you tell us about the state of play of how much more you have to do, how it's going, and what are you seeing in breakdown of Trump to Biden?
Well, I am happy to announce that we're down to 3,500 absentee ballots to count out of 30,000 absentee ballots that we had accepted.
Okay, how many of the amount, except the 3,500, have already been reported? Is it all out there already?
Well, we just did an update around 1:27 a.m. To show our updated count. Okay. And so that's the most recent count that we've updated.
All right, thank you. And when do you expect, and again, we know it's a hard job, you have to get it right, we appreciate what you're doing so much. You guys are the angels among us and such a cause for celebration for us in our democracy. You're doing the job right, big turnout, nobody expected it like this. All that said, when do you think the 3,500 get done?
Well, we're going to stay here until every single absentee ballot is counted.
Oh, you're going to work straight through?
We're going to continue to move forward.
And what do you think? Does that take it in the overnight hours now? Do you think late in the morning? You think afternoon?
I anticipate early morning.
That's where we are now.
Yeah.
So a little bit later in the morning than right now, but not too long from now.
Later in the morning. We're doing our best to just make sure that we get every vote counted, and whatever it takes to get that done, we're going to do it. We're committed. But
you're thinking hours, not big blocks of time from now.
Yes.
All right. I appreciate it. I don't mean to push, but you know what I mean. You know, we want you to do it right, but every little bit of information helps. Is there anything that you want the audience to know about what's going on? Any problems that you've had with the job? Any challenges that were unforeseen?
We just ask for the community just to be patient as we undergo this process. We're excited about the amount of absentee ballots we've received. In 2016, which is the last lock election, we received 3,178 absentee ballots. And at this time, we're hitting 30,000. And so we just ask for patience.
Just one more quick thing, and thank you very much, Director. What are you seeing coming out in the most recent batches of returns in terms of what the percentage that Biden is getting on those votes?
Well, as of 1:27, which is the last time we provided an update, it was at 84%.
84%. All right. Thank you very, very much. Good luck going forward.
Thank you.
So 3,500 more votes. They were seeing 84% in the last batch. How does that size up with what he needs, and how is that an anomaly? You know, 84%?
No, that's pretty consistent with what he's been hitting in Clayton up to this point. And again, Clayton, you look at the margins. You might even, I think there was a batch that was actually above that over the course of the
time for the four-letter word, you know, math.
Yeah.
So if he wins 80% of 3,500. That is like 2,000. So I'm waiting for somebody to get my ear. What is it? So, let me wait, please.
He's essentially going to net, the former vice president's essentially going to net a little less than 2,500. And if you look right now at the margin statewide, it's a little less than 1,300 in the president's direction. And that would essentially mean if the Clayton County ballots are still out, follow the pathway of those.
All right, hold on, Harry. We hear your booming voice in here. The microphone's not picking it up well enough. Harry is saying that he believes that based on an 80%, we just heard from Director Dozier that the president has been, the former VP Biden has been winning about 84% of the batches in her county. So let's just discount it to 80%. She has 3,500 ballots remaining. That means he would net about 2,400 something votes. Right, Harry? I got all that right?
You got it right. He would net a little bit less than 2,500 votes, and that would essentially overcome the deficit that the former vice president has statewide currently.
Okay. And then what happened? The question then becomes, well, can it switch back? Is that enough? What does he have to make as a threshold here? 0.5% to get beyond the automatic recount? No, it's recount by request, but you have to have a margin in Georgia, I think, of 0.5 or 1 percentage point. Which is it?
Right, right. This would still be within,
or less.
we would still
so he has
still
to
be
clear
within the
that
recount margin.
for it to be on request.
Based on what's outstanding and where things are headed right now, it's a pretty safe assumption. I think both campaigns would tell you this is going to a recount. They're pretty certain about that. But you talk about who will be ahead when they go into that recount if Joe Biden overtakes based on Clayton, what's left outstanding. I think if you're a Republican right now, you're looking right here, you're looking at Forsyth County. This is the most outstanding vote for Republicans right now. Again, the big question is vote by mail. You know, the woman we just spoke to made an excellent point. In 2016, they had 3,000 absentee ballots. This year, they had 30,000. Those are coming in 80 to 84% Biden. Now, that's a Democratic county. But the point is, vote by mail, as we've seen in state after state after state after state, went huge in a place where it was very minimal prior to now. And so I think the big question is, as we saw play out in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan, is Forsyth County, this is a decent margin for President Trump right now, decent margin, not as good as it was in 2016, flip back to 2016, did better. But is the outstanding vote going to lock in with this margin and give him an opportunity to cut into whatever Joe Biden picks up from Clayton? Or is it going to be more made up of Democrats who decided to mail in? So there is Republican counties with vote outstanding, not a tremendous amount. Fourth is by far the biggest. I think Lawrence County is as well. But Clayton was pretty much the biggest outstanding. And Gwinnett will report tomorrow morning as well, which is Democratic as well. Right now, Biden has more outstanding vote in Democratic counties than Republicans have, but we'll have to see how it makes up.
All right, so then this is really about managing expectations. You have the horse race, who's going to win? But then it's not over, right? And that's not even because of the ugly suggestions by the president today. And I'm not trying to be insulting. The insult was to you. You were insulted. I was insulted. The process was insulted because he has no proof of his suggestions. Now, that said, if Biden meets and beats the president but doesn't clear the 0.5 percentage threshold, then a candidate can request a recount in Georgia. The recount request comes 2 days after certification. Certification is November 21st. So plenty of time between them then and when inauguration would be in January. But so it's not until November 21st. Then you ask for a recount. Then my question is, to the control room and to you and to Harry, do you get an automatic recount of every county, or do you have to request specific counties?
My assumption would be
so there's no automatic recount. Keep going. You can request one, that we have, after certification, if the margin is less than 0.5, but a recount of what? Of the entire state? Or do you have to make a case about a select county? Is there a vetting of what you want recounted? Or we don't know? We don't know. Well, you know what? We do have our CNN legal analyst, maybe he knows. Ask Rich Hassan. If we get an answer, I'll give it to you. But it's going to wind up being a relevant question.
Can I add one more thing in,
Please.
too? We're looking, obviously, at the outstanding vote right now.
Yes.
Factor in provisionals and military ballots as well.
But do you get past the 0.5?
I don't think. I don't know. I'm not going to say what I think.
Right, because if you
what
don't,
I can say.
then recount is an
so
option.
there's two things. One, Harry, I want to know what you think about provisionals and what's outstanding right now.
Awfully quiet, Harry.
How do you think those break? I think is my big question.
I would think the provisionals would probably break for the former vice president. The military ballots, traditionally speaking, have leaned more Republican. But in terms of the question of whether or not that this would get outside of the recount area, I don't think it would. I don't think there are enough ballots. Obviously, we have to wait and see on that. but I think that this is heading towards recount territory. Obviously, though, if Pennsylvania goes the way that it's looking like it's going now, this would be more of an academic argument than anything else.
Well, however, two things. One, Pennsylvania has a recount rule as well, which I think is also a 0.5 margin, and then it's automatic there. So you could be in a similar situation there, right? I mean, we don't have any reason to believe that even if Biden were to meet and exceed where the president is, that he can beat 0.5, can he?
Yeah, he can.
All right, good. It's good to know. And
Might
why-
not, but
Right.
the vote is, if enough vote comes in at the levels that it's been coming in, there's a possibility
So it
he
might.
exceeds it. It's
Okay.
possible, but we don't know.
Very, very relevant, though. And provisional ballots, Harry, and then please make your point. Why do you assume provisional ballots would go a certain way when they are just a function of unknowns? You know, I don't see your name in the book. It doesn't match the address or whatever the reason is, and they give you a provisional, which is a maybe. Maybe this will count.
Traditionally, they have gone more Democratic. It's folks who might be moving around, younger folks, groups that tend to lean more Democratic. The other thing, of course, I would note in terms of a recount is just because you can request one and you can count all the ballots again, that doesn't mean it would necessarily change the result. Oftentimes, only when you're within, say, a few hundred ballots or a few thousand ballots would it change results. So in Georgia, it could, you know, if we get down to a few hundred ballots. But in Pennsylvania, I would be much more doubtful in that, given the way that the vote has been trending in that state.
Appreciated. Excellent. And thank you. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, things are moving on our watch. Stay with CNN.
We're back now with our election coverage in America. America Votes. So listen, we're up because you're up. And let's put up the numbers so that you can see. We are still getting numbers in. We just got in some from Pennsylvania. We got some in Georgia. And man, things are getting tighter. Look at Georgia, 1,200 votes separating the two men. 11,000 in Nevada. Pennsylvania, 18,000. Arizona, 47,000. Here's the thing. In the first three that you see, Georgia, Nevada, and Pennsylvania, every time the votes come in, pretty much every time, they put Joe Biden ahead. Arizona, though, quite a different story. Arizona, the president is really closing in on Joe Biden there. So we're keeping an eye on all of it. But I want to talk about what's going on in Pennsylvania. And the perfect person to do that is CNN's political commentator, Charlie Dent. He is the former congressman from Pennsylvania, and that's why we have him here. Good morning to you, sir. How you doing?
Good morning, Don. Great to be with you.
So let's talk about this. You see the president's lead. It keeps shrinking in Pennsylvania as the votes come in. You have some idea of what is going on in the Commonwealth. And you said you could have predicted this a couple days ago.
Yeah, I knew on Wednesday morning that Joe Biden was going to win Pennsylvania. Here's why. I'm sitting here in Northampton County. Donald Trump won Northampton County in 2016 by 5,500 votes, and Joe Biden won it by just under 1,000 votes. So that's a swing right there. Same thing in Lackawanna County, where Hillary Clinton won by 3,000 votes in 16, and Joe Biden won by 10,000. We knew this on Wednesday morning. So what that means is that Joe Biden is performing much better than Hillary Clinton did upstate, cutting down Donald Trump's margins. It was clear, very clear to me, that's what Biden needed to do to win. Now, he also has to come out of Philadelphia and the suburbs, the collar counties with a big number, which he will. And so that was very clear to me why he was going to win this race. In the other county, I said, whoever wins Northampton County, whoever wins Erie County, is going to win Pennsylvania and probably the presidency. And that's what we see happening right now.
As you were sitting there the other night watching the president, when the president came out and said, look, we won Pennsylvania. And all of a sudden, we won there and declared victory. What were you thinking? Like, this guy has no idea what he's talking about. What were you thinking?
I said, I don't know what they put in his Diet Coke, but it must have been some heavy substance, because it was clear to me what happened. We all knew this. Look, there were Pennsylvania, for the first time, has really done no excuse absentee voting. There were 3 million requests for absentee ballots, and about 2.6 million were returned. 1.6 million of them were from Democrats and about 550,000 from Republicans. So on a 3-to-1 basis, Democrats were voting by mail. We knew that. And so the absentee ballots are coming in. They were the last ones to be counted. And guess what? They're breaking about 3-to-1 for the Democrats, or for Joe Biden. This is not surprising. We knew this. And we knew that Donald Trump would do well in person at the polls. We knew this, that he was going to come out with probably an advantage. But that lead would evaporate over time as the mail-in votes were being counted. And that's precisely what happened, completely predictable. Everybody knew it. The Trump campaign knew it. Everybody knew it. So I'm surprised that they're surprised by this.
So then why are they coming out? Because, I mean, this is really, really disturbing. It's dangerous. So they're making these baseless claims about voter fraud. And then you have Republicans signing on, like Ted Cruz. You've got Lindsey Graham backing him, Graham even donating to Trump's legal fund. How do you explain this, Congressman? What is going on here?
I can't explain it. Look, are there going to be isolated incidents of fraud around the country? Of course. Is it going to change the outcome of the election? No. Have there been problems with voter fraud in Philadelphia in the past? Yes. I can point to a 1993 or 4 election where we had a real problem, and a federal judge intervened and threw a guy out of the state legislature. But we moved beyond that, and I think everybody is behaving very well. All these election officials around the state do not want an issue. They are trying to be transparent. And when I hear what they said about Philadelphia, look, Al Schmidt is the election commissioner, the Republican election commissioner in Philadelphia. He says things are in order.
Al Schmidt was going to be on this program in just Al Schmidt is going to be on in just in a short time here, and he's going to explain all that to us. But what were you saying? What were you saying about Al Schmidt, who is a Republican, by the way?
Yeah, but he basically he put. They're going to count every vote, and they're going to keep counting until they get an outcome. I mean, there's nothing nefarious going on, as far as I can see, anywhere in the state. The bigger challenge here isn't so much fraud or suppression. The issue is we were all concerned about voter system failure because Pennsylvania has never done absentee balloting on this scale. They passed the law to do this prior to the pandemic, Don. They did that, and then, of course, the pandemic, the volumes increased, and we were really worried that they might not be able to handle it at this scale. But they seem to be doing it. They're getting there. It's taking longer than we'd like, but they're going to get to a good outcome.
But, Charlie, she's a congressman. I really don't understand, though, why Republicans are doing this. And, I mean, I think you have some idea that you explained to me just a short time ago during the break about why the Senate didn't go the way Democrats thought. And even some of the congressional races didn't go the way that Democrats thought. But you have a theory about that.
I do have a theory. I think that a lot of these voters, swing voting Republicans who are not crazy about Donald Trump, and many independents, voted for Joe Biden and against Donald Trump, and then they voted straight Republican. Not one House Republican incumbent has lost his or her reelection. Not one, while Donald Trump is losing. This is a repudiation of the president by many Republicans and independents who voted for Joe Biden because they want him to steady the ship of state, and they want to have a check in the Republican Senate to make sure that the left wing of the Democratic Party doesn't go too far. I'm convinced that's what's happening, and at some point we're going to do an after-action analysis, and I think that's going to bear out.
A repudiation on Trump, you think? But not their representatives?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I mean, how does one explain Susan Collins, who I admire very much, won re-election. She outperformed Donald Trump significantly in Maine. Brian Fitzpatrick in Bucks County, just to the south of me, won by a big margin, and Donald Trump is getting clobbered, is getting beaten in Bucks County. And I can point all around the country, John Katko in Syracuse, New York. They're outperforming Donald Trump enormously. And you see this everywhere. So, I mean, that is really what the issue is. I think people have tired of the president, but they don't want to give a mandate to the Democrats. Right now, there is really no policy mandate for either side, but I do believe there is a governing mandate, and that is for Joe Biden to steady the ship of state, and would be wise for Republicans to assist him in that endeavor.
Charlie Dent,
After
Congressman
all this
Charlie
turbulence with Donald Trump.
Yeah. We appreciate having you. Thanks for staying up late or early, whichever it is, and we'll see you soon. Get some rest. Yeah. And again,
Thanks,
I want to remind our viewers, we're going to have Al Schmidt, the Republican from Philadelphia, who's going to join us in just a short time here to explain what's going on with the process and some of these things that are being said out there about voter fraud and about people trying to steal the election and people who are counting the ballots. You'll be interested to hear what he's saying. But Chris, I have to say, Charlie Dent just said the folks, this is a repudiation of Donald Trump, that the voters wanted a check on, they wanted Joe Biden. They were sick of Donald Trump's antics, but they wanted a check on Joe Biden in office. So they voted for Joe Biden, but they didn't change their representatives. So that could turn out to be a good thing for the country. We'll have to wait and see, even if Joe Biden goes into the White House. We still have a long ways to go here.
I mean, look, it's an argument. You couldn't blame people if that's what they were doing. You got to hedge your bets these days. You know, the political culture is one of opposition more than it is one of compromise and progress. So you'd think maybe you got a better chance if you have them both in there, because then one side's just going to railroad it all through and the other side's going to be on the hate parade. But do we know that that's what's going on? This is a very provocative topic.
We don't know, but I got to tell you something, though. I'm really jealous of you, because you get to you get to talk to Nia Malika Henderson.
Well, I'll tell you what, they call her the gift on this set here, Nia Malika Henderson, although she was just gratuitously savaging me for no reason. So we'll leave the conversation.
Well, that's why I'm jealous, because she's right. She's right. Continue on.
But that's neither here nor there.
Carry on, Nia.
We do have Nia Malika Henderson and Harry Enten and Mark Preston. All right, so let's chew on this idea a little bit, that what we're seeing is a repudiation of Trump. Well, the 73 million plus people, I know that's a preliminary number, that voted for Biden, that's why I call it a whooping, because nobody's ever had that many people come out to vote against them. Right. Fair. But his 69 plus million is the second most votes we've ever had. And what does that tell us then? How much of a repudiation of Trump is this if he got that many votes?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not as big of a repudiation as Democrats wanted it to be, kind of a blue wave that felt, was in the Senate and also in the House, a repudiation of Trump and Trumpism and all the Republicans that have supported him and cheerleaded for him over these last years. But it does seem like the sort of embrace of Biden, these millions of voters who showed up, is about sort of a return to normalcy, a return to calm. And I think Harry made this point before, which is that a lot of people hated Donald Trump. They hated the way he made them feel with these tweets and, criticizing people and sort of the race baiting and just all the chaos that we've seen over these last 5 years. And so you have in Joe Biden somebody who is kind of a standard issue politician, the kind of person we grew up with, who's just sort of a normal kind of middle manager kind of person. And we'll see. And one of the things that I think is interesting in the data, too, is the people who voted for Donald Trump weren't really that anti-Biden. They were really pro-Trump. And so maybe that'll be a good thing, that there isn't a lot of animus among Trump supporters for Joe Biden.
They're all interesting points. Now, Harry, scratching at that a little bit more, you brought up that this president, though an incumbent, is running behind the congressional candidates when he should be even or ahead, and they should be in his wake.
That's right.
How do you explain it?
I would just have to say that there was a sliver of the electorate right now nationally. Now, granted, the House vote seems to be running a little bit behind the presidential vote, but right now nationally, Joe Biden's leading by 3 points. House Democratic candidates are leading by just 1 point. So that's a 2-point swing. You might say to yourself, oh, that's small. That's not very much of anything. But look at the margins in these important states right now. If you had a 2-point swing towards Donald Trump, we'd be talking a very different game in a state like Pennsylvania, in a state like Arizona, in a state like Georgia. It could have made the difference that there was this small sliver of the electorate that was perfectly fine with the Republican brand, but wasn't fine with the Donald Trump plan, Donald Trump, say, personality, you might say, and therefore might have made the difference in this election.
Your take?
Well, I was going to say, these margins are really going to have great influence on what happens in a couple months. Like, we're going to go into a new year with a new president, with a new Congress, and with Republicans having incredible amount of power, assuming that they control and hold on to the Senate. Looks like they will. We'll see what happens in Georgia. But we're going to see a divided government, and we're not going to see very much done. Be interesting to see who gets the fault for that, because the midterms are coming up very quickly after that, and we'll. I know, I understand that.
Oh my God!
Well, we could also talk about 2024, and quite frankly, like, that day began today when we saw Donald J. Trump Jr. go after all the other potential 2024s because they weren't defending his father. So look, it is on right now. But I do think that folks who think after this election that we're going to get back to normal, is that I think we are headed for a whole lot of mess. I think our political system as we know it, the political parties as we know it, are going to be totally disassembled. In some ways, they're going to be burned down from the inside. And if Donald Trump doesn't leave the Republican Party, then that party is going to take on his image and is going to grow that way. Look at Chris, you grew up in politics and you understand how this is. A political party is about ideology and ideas. It's not about a person. And when it becomes about a person, what's going to occur is that the Republican Party is not going to be able to grow and expand. It is going to just be very linear
But
on
also,
Donald Trump.
the whole thing is so, as they'd say in Yiddish, fakakta. The whole thing is so messed up. My father, for example, my father was Mario Cuomo. He was governor in the state of New York. My brother Andrew, the Love Gov, is now governor in New York. But my father, Mario's Democratic Party, is not the Democratic Party of today. Trump's constituency, not the culture warriors, but the working class, they were his constituency. Wait, more important, key race alert. What do we have? All right, in Georgia, the spread is now 665 votes. How much of the vote outstanding? You see 99% there, but again, I really shouldn't even say that anymore. It's really about where there is remaining vote, who that breaks for, not just red or blue, but in the context of what kind of vote is coming in. I'm going to wait for Phil Mattingly to get up and we can understand where these votes came from and what it tells us about our future. Phil, you over there?
Yeah, I am trying to track down which county it came in.
Great. Do we know in the control room which county?
We got it. It's from Clayton. It's what's
Clayton
been coming
County.
in. So basically, Chris, this is what we've been talking about over the course of the last couple of hours. That Clayton County was the biggest outstanding vote going into this night for us, or for us to see what was coming in. We knew going into the night that they had about 4,000 votes. We spoke to an official there who said they were down to 3,500. They've been reporting in batches over the course of the last couple hours. 120 votes here, a couple thousand votes here. This is a county that is leaning heavily Democratic, and when the batches were coming in, they were coming in 84, 85, 86% Biden. Still more coming in. We expect a little bit more out of Clayton County. But as you see, the drop took another 600 votes off on net. That's going to continue. There's still more vote coming in from Clayton.
Do we know how many votes came in that netted us to where we are now?
Still trying to tabulate that in my head right now.
Okay.
Give me a couple.
Well, yeah, and in the control room, let us know. Because first of all,
So it
once
looks like
again,
about 2,000 right now.
So about 2,000 votes, so they could still have 1,000, 1,500 left based on the calculation that Ms. Dozier gave us. Another tabulator, another chairperson who gamed me and won because she didn't make it sound, Dozier made it sound like we don't know when the votes are going to come out. And then right after the hit, another batch of votes came in. So it was like a gift from Ms. Dozier. Thank you for adding to it. I know. I went a little soft. She took advantage, and it worked. But now we have this new batch of votes that came in. There's still 1,000, 1,500.
Roughly.
Which means that could make even more of a difference for Biden.
Because
but not enough.
Because again, we're talking about what the margins are, and I have to break down the actual margins here from what just came in. But repeatedly over the course of the last couple of batches, Joe Biden's been hitting somewhere between 84 and 88% of what's coming in. So if a couple thousand come in here, and
so it was cut in half. It was 1,267. Now it's 665.
Right. And so a couple things to keep in mind here. One,
602 votes.
We estimate right now that there's probably about 1,500 left in Clayton. Joe Biden's going to net probably about 1,000, maybe a little bit more than that.
Because we're going with what percentage ratio?
80, 81. I'm being conservative. I'm being conservative when I say with 1,500.
Because Ms. Dozier told us 84, and we discounted to 80 just to put some play in it.
Yeah, just to play around with it right now. There is a very real possibility if Clayton continues to report. Harry,
I would be. Look,
can we hear Harry?
It's going to be close when the rest of it comes in, but based upon the current trend lines, it would seem when the rest of Clayton comes in that Biden would jump into 100, 200, 300, 400, 500 vote lead. Where
from this county?
From this county.
Right. So Lauren, our excellent producer, tells me 1,300 just came in from Clayton. Harry says it's going to be, what do you think it'll end up based on?
It will end up somewhere in the hundreds to low thousands, probably, depending on exactly how many votes are left. But it would be Biden ahead, probably, at this point, based upon the current trend line.
And you also have to factor in that we know tomorrow morning we will expect to also get Gwinnett, Gwinnett County. You look at the margin, but it has been coming in heavily Democratic, has about 4,500 votes outstanding as well. The point being that even as the vote total goes down, we started the night, Georgia had about 14,000 outstanding votes, and Clayton has been reporting pretty consistently. So take that down, maybe net 12, 11,000-ish should be left over right now. A bulk of that will come from Gwinnett. Now, there are still two major Republican counties with a decent amount of vote, both over 1,000. Forsyth, probably most notable for Republicans. That's what they're watching right now. But the reality is, and this is what we've been kind of talking about the last 24 hours, when you were looking at the outstanding vote, you were looking where it was coming from, and you were looking at the rate at which it was coming in, Joe Biden was on the pathway to overtake Donald Trump, and Joe Biden was on the pathway to finish before they get to provisionals, before they get to military ballots, ahead of Donald Trump, and that might happen within the next hour or two.
Can we go back to Forsyth for 1 second? Here's why. Just again, just fumbler's math here. If there's 5%, right? So you have basically 130,000 votes. 10 would be 13,000. 6,500 votes. He wins 65% of that. So he wins 3,000 and change. That could make a difference.
So Forsyth's got 1,545 votes is what we're expecting.
Forsyth has what?
Forsyth has 1,545 ballots outstanding.
Outstanding.
Right. And I think big question right now, and we've talked about this in a couple of states, is that these ratios, these margins on the top line for the counties aren't holding because of the type of ballots that are coming in. So just because it's coming from a county where Donald Trump's 65-32, because it's mail-in, is still leaning more Democratic. So we don't know the exact composition of what's going to be coming in from Forsyth. It could be this. It could be, if you're a Republican, you're looking at Forsyth and you are hoping that it matches this, or even maybe goes a little bit bigger. But
Forsyth, they keep yelling at me in my ear.
Forsyth, sorry.
Harry, do you have any insight into what the red counties could mean for Trump in Georgia?
My insight would be that essentially, if you're voting by mail, your chance of being Democratic is much higher than even given that this is a red county. I would not be surprised if Trump netted no votes out of this county. I wouldn't even be surprised if Joe Biden netted a few votes out of this county, just because vote by mail is basically a stand-in for party registration, even though Georgia doesn't have it, but it might be able to be used to essentially assume that these votes, despite being in a red county, may in fact be much more Democratic than you might otherwise assume.
Question, concern, Nia Malika?
No, I mean, I think everybody's just looking to see when this thing is gonna.
I don't even want to. Right? I don't even want to leave the wall.
Yeah.
Let's do this. Let's take a quick break and see, because look, we just had Director Dozier here, and obviously I'm playing about any kind of deception. She's doing her job. She said we don't know when you're going to get votes, and then we got them minutes later. So, as they come in, we'll tabulate what they mean now and going forward. We'll be with you and here for you. Stay with us. A quick key race alert here. Georgia, another shift. You know, this time yesterday, 23,000 votes was the margin. Now, just 665 votes. It keeps changing in real time, and we'll keep following. You know, Public Enemy said, it's not what you think, it's what you follow. And let me tell you, if you follow this election, overnight, everybody's working to get it done the right way. This is a cause for celebration. We'll see what happens next. Welcome back to our breaking news coverage. Election night in America continued. I'm Chris Cuomo with the one and only Don Lemon. And let me tell you, if nothing else, for all the drama, Americans, you should be proud that your democracy is working 24/7. Even on this late shift, new votes are coming in. We know people are working. We're talking to the directors there. Volunteers across this country are literally burning the midnight oil so that we can get more information about who our next leader will be.
Well, yeah, I mean, we've got to be honest, Chris. I mean, this thing is really on the verge of being decided in these hours that you and I are covering very, very shortly. If the trend lines, as the prognosticators say, if the trend lines continue in this direction, boy, we could have an announcement very soon. The final ballots, as you know, being tabulated, 2 states that will determine the outcome. That's Pennsylvania and Georgia. We've been getting information from them all evening, all morning here. A live look now. This is Philadelphia. You can see the votes are being tabulated even at this late or early hour, however you want to describe it. You can see dozens of election workers on the right side of the screen there. This is what we call democracy in action, Mr. Cuomo.
Absolutely. And God bless, they're doing the democracy and God's work, really showing what this country can do in a moment that matters. Now, why so much emphasis on Pennsylvania and Georgia? The president has to win Georgia to win re-election, and if Vice President Biden wins Pennsylvania, the race is over. So with that, how about a key race alert? Georgia, 16 electoral votes. This is the one we've been seeing movement on tonight. Look at the lead now for Donald Trump, 665 votes ahead, a dead heat. and enough votes outstanding for Joe Biden to make a difference. We'll tell you more in just a second. Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes. That lead moving down. 18,229 separate the two candidates, 49.5 to 49.2. Again, Philadelphia still has enough votes to make a difference, which is why you heard the president and his people attack Philadelphia, because that's what they're worried about. Now, Arizona, 11 electoral votes, 47,000 vote lead. This is the state of play in reverse. Joe Biden has been watching his lead slip away. Donald Trump overperforming in all-important Maricopa County there. Will that continue? We'll see. Nevada, 6 electoral votes, 11,000 vote lead for Joe Biden. We have seen that get a few more votes added to it, but we're in a vacuum of information there. We're waiting till sometime later today for a big set of votes still being counted in Nevada. So, state of play, routes to 270 electoral votes. The roads for the president have to go through Georgia. For Biden, if it goes through Pennsylvania, everything is over. Phil Mattingly at the Magic Wall.
So that's exactly right. It's why we're paying attention. It's why Joe Biden has narrowed in Georgia. He has narrowed in Pennsylvania. There's a possibility he goes over the top in both of them sometime soon. What does that actually mean? What you're looking at right now is the current state of play. If you're looking at red, you're looking at a state that was called for President Trump. If you're looking at blue, that's a state called for Vice President Biden. We'll go ahead. Everything that's gray, we're still waiting to call. However, for the sake of kind of mapping this out, showing you how this is all going to work, you can go ahead and we'll just say Donald Trump wins North Carolina. Not decided yet, but he's had a decisive lead for the better part of the last couple of days. Also say he's probably going to win Alaska. Republicans tend to do that. We'll go ahead and put that in his column. Why do Pennsylvania and Georgia matter so much? Simple as this. If Pennsylvania goes to Joe Biden is over 270 electoral votes. Here's the other key reason. Say Donald Trump ends up holding on to his lead and expanding it at some point and ends up winning Pennsylvania. If Joe Biden wins Arizona, wins Nevada, he's at 270 electoral votes. You talk about Georgia. Why is Georgia a must-win? Joe Biden wins Georgia and Donald Trump comes back and wins Arizona, plausible at this point in time, comes back and wins Nevada. We'll see when Clark County reports. He's under 270. If Joe Biden wins Georgia, there is no pathway for President Trump to 270.
Hold on a second. So, again, this is as basically statistically likely as anything else, would you say? This
I don't know about
this
that.
This is a little bit less likely.
Less likely, yeah. It's
right, because right now he's losing in both of these things.
He's losing in both of those, and Pennsylvania's going in a very specific
direction. But if we were here, 269, 268, that means that the election would be decided by Maine's one district?
And CNN is not called Maine 2, so Maine allocates its electoral votes based on congressional district.
Who's winning in there?
President Trump. President Trump is currently winning, and President Trump is likely, based on where things are going. He's sitting well there. So where does that leave things? If Joe Biden wins Georgia and President Trump wins everything else on the map right now,
that's where you get
269, 269.
And again, the Constitution provides for that. There's a whole extenuated set of circumstances that we don't have to get into. But just, a little bit of context here. One, we keep just quickly giving North Carolina to the president, and we should. But if we go to North Carolina for a second, just to show how small the margin is, Phil, in North Carolina. And again, it totally makes sense that if you're going to play it out hypothetically, he should get it. But look, 76,000 votes. We've had more votes in this election, congratulations to you, than we've seen in our lifetimes. And yet, look at the margins we're dealing with. This is like a gimme, 76,000 votes. It's like, oh, it might as well be 1 million. And we saw this in 2016. Trump eked by with some small margins, but not like we're dealing with now. The most votes ever and the smallest margins we've ever dealt with on a multiple state scale, 600 in Georgia right now. A few thousand across the board, 42,000 in Arizona. That's the biggest one that we're dealing with that's in contention. Very interesting. So that's where we are here in terms of that's North Carolina.
Yeah. And
Pennsylvania.
to be clear,
go ahead.
CNN has not called North Carolina.
No one has called it
and
yet.
So we're doing it to game things out.
Right.
So it's still on the board right now, and everybody's still waiting to see how that plays out. There's outstanding vote. We'll wait until the vote comes in, we'll count, and then we'll make a final decision.
We're just not gaming it out the same way internally because it doesn't have the pockets of potential gain for Biden that these other states do. Specifically, you want to go to Pennsylvania or Georgia?
Pennsylvania first?
Yeah.
We'll do Pennsylvania first.
So we'll go to Pennsylvania. Why? Because this could be a dispositive move. If Biden wins Pennsylvania, the election is over. It's one and done. Now, 18,229 votes. Again, in this context, that's not bad, but we're watching it go down over time. And why?
Yeah, well, let's show that to you. We'll go in here. Great tool that our team made up. Take you back to Wednesday. Wednesday at midnight. Look at Donald Trump's lead, 548,000. And you can just tick through. It grew 589, and then it started to drop. Why did it start to drop, and why did it start to drop so precipitously over the course of the last 24 hours? Vote by mail started to be counted by the state of Pennsylvania. We saw it happen in Wisconsin. We saw it happen in Michigan, happening in Pennsylvania as well. Election day vote counted first. Vote by mail counted last. Vote by mail, because of a pandemic, because of how Democrats have been voting throughout the course of this election, is leaning heavily Democratic. That is what put Joe Biden over the top in Wisconsin, put Joe Biden over the top in Michigan, and right now, take this off, has put Joe Biden within striking distance with about 160,000 ballots outstanding, and those ballots are outstanding very heavily in Democratic strongholds where Joe Biden has even been overperforming what are already impressive margins up to this point.
And that's why President Trump was bringing the hate parade to Philadelphia specifically. And look, here's one of the reasons you don't do that. One, it's untrue. Two, it's unfair. Third, it crushes something that should be a big sense of morale boost for this country, including your own supporters. But also, it invites animus. We had a report earlier tonight. They're still trying to track down a group of people who came in a Humvee with a weapon looking to bust into the polling center and obviously not do good things. Blaming the president? No, not exactly, but correlation may not be causation. But right after he gives that, that lie diatribe today, is it really a coincidence that then these guys show up in a Humvee and want to bust in to the voting center? So that's why we should be careful about how we criticize something that should be being emphasized and complimented. So we believe it's going to come in. It's taken a long time. That's not that unusual. In fact, we had one of the people running it there, I think it was last night, say, this is going pretty fast for us in terms of the volume that we're dealing with.
And we've seen vote come in. You talk about Philadelphia. Obviously, this was the biggest. It's the biggest city, biggest county. 12% of the population in Philadelphia, still waiting for about 8% to report. But over the course of this night up to this point, we've seen batches of a couple thousand votes come in. Those batches have gone heavily Joe Biden. You look at the overall margin in Philadelphia, obviously impressive for the Biden campaign. That's expected. Democrats are expected to do very well here. But Joe Biden has been overperforming in the batches we've seen up to this point. 86, 87%, not just 80%. And it's not just Philadelphia, it's also the counties. When you push out, you can look at the blue. This is southeastern Pennsylvania, this is Democratic stronghold, this is Philadelphia, and then it pushes out into the collar counties. That suburbs has gone heavily Democratic over the course of the last couple of cycles. That's going to continue. Allegheny County, we had an Allegheny County councilwoman on earlier, 36,000 votes outstanding right now, expect to get them sometime tomorrow. And she said that those votes, all vote by mail, been coming in at about 78% for Joe Biden. So when you look at the entirety of Pennsylvania right now, when you look at the outstanding vote, you look at where it comes from, you look at how it was cast, almost entirely vote by mail, it underscores that you would rather be this than this. And that might seem counterintuitive because Donald Trump's ahead right now by 18,000 votes. But the reality of the map in Pennsylvania is of the 160,000 ballots that are outstanding, there are a lot more ballots that look, and based on precedent over what we've been looking at over the course of the last 24 hours, line up with helping Joe Biden and likely helping him to a significant degree.
Within the reality that although there's much more red than blue, land doesn't vote, it's about population, how do we know that there isn't a significant pocket of untapped vote trickling in for Trump?
Because two reasons. First reason is you look at the outstanding vote right now, and the vast majority of it, you can come down. You look at Montgomery County, still 5% outstanding. You look at the margins there, Joe Biden holding pretty steady. Move over here, Chester County, still about 5% outstanding. You're talking 5, 6, 7,000 votes in these counties right now. And mail-in ballots have risen, or have driven up the margins in all of these counties as they've come in. The other reason is you can even go to a President Trump stronghold, and you can watch this. Let me pull this up and show. Watch the margins here. This is Westmoreland County. Back in 2016, this is where President Trump basically put his entire margin in this county, just blowout turnout in this county. Watch the margin from Wednesday at midnight, 69% to 29%, only 54% reporting, and start moving through. Stays at 69, stays at 69, then starts to drop. Why does it drop? Because they start counting the vote by mail. There are Democrats in these counties. Democrats are voting by mail. They are done counting the election day vote, even in red counties, even in President Trump's biggest counties where he gets the biggest margin, and it just starts to drop as you go through. So it's sticking 63-34, but it was up at 69%. And I think the bottom line, Harry made this point about Georgia when we were talking earlier. Just because it's a Republican county, if there's vote by mail outstanding, there is no guarantee that it's going to come in Republican, because that has been Democratic vote for the most part. The ability for the president to net outstanding vote, given we're only counting vote by mail right now, it's limited. He may win in total, but in terms of netting and pulling out not just a couple hundred votes, but he's going to need thousands of votes based on what's left in Democratic counties. There are very, very few pathways, if any, right now to net significant vote for President Trump in Pennsylvania.
Harry Enten?
I was just going to say, you can look at the two key swing counties that I've been talking about a lot in Pennsylvania, Erie and Northampton. And those are counties that went for Barack Obama in 2012, then went for Donald Trump in 2016. Look at Erie right now, going for Joe Biden in 2020. And that county, early on in the count, was going for President Trump. But as those vote by mail, there, see, right there on the screen right now, with Phil over there, was going for President Trump earlier in the count, but now has flipped to former Vice President Joe Biden as that vote by mail has come in.
They have a little bit of vote coming in also, if we want to take on the four-letter word of math here. Harry, help us along with it. So they have 130,000 votes, basically. So that's 6,500 votes that could come in, but they'd split it 50-50.
We don't know that. See that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Phil. I was just going to say, I would doubt that they'd split that remaining vote 50-50. I think former Vice President Joe Biden would get more than his lion's share in that vote. And that's something we should point out. Even though we've been concentrating on Philadelphia, there is vote in other counties out there. So I would think Philadelphia might put Joe Biden into the lead, but those other counties could potentially help pad his margin.
Yeah. And again, this underscores that Erie, pull it up again and take it back to just Thursday at 6:30 p.m. Donald Trump was leading in this county. And again, he had a bigger margin. If you go back even further, tick forward, they're counting mail-in ballots. Even in the closest contested areas, Joe Biden's picking up margins. Joe Biden takes the lead in the county. So whether it's a Democratic county with a narrow margin or it's a Republican county with a big Donald Trump margin, vote by mail is heavily Democratic in this state, and that is all they have left to count in the 160,000 or so ballots that are outstanding. Whether it's a Democratic stronghold like Philadelphia, or whether it's Erie, or whether it's Westmoreland County, a Republican stronghold, a Trump stronghold, the vote that's coming in is leaning Democrat up to this point.
And what do we have in terms of the Vegas sense of timeline with Pennsylvania?
And when they're going to report?
Yeah.
I mean, Philadelphia has been reporting throughout the night. Philadelphia's been reporting throughout the night. We don't know when. We don't have the best sense of how they're doing it. It'd be awesome if they reported everything right now. We had a good sense of things. But I think, look, we've been talking about this now. This is our third night of doing this. And let them do their jobs. Let them do their jobs. They will report. They're reporting in a timely manner. I think people need to understand Pennsylvania as a state has never dealt with the scale of vote by mail before. Pennsylvania as a state, due to state law, did not allow these officials to start counting mail-in ballots until the election day vote was tabulated.
Which was a mistake. In hindsight, we see a couple of things. States that do this all the time, like Nevada, or have really thought it through and put resources to it, like Florida. Just think of it logically. If you were going to have people mail things in advance of a big event, okay, like an election, when would you want to count them? After that big event or during that big event, when you're obviously going to have a lot of issues going on, which is what precipitated you giving the option to do it earlier, or before? The whole point would be to get ahead of it. And yet, Pennsylvania and other states didn't either think it through, or maybe the Republican legislature there saw some perceived advantage to Democrats to doing it sooner, so they wanted to do it later. I don't know what the reason was, but they did something that was unintelligent and unproductive. They didn't give the staff or the resources to count them, or the rules to count them in advance. That's why we are where we are with this. It's not perfidy, it's not faithlessness, it's not deception, it's not Democratic, diabolical movements. It's the law there. That's what we're dealing with.
And you talk about not just giving them the staff, letting them do that at the same time as election day vote. In Florida, they were processing and counting early. There were multiple states where they were processing and counting. And so you saw on Tuesday night, polls closed, and within minutes, boom,
More
huge
staff,
batches just dropped in.
more staff,
immediate results.
more stations.
That was all vote by mail.
More apparatus. You know, that's how Florida got it done. We'll see how accurate it is when everybody goes through it and all that. But they had a much different machinery down there. And also because these mail-in ballots are harder to process than the other ones. Because, you know, you go in person, you get your ballot, you know, you go and you put it into the kiosk and you take care of it. That's it. It goes through the Scantron. The whole vetting is whether or not they believe it's you when you go in, if it's a non-ID state. And with these mail-in ballots, you got to ask for the ballot comes in, then you send it in, they open it up. We've been watching the process in real time here last night with Nick Valencia, who's doing a beautiful job of showing us the processing in action. They have to open it up. There's a little bit of an eye check there. Pennsylvania has a 2-envelope process. So you need someone just to sort the mail, put it aside for someone else to put it into the machine, and then a third person to do what they call authentication. So it's like a 3-stage process there. So it's more labor intensive. All right. With all that said, and look, it's all relevant. Why? Because somebody's trying to savage our process. Somebody is trying to seed a lack of belief of the integrity in this process. And that has never been less the case than what we've seen so far in this election. We haven't had, you know, knock on wood, not a single gross irregularity claim of where we're really having to look into something. So think of that as we go to break. Please stay with CNN.
It may be the wee hours, but history is really unfolding on our watch right now. Vote counting in Georgia is underway, and the state is on track to move into Joe Biden's column at any moment now, and it calls for a key race alert. And look at that. Look at the numbers in Georgia. Can you believe that? It is a dead heat. 49.4, 49.4. The difference there, a mere 665 votes. Every single vote counts in this election. Let's bring in folks to talk about it. The former Michigan Governor Jennifer Granholm, also Scott Jennings and Ron Brownstein. Hello to all of you. Ron, I think you'll agree it doesn't get any closer than 665 votes. Well, unless it's like one vote apart, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, it is striking, and it is reflective of the changes that we are seeing everywhere across the country in this election, the lines that are being more deeply engraved. I mean, Donald Trump's hold on Trump country is formidable and looks impregnable and is perhaps even deeper than it was in 2016. But look at what happened in the Atlanta metro to make this possible. And not only a margin of 240,000 votes and counting in Atlanta itself, but the 2 giant suburban counties outside of Atlanta, Gwinnett and Cobb, diverse, prosperous, growing. Obama in 2012, Don, lost them by 66,000 votes. Right. They moved a little in 2016, and Hillary Clinton won them by 26,000 votes. Right now, Joe Biden is up by 129,000 votes in places that, as the Republican pollster Wood Ayers told me, we used to build the Republican majorities in the state. And you are seeing the same story in Pennsylvania. The 4 big suburban counties outside of Philadelphia, Montgomery, Delaware, Chester, and Bucks. Right now, Joe Biden is up by 275,000 votes in those counties. That's 100,000 votes more than Hillary Clinton was. And you can look at Denver and its surrounding counties. You can look at Dallas, Houston, Austin, and San Antonio and their surrounding counties. Yes, Donald Trump is very strong in Trump country, but he is basically being repudiated in all of the growing metro areas that are driving population growth and driving the economy. So it really is a bifurcation. Okay. That is what has brought Georgia within reach.
I want to talk about what's happening in the rest of the country. I want to talk, hang on, Governor. I want to talk about Philadelphia and all of that because it's an important conversation. But I just want to get Scott in here real quick. Scott, you're a Republican, you're a Trump supporter. You remember 2018, we were saying, Georgia, I don't know, I think it's a pipe dream for Democrats. But here we are, a mere 2 years later. Are you surprised at what you're seeing?
Frankly, I'm not, because of some of the trends that we saw in 2018 that Ron was just describing. I mean, we saw the continued flow of votes from the Republican Party to Democrats in the suburbs. You know, as Ron said, Donald Trump continues to do quite well among traditional Republicans, among people in rural areas. He also did better among some minority voter cohorts that I think Democrats probably didn't expect, or at least don't like tonight. But the truth is, white males in the suburbs went away from Donald Trump. We spent a lot of time, Don, talking about female voters, especially female voters in the suburbs. But it looks to me like the gender split was about the same as it was in 2016. But white male voters, especially, so we talk about yoga moms. These are the yoga dads. They went away from Donald Trump, and so I wonder for the future of the Republican Party.
Scott. I don't know. Scott.
And these folks.
Go on. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Finish your
No,
thought.
I was just going to say that the party used to count on these guys, and now they voted for Joe Biden. So the next messengers for the Republican Party are going to have to marry these two coalitions, right? The working class voters that Donald Trump attracts, but then the white collar voters that seem to have gone away from the president.
Yeah, I don't know if they want to be called yoga dads, but whatever. Maybe they are soccer dads, or maybe they're Pilates dads. Who knows? But Governor, I want to bring you in. You can talk about Georgia, but also I know that you wanted to talk about Pennsylvania and Philadelphia, what Ron was talking about, because they're closing the gap in Pennsylvania right now. It's just a matter of time until he officially, pulls into the lead. For now, we'll have to see, but he is rebuilding the blue wall. Go on, Governor.
Yeah, he is rebuilding the blue wall, and he did it with a very strategic strategy, Joe Biden did, which was he was not going to cede working class people to Donald Trump. Donald Trump did a good job in 2016 of going everywhere to say to working class people, these trade agreements, your jobs are gone. Biden said this is a group that should be democratic. Working class people, whether you live in rural or exurban or in urban areas, they should be part of the Democratic tent because our policies totally help them. So he wasn't going to cede any of that, and that was a very important part of rebuilding this blue wall, whether it was Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin. I have to say, though, in Georgia, I mean, I am just so in awe of Stacey Abrams because her strategy of registering people who, they added 800,000 people to the registration polls between 2018 and today. And so now you have a 67% turnout in Georgia. And now you've got these two potential runoffs that will happen on January 5th for the Senate, for the control of the Senate. And
Hey,
there's
Governor, hold on one second.
registration
Someone in the
that's
control room has me keyed and I can't hear. Can you unkey me so I can hear the governor? Thank you. Now I can hear you. Go on.
Wait, I've been saying all this stuff and you haven't heard me?
All
That
of
is
what you
such a
said did
bummer.
not cut out, but go on.
I was just praising Stacey Abrams for her efforts on registration and saying that there is an opportunity to do further registration even now because of these two Senate runoff seats that are coming up for control of the Senate. Because if you really want to see policy change on the Democratic side, you've got to get control of the Senate.
But I think that to your first point, you said that the former vice president wasn't going to cede any territory to working class people. But I think that is something that the Democratic Party really needs to focus on and work on right now because they are losing or have lost really working class people in many ways in this country. Scott, I want to bring you back in and I want to ask you about what's going on because the president is saying now, oh my gosh, this is fraudulent. The election is being stolen from me. He's got other folks around him who are buying into this, politicians who are currently in office. Donald Trump Jr. called out Nikki Haley on Twitter for not defending his dad's baseless claims on election fraud. Then minutes later, she praised the president. Why does the Trump family have such a grip on your party?
Well, I mean, look at the results. I mean, Donald Trump won 93% of Republican voters. This was an incredibly close election. It's obvious that Donald Trump is going to continue to have influence in the Republican Party for the next several years. I think he as a personality, even if he loses this election, is not going anywhere. Neither is his Donald Trump Jr., neither is Ivanka. I mean, they're here to stay, and you're going to have all these Republicans vying for the nomination, and they want to be, tapped by Donald Trump as somebody that can carry on with his coalition. The trouble with it all is that it's apparently not true. There doesn't seem to be any validity to the claims. They're still counting the legal votes that came in. And what I think the more responsible Republicans out there are saying is count every legal vote, let every legal process follow its course, whether it's the Biden or Trump campaign that has a claim. And once those two things are resolved, we'll have a result. It may take a few days, may take a few weeks, but that's the responsible Republican claim tonight. That's the responsible Republican statement. But if you go out and try to die on this hill that this election was stolen when there is no evidence that it wasn't, My view is people won't appreciate it in the long run, and it won't be good for your personal brand.
Okay. Well, same thing. Yeah, Ron, I have to go. But listen, I think that what you're saying is only half of it, Scott. You can say that every vote needs to be counted, but what you also need to say is what the president is doing is dangerous, and you should call the president out for doing that. Go ahead, Ron, quickly.
I did. It's wrong. I literally said
no,
there is
I don't mean
evidence.
you. I don't mean
there
you.
There is no evidence of what he is saying is true.
I don't mean you. I'm talking about people who are in office right now. Go on, Ron, quickly.
I just want to add real quickly, I mean, to Governor Granholm's point, you know, these two Senate runoffs in Georgia are a perfect encapsulation of where we are as a country. I mean, Republicans now hold 47 of the 50 Senate seats in the 25 states that voted both times for Trump. Democrats will hold 39 of the 40 Senate seats in the states that voted both times against Trump. We are partitioning as a country, and it is somehow perfectly encapsulates it that Georgia, a state divided between the urban and rural that we are seeing separate us everywhere, will now get to decide which party controls the Senate and how far Joe Biden can go in implementing his agenda if he wins in the next few hours.
We got a long way to go on this shift, and you guys are going to be back. So drink your Red Bulls or coffee or caffeine, whatever it is you're doing. Monster energy drinks. Yeah. So we'll see you in a moment. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Hey, listen, we're keeping an eye on the battleground states and what is going to happen in Georgia. Look at that. 665 votes separate these men, both vying to be the next president of the United States. One wanting to stay in office and one wanting to go back to the office that he was close.
All right, here we are. We're looking at the state of play, 253 to 213. Now, on our watch, although it's the early morning hours, we have seen movement in Pennsylvania, but more specifically in Georgia, okay? Right now, the lead in Georgia in this key race alert is 665 votes. Dead heat. Forget about the estimated vote. There's more than enough vote in Georgia to make a difference in this election for Joe Biden. Why do we care? Well, we care about all of them. But the president has to win Georgia to have a path to 270 electoral votes. Who says so? Phil Mattingly at the Magic Wall. So let's discuss it. Phil, we're going to focus just on Georgia. 665 votes. It moved on our watch. We're now dealing with smaller and smaller batches. Is that just the eventuality, or could we get a big crop of votes?
To the extent you could be at the edge of your seat at 3:30 in the morning on the third day of an election and account, you are at the edge of your seat right now.
And it's not a toilet.
And it's
which Go ahead. Go ahead.
Look, here's the All right, here we go. No, here's the bottom line. 665 votes. We know there is one county that has been consistently reporting throughout the course of the last several hours, of which there is enough votes still outstanding in that county to overtake President Trump if you are Joe Biden. That county is right here. That is Clayton County. We think they've got somewhere between 1,500 and 2,000 votes outstanding. Right now, we've seen Joe Biden, over the course of the last several batches, hit around 84, 85%. Could get him there. We're still trying to figure out exactly what's outstanding to be able to fully do the math. But in terms of what's reporting in Georgia right now, what has been consistently reporting over the last several hours, Clayton is the ball game. Clayton was the biggest outstanding Democratic stronghold county with vote going into this night. Had about 4,500 outstanding. We've seen it whittled down with a couple thousand here and there, and Joe Biden has been picking up vote every single time. You remember, we started this night, Donald Trump was up about 1,800 votes. He's now up about 666 votes, and we know Clayton. We spoke to a Clayton official earlier who made clear they are working through the night. They are reporting as they can. This is what we're waiting on in terms of the immediacy of the actual vote count. Will Joe Biden overtake President Trump, and will he do it in a matter of minutes? The expectation is that Joe Biden right now is on a pathway to overtake President Trump. Clayton plus. Let me explain that for a couple of minutes.
Please.
So Gwinnett County is also still outstanding. We do not expect Gwinnett to report until tomorrow, I guess in a couple of hours. It is now this morning right now. We know Gwinnett has about 4,500 ballots outstanding, votes that have already been cast that they're counting and they're waiting to report. Gwinnett, you can look at the margin here. Joe Biden is winning Gwinnett handily. We don't know the ratio in which it was going to come in when it does come in, but based on mail-in ballots, based on the fact Democrats have dominated mail-in ballots throughout the country, the expectation is Joe Biden will do well in Gwinnett. So if you're a Republican, you're saying, where is the outstanding vote where Donald Trump has a chance to match, blunt some of what Joe Biden is bringing in right now? Or is Joe Biden on a pathway to win the state of Georgia?
So let's take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll work through the permutations. Any votes that come in, we'll deliver to you right away. We'll be right back. All right, we have another key race alert in Georgia. Even though it is 3:42 in the morning Eastern time, they are working through the night, and we know it because more votes just came through. Look at the spread now between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. 24 hours ago, he was up almost 30,000. Now, 463 votes only separate the two men. Where did these votes come from? What do they suggest about what could come next? Let's go over to the magic wall and discuss it with Phil Mattingly. First, as we look at this, what do we know about where they came from and what that tells us about the state of play in that county?
It's the hardest working county in Georgia right now. It's Clayton County. It's the county that has made clear they're going to count through the night, and they have been reporting. They aren't reporting in one huge batch. They've been reporting trickling out in a couple hundred votes here and there. What we do know is they reported 306 votes. Joe Biden won 202, netted 202 of those votes. Where does that bring him down to now? 463 votes. We know there's still outstanding vote in Clayton County. We know they are working through the night. We know, we think
1,500.
We were calculating that they were down. Harry, check me on this one.
Yeah,
we were calculating they were down between somewhere in 2,000 and 1,500.
Right, and so they reported 306 new votes, and as you mentioned, Biden netted 202, which means he won that batch by about 66 points. That's a little less, he earned then a little less than 85% of that vote, which if it continues on based upon what we believe the number of votes are still out in Clayton County, once they're done counting and given the statewide margin of 463 at this point, those votes, if they continue on that pathway, should in fact put Biden in the lead if it follows the pattern so far.
So Clayton is working hard overnight, as Director Dozier told us when she did the interview with us. But we're not just waiting on Clayton County, right? It's not like, well, either this is going to settle the race. There are other counties that have vote.
There are other counties outstanding. This is the county that has a very real possibility, based on what we've seen the last several batches. Joe Biden has been somewhere between 85 and 80%, 88% every single time it's come out. And as Harry notes, that should, based on what's left, put him over the top of Donald Trump. However, you make a key point. There is still vote outstanding. There is vote for Democrats. Democrats are very keen on Gwinnett County. Over 4,500 ballots outstanding. They've been obviously, they are being tabulated right now. We expect them to be released sometime this morning. That leans Democratic. If you're a Republican, you're looking here. And I have to apologize. I called this Forsyth earlier. It is actually Forsyth. I thought I got Houston right and was very proud of that a couple of days ago, but it's Forsyth that tripped me up. So a little over 1,000 votes in Forsyth. Republicans hoping that this margin holds. We've been talking about it all night. The margins are not holding, regardless of where they are in Republicans' counties, because they're mail-in ballots. The mail-in ballots are largely going Democrat or blunting the ability for President Trump to net gains here. You can also go down here as well. Lawrence County, I believe, has about 1,500 votes outstanding, not outstanding, votes that have been put in that are being tabulated right now that we're waiting to see how they actually come out. So I think the question right now, and Harry's been good at breaking this down, we've been talking about it repeatedly over the course of the last several hours, is we know there are votes in Gwinnett County. We know Clayton County is about to put Joe Biden ahead of President Trump on net in the state of Georgia, turn this state blue, at least for the moment. The biggest question is, in Lawrence County and Forsyth County, can President Trump, in that outstanding mail-in vote, actually gain votes and make a comeback? And I think right now, I think Democrats on the ground would tell you it's unlikely, but we'll wait and see. We'll see. Count the votes. Count the votes. We'll see.
Absolutely. I mean, look, it's 3:45 a.m. In the East. I wish I could tell you, you know what, we've got this. Go to sleep. You wake up. We don't know when it's going to happen. It's been coming down in Georgia. We got to move in Pennsylvania. We got to burn the midnight oil, just like the good citizens that are doing it for us as volunteers in this county. Stay with CNN.
A key race alert. Look at what's happening in Georgia. I mean, 463 votes separate Donald Trump and Joe Biden. And at any moment, it is believed, this is the way the trend lines are going, the trend is going, that Joe Biden will at any moment now take over the lead, at least for now, in Georgia. So what we're witnessing right now really is history. It's history in the making in this election. Democracy in action, despite the president's false claims that he won the election, okay, and that the victory is being stolen from him. So let's bring in to get some perspective from this CNN presidential historian, Douglas Brinkley. Douglas, you're from Georgia. Good evening to you, by the way. Good morning to you. I keep saying good evening, so I'm used to being on an evening.
Yeah,
good
that's
morning
okay.
to you. You're from Georgia. Give us some
Back at you.
perspective because you got Clinton, Carter, and Kennedy, right, who the last time Democratic president won Georgia.
Well, you know, Don, sometimes people forget that, you know, states like Georgia were competitive. As in 1960, Jack Kennedy was able to win Georgia, even as a Democratic Catholic. But after that Civil Rights Act of 64, 65, under Lyndon Johnson's Great Society, the South, as we all know, went Republican. But Jimmy Carter was from Georgia, a native son, and he was able to pick up some southern states back in 1976. And then Bill Clinton in 1992 was able to. But since then, it's just been bright red. But like Texas, it's one of those states, North Carolina, that people keep hoping, if you're a Democrat, that it'll turn blue. And it looks like now Georgia's on everyone's mind. The great Hoagie Carmichael song that all the great recording artists sang, everything, all eyes are on Georgia. Who would have thought that Georgia may be the state that gives Joe Biden the presidency?
I was going to ask you, and we're so divided right now, the country. Are you surprised that this is happening in Georgia? The demographics, I have to say, I lived in Atlanta for a long time, and I saw that I would say maybe the beginning of some of the demographic changes there. Younger people, more diverse, more people living, what we call it, inside the perimeter or just outside of the perimeter in the surrounding suburbs.
You know, and I'd give Ted Turner some credit when he brought CNN to Atlanta, determined to make it an international city, a beacon for the world. Atlanta is known everywhere. And people, as you know, came from all over to Atlanta. You know, you go, any community you'll find in the world, there are people from Somalia or from Nigeria, people from Venezuela, Costa Rica. It became a great American international city, and it just kept growing and growing, the rings around it. It's an amazing metropolis. And now this is Atlanta triumphing over rural Georgia that we're witnessing right now. Yeah. And so it's a new day in the state of Georgia.
And you're right about that. You got CNN, you had Coca-Cola did the same thing. And then, of course, you've got the universities, Emory and hospitals, yeah, and so on. So, yeah, the demographics are changing. But let's talk about the overall big picture here. What we heard from the President of the United States, we heard it the other night, but we heard it today also in the briefing room, or earlier yesterday, I should say, in the briefing room. It was pathetic. It's dangerous. How do you think history is going to remember that spectacle?
What an embarrassing moment it was for Donald Trump. He was like a kind of shriveling coward, lashing out in different directions, humiliating our country around the world for no reason at all except his own wounded ego. But if you really pull back from it all, it just shows you what a low-class act this president has been. You know, if you want to watch the way you lose an election, look at the way in 1992 that George Herbert Walker Bush conceded to Bill Clinton. If you want to watch what a president does when they're in real peril, look at the way Richard Nixon spoke to the country, quoting Theodore Roosevelt's famous speech of the Sorbonne about the man in the arena and the dust and the blood of politics. Nixon said goodbye and left. Instead, Donald Trump's lost, and he's going to make us suffer and pay for it day after day after day with whining, complaints, lawsuits, threats of the Supreme Court. And so, again, he's ending his presidency as it began, showing zero nobility.
Yeah. Well, we have to see how it plays out. Douglas Brinkley, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. If you look at the numbers, if you're just waking up or getting up to go to the bathroom or whatever it is, your eyes are not deceiving you. Things have changed a lot when it comes to Georgia. Really, it's changed a lot in Pennsylvania and a number of the battleground states. But look at that in Georgia, 463 votes separating the men, 49.4 to 49.4. That is close. More key race alerts coming up. And we should be getting some new information from all those precincts around the country. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to CNN's breaking news coverage. Election night in America continued, and continue it does. I'm Chris Cuomo, along with the man, D. Lemon, and Don. We've had things change overnight in a fundamental way in Georgia.
Oh, man. And where did the time go? It went from Monday to Friday and all like one fell swoop.
Got the same suit on.
You're right. Listen, even on this early Friday morning, the path for Joe Biden is much clearer, has become clearer now. He just picked up, Chris, thousands more votes in Pennsylvania. That further narrows the gap there while a nervous president is crying. Stop the count is really going crazy on social media right now. And the Trump lead in Georgia, it's only just a few hundred votes apart. Shrinking fast is that lead that the president had just hours ago. So we got a lot to watch in these overnight hours.
Boy, I'll tell you what a study in contrast. You have our president shouting baseless claims at the same time, fellow citizens volunteering across the country to give a basis to claims about who should be the next president of the United States. And we know why he wanted to stop the count, except in Arizona, because the count is going against him. And what we're seeing is, specifically in the state of Georgia, we have a real situation to watch. It has changed just in the last hour. So let's get to a key race alert. Here it is, 16 electoral votes, dead heat. 463 votes separate the two men. It just shifted just a few minutes ago. Why? Small batches coming in from Clayton County. All right, so let's check in there. We actually have Nick Valencia in Jonesboro, Georgia, which is, of course, part of Clayton County. Good to have you, my friend.
Hey there, Chris. We just got here within the last hour, and it appears that they may be done for the night. We did try to go in there to go live a little while ago, but there isn't anyone on site to give us permission. So I did get some footage off my cell phone, which I think that we have here to play you. I want to tell you what I saw inside. There was two rooms here separated by a wall. In one room, there was about 20 poll workers who just looked exhausted. I asked one on their way to a break how long they'd been there, and they said they just didn't remember. What we saw was them counting ballots, it appeared. After that, they stuffed them into a ballot box, which was then transferred into a room next door, where it appeared that they were loading them into some sort of voting machine, perhaps a scanner, where then they're uploaded, as we understand it, to the state. Just within the last 30 minutes, activity has essentially come to a standstill. I mentioned that room of about 20 workers. Well, they were sent home, and we saw several of them get into their car, looking very tired after what can only be described as a marathon work shift here, counting through the night. I mentioned activity has come to a standstill. There's only about a dozen or so poll workers inside that room. Just about 30 minutes ago, I mentioned they were scanning those ballots, but right now I just took a peek in there, and there's absolutely nothing happening in there right now. With these votes, though, we know that the Secretary of State's website is not going to be updating until later this morning, but they are being uploaded directly to the county's site, which is how we're getting them reported out. And as it stands right now, there is only a very slim margin separating President Trump, his lead here against Joe Biden, 463 votes, and that margin is closing fast. At this point, Chris and Don, it only appears, or it seems at this point, it's just inevitable until we get the next update and Joe Biden slings into the lead here. Chris?
Right, Nick, appreciate it. We've seen some people coming and going in their cars behind you. Amazing work they're doing through the night. Thank you very much. Stay safe. You and the team. State of play, 253 to 213, but it's all about the blocks that aren't colored in. Those are the states that are in play, and two of them will probably make the difference in this election. For exactly how? To the magic wall with Phil Mattingly. Phil, Ms. Dozier said that they were going to work through the night. I think you got to give them credit for that at 4 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast. And they've been delivering multiple batches of votes since we spoke to her a few hours ago, and they've made a difference that takes us right down to the wire.
Right down to the wire. Look, put this in context. This is, what, 4.9 million votes. 4.9 million votes in the state, separated by 463. 463 right now. And if you're looking around at the outstanding vote, you're probably feeling a little bit more comfortable if you're in the Biden campaign than you are the Trump campaign. I'll explain why. First, we'll start with what we were talking about, just where Nick was. Clayton County. This is where we've been seeing vote throughout the course of the night. It is a Democratic county. It is a big Democratic county. The margin that you see right there is not even reflected of the margin that we've actually been getting in the batches of vote that's come out. We've had them in a couple hundred at a time coming in, and Joe Biden's been hitting 86, 87, 88% in what we've been seeing. Why does that matter? That is more than enough if he sticks on that track to surpass Donald Trump. We knew, based on the last batch we got, we think there's somewhere between 1,500 and 2,000 votes still outstanding in Clayton County. So we'll see. Maybe they uploaded them. They could come on the site soon. We'll see what happens when that happens. But the reality is, when you look at the numbers, when you look at the margins, the remainder of Clayton should put Joe Biden ahead in total on the state. So I think the bigger question right now is what's left outstanding outside of Clayton. We know at some point later this morning, Gwinnett County has about 4,700 votes that still need to be reported. They were counted. We'll see where that comes in. Obviously, a Democratic county that should be beneficial to Joe Biden. I think the bigger question, we've talked about it a couple times, Forsyth County, Lawrence County, a little bit down to the south. Those are Republican counties where President Trump has a pretty decent margin. Those are counties, both of them have a little more than 1,000 votes that still need to be tabulated and reported out. What does that do for President Trump? Is that enough to stop the bleeding? Is that enough to either stop Joe Biden from overtaking him, or if Joe Biden overtakes him with Clayton County vote or with Gwinnett County vote, does that give him an opportunity to come back and get back into the lead? The one thing to keep in mind, and I think this has been the case in several states that we've covered over the course of the last couple of days, just because it's a Republican stronghold county or just because Republicans are leading with a pretty wide margin in a county, if it's mail-in vote, even in those counties, it has been trending Democratic. It has been leaning Democratic. So it doesn't necessarily mean, but we have to wait and see. That's the outstanding vote right now. Probably 5, 6 counties where we're expecting a decent chunk. Not decent chunk as in tens of thousands. We're talking hundreds and then thousands. That's what's outstanding. We're down to 10,000 or so votes left in the state right now. And then provisionals and military. This is going to be very tight no matter what. It looks, at least based on what Clayton's doing right now, that Joe Biden has a chance to overtake at some point in the next hour or so.
All right, and we're talking about Georgia because if the president loses the lead here and it stays that way, he can't win the election. That's why he has to win Georgia. He has to win other states as well, obviously, but it's a must-do for him, not for Joe Biden. But obviously, every state Biden gets gives him a much different opportunity. For Biden, we've been talking mostly about Pennsylvania. Why? If Biden wins Pennsylvania, it's one and done. It would be dispositive on the election. He would get 270-plus electoral votes, and that's it. It's over. We saw a couple of changes there. Then it went quiet. What's the state of play?
State of play right now is Joe Biden is now down 18,229 votes to Donald Trump. We know that there's about 160,000 votes that we are still waiting to be tabulated, counted, and then reported out. The issue, if you are the Trump campaign right now, is the bulk of the outstanding vote is coming in counties that look like this, that are blue. Most notably, the only results we've really seen over the course of the last couple hours have come from the city of Philadelphia. Obviously, Philadelphia County and the city are the same thing, and they have come in big for Joe Biden, 86, 87% margins. That is more than enough to put him over the top. The big question right now in Pennsylvania, I'll be frank, the big question right now is when does Joe Biden overtake? That's the reality on the ground right now. Where the outstanding vote is southeastern Pennsylvania. Everything you see that's blue here are counties that have outstanding vote. That's what the Biden campaign is waiting for. That's what they believe will put them over the top, and soon.
All right. You identify the condition. Let's get a little bit deeper into it. We have Kristen Holmes on the voting desk with a little bit of a deeper look into where the vote is in Pennsylvania, which way it could break. Thank you for being with us.
That's right, Chris. So, Phil is talking about all of this being in these Democratic counties, but part of it is also the way that these ballots were cast. And we know that there has been a huge, outstanding number of absentee ballots that have broke for Joe Biden in the state of Pennsylvania. So let's talk about how many are left and what that looks like. 163,501 absentee ballots left to be counted. The margin is still roughly around 18,000 here. So Phil is talking about Biden overtaking Trump. There are plenty of ballots to go overtake and go on beyond that. And again, when we talk about absentee ballots, we're talking about huge margins that we have seen in Pennsylvania going for Joe Biden over Donald Trump. Now, specifically, let's go to Philadelphia. 305,000 mail-in ballots have already been counted. Now we are down to the last 60,000 left to count. Now, we were trying to see if there was going to be some sort of data on this overnight. We still have not gotten new numbers in hours, but we're watching it very closely here. Now, also in Philadelphia, we can talk about this quickly. We mentioned it last time, is those provisional ballots. Now, these are only going to come into play if the margin is really slim. And I'm talking to a lot of Democrats on the ground there who are feeling really good. They don't think that they're going to even need any sort of provisional ballots in areas like Philadelphia because they think the margin's going to end up being so big in Biden's favor because of all these absentee ballots. The other place we're talking about, of course, Allegheny County, that is Pittsburgh area. 36,000 mail-in ballots left to be counted there, including 29,000 that can't be counted until 5 p.m. on Friday. But again, we're talking about margins here. It's not just these two counties. All of the counties that we have that are outstanding, or most of them, it's absentee ballots that are outstanding. And as Phil has said multiple times tonight, Chris, you've said it as well, even in those Republican counties, the remaining ballots that are absentee ballots are skewing heavily Democratic. So any Democrat who is looking at this, any Biden supporter, the Biden campaign themselves, they're feeling very good about where they stand right now.
Let me ask you something. In terms of timing and process, when we talk about the provisional ballots and the damaged ballots, are people aware? Do they have a mechanism in Pennsylvania for you to track your ballot? So that you know that your ballot is one of the damaged ones. Provisional is a little different. You probably know if you were given a provisional ballot, and then it becomes whether or not that ballot can be cured. Certainly, cure is going to be the issue, fixing cure. With the damaged ones, what do we know about any of that?
Okay, so there's a couple of things about that. The first is when it comes to provisional ballot, they have 7 days to go over that, and that's very different. There's not a curing process in that because they still have to get processed, go through all that. Most of those provisional ballots are actually done at a voting place, so it's not the same as mail-in. So when we talk about damaged ballots, there's two separate things going on. You have the damage that is just that the scanner couldn't read it. So it doesn't necessarily mean that a signature didn't match or there's any kind of issue there. What it might mean is that you put an X through one because you made the wrong circle, and then you have to circle the other one. So here's what happens. It's actually very, very interesting. And someone in Erie County told me it's like this across the state, and he walked me through the process. When that happens, there is a committee that goes through all of those ballots where there are issues, and they try to decide the voter's intent. So, for example, if I put the wrong circle, cross it out, and I circle the right one, there is a committee, bipartisan, that looks at it and says, okay, clearly they wanted to vote for this person. So they manually put it in, and that is how that vote is counted. This is a very time-consuming process. And this bipartisan committee, when they talk about how this voter intent was to be, they have to have a majority vote in order to move that forward. So it is, again, a very time-consuming process. Now, when it comes to curing ballots, that is what you're talking about with the signatures or those minor mistakes. This was actually the subject of a Trump lawsuit that was a win for the Trump campaign just today. The Secretary of State had said that people had until November 12th to come back and fix those minor mistakes or to cure their ballot, fix the signature. Now it is November 9th, and that is because the Trump campaign pushed back on that. So that is a shorter window there, and that was a Trump campaign a win in their ongoing litigation, Chris.
You know, it's just another interesting window into intent here. If you're a populist and you're trying to empower people and get away from the elites and all the institutions, why would you cut their time to fix their own ballot unless what you really want to do is make sure not one person more votes than absolutely has to? That was a great answer. Thank you very much for helping us figure that out. Ordinarily, it wouldn't matter, but in this race, this tight, they could come into play. Thank you very much, Kristen. All right, let's take a break. Our late-night election coverage continues next.
We're watching the numbers. Let's get this key race alert, and there it is, Pennsylvania. Look at that. Competitive as ever. The president has a small lead over the former vice president. So we're waiting on votes there. 95% of the vote in, but where those votes come from, that can make all the difference there, and we believe that it will. Let's bring in former Michigan Governor Jennifer Granholm, also Scott Jennings and Ron Brownstein. Welcome back. So, Governor, we were talking about the changing demographics in Georgia before, and how Georgia is now competitive when it comes to the Democrats. But if you look at what's happening in Pennsylvania, the Democrats lost Pennsylvania in 2016. Even if you want to look over to Arizona, Arizona now in play for the Democrats. What is going on here?
I think one of the reasons is that Joe Biden was really strategic about making sure he did two things. One is that he got his base out. And the second thing is that he did not turn away from trying to persuade those Obama-Trump voters. Both were important, but what he did was cut the margins of those working class voters that Trump won by, like in Michigan, 31 points. He cut it, brought it down to like 15 points. And even though he may not have won the rural districts, he did less bad. And that made all the difference. You cannot just cede the territory, as I was saying before. I think Joe Biden had a winning formula, and I think he will continue to do that. And when he uses the word all, I'm going to be the president for all America. That really speaks to all America, and it's a wise strategy.
What's behind these numbers, Ron? Because if you look at the numbers that are coming in, Arizona is a little bit different. It seems to be moving, at least trending now, in the president's direction. Don't know if that will hold. But if you look at what's happening in Pennsylvania, you look at what's happening in Georgia, even in the red counties, the votes that are coming back now are mail-in votes, early votes. It's going to it's in Joe Biden's favor.
You know, yes, and that's really a function of who chose to vote by mail, given the president's warnings against it. But to Governor Granholm's point, I think we have a nationalized politics to the greatest extent I have seen in my lifetime, and we may, to the greatest extent possibly the 20th, since the dawn of the modern party system, where basically we have the same politics in every state. I mean, in every state now, whether we're talking about Atlanta or Pennsylvania or even now Arizona and Texas, much less Colorado and Virginia, you could draw an imaginary beltway around the metro centers, the biggest population centers of those states, and Democrats are doing better within that beltway, while Republicans and Trump are doing better and consolidating outside of that beltway. I mean, as we said in the last hour, the four big suburban counties outside of Philadelphia, Joe Biden is now leading by 275,000 votes. That's 100,000 more than Hillary Clinton and 160,000 more, or 150,000 more than Obama in 2012. Montgomery County, I think, is where the Philadelphia story took place. I mean, it's like rich people who were like Republicans. It was like mainline Republicans were the phrase they used. Lyndon Johnson was the only Democrat who won it in the 20th century until 1992. Even Franklin Roosevelt didn't win Montgomery County. Right now, Joe Biden is up by 131,000 votes. And that's true, as we were talking about in Gwinnett and Cobb outside of Atlanta. It's what's shifting in Maricopa. It's what's shifting even in Dallas, Houston, and their immediate suburbs. But the flip side of it is that Republicans are getting bigger and bigger margins in these, non-urban counties. As Governor Granholm said, Joe Biden made some inroads among blue-collar whites in the north, but in the south, Don, those margins are still towering for Republicans, and it is the biggest hurdle, I think, to Democrats ultimately flipping those states. But the metro movement is enough now that Georgia's in play, Arizona's in play, Texas didn't quite get there largely because of the Latinos, but it's on the same moving walkway.
Well, you're taking me back to the late 90s, early 2000s when I lived in Philadelphia, and I worked on the main line. City Line Avenue separated the city from the main line, and so in Montgomery County, right there.
Cary Grant and Jimmy Stewart and Katharine Hepburn.
Well, there you go. You're going back a little bit before my time with that.
It's probably a little bit before your time.
I gotta.
That's how Republican it was, though.
Since Ron didn't really answer my question, Scott, I was talking about the vote. But more specifically, my question, I wasn't as specific as I could have been. Did the president hurt himself by saying, you got to get out there and vote and don't trust the mail and early voting this and, the pandemic that? Did he actually drive up the voting for Democrats, which may ultimately end up hurting him?
Well, I think culturally, even before Donald Trump, Republicans always wanted to be a group of people that voted on Election Day. A lot of Republicans see Election Day as sacred. They like the idea of putting the ballot in the box, and we saw that manifested itself this year. Now,
you
when
don't think
Donald
the proof
Trump
is in
says
the
something,
turnout?
go inside the Republic. Yeah, absolutely. Let me look at the Election Day turnout. But what I was going to say, Don, is when Donald Trump says something, it causes Republicans to want to do it even more. And so when he said, don't vote by mail, vote in person, vote on Election Day, it exacerbated that even further. Now, that's not inherently a bad thing. Obviously, you can win a lot of votes on Election Day. But you wonder, in races that are this close, where you've got just literally thousands of votes, you wonder out there, how many votes that were lost that could have been mailed in by Republicans who didn't get to the polls. Now, turnout was quite high, and it's probably not a huge number. My advice to the party moving forward is don't denigrate any method of voting, because you need every single vote you can get. Look how close these races are, and to denigrate any method, if it costs you even a few votes per precinct, it can obviously be fatal.
Yeah. There were two, obviously.
In fact, I would
Go ahead,
say,
Governor.
in fact, I would think that Republicans would want to embrace vote by mail. Vote by mail now. I mean, the great news about this election is that we have now expanded significantly vote by mail options, and it's not going to go back. And I think you can learn a lesson from what's happened in these slow count places, like in Pennsylvania and certainly in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, where the Republicans in the legislature refused to expand the count of the vote by mail options before the election, like they did in Florida or in North Carolina. And what ended up happening is you have all of this stuff late because the Republicans thought that it would help to feed the president's narrative after the election. And that's really unfortunate. But I think the good news is that vote by mail is here. They've worked out a lot of the kinks. And in the next elections, you're going to see huge expansion of participation.
Well, here's what and it happened this time. I thought it was a good thing that Americans had more time to vote. They weren't just rushing out and I got to get back to work and getting out of line because they couldn't stay. They got to go feed their kids and the babysitter's got to leave and all that. I thought it was a good thing that more people got to vote this time, regardless of who they were supporting. But stand by. We'll get back to you in a little bit.
Highest turnout since women had the right to vote.
Yeah. But stand by.
Right. And that's a big part of the reason. Because people made it easier. Look at Harris County.
Ron, you got to stand back and stand by.
Come on, Don.
I gotta get to the break. All right, look. How many cliches can I get in here? The vote's still coming in. The ground is shifting right under our feet. We're going to keep an eye on it. We'll be right back. We're going to have some key race alerts.
All right, we have just had a huge change in the state of this election. Phil Mattingly, what just happened in Georgia?
We have a new batch of votes. It came in from Clayton County, and the development is huge. I'm going to do some math with you. Stick with me for a second. What we have from Clayton County is Joe Biden picked up 1,602 votes. Donald Trump picked up 222 votes. That nets out for Joe Biden 1,380. Donald Trump was ahead by 463, 1,380, 463. The new leader in Georgia is Joe Biden by 917 votes. For the moment, the state of Georgia, it will update shortly in our magic wall. For the moment, according to the county website, Joe Biden has turned Georgia blue for this moment by 917 votes as Clayton County has dropped what looks like the remainder of its outstanding vote.
So, why does it matter? Well, Donald Trump cannot win this election without Georgia. So, for now, Joe Biden has taken the key piece in the puzzle for Donald Trump. Why are we doing it here? That's just about time in the system. This information is from the County Board of Elections. They put it out. The math is what it is. We have a new leader in Georgia, Joe Biden, 917 votes. Now, two remaining issues. One is, so is it over there? No, because...
Well, we know there's more outstanding vote. I'll swipe this away. Just keep this in mind. 917 is, if my math is correct, and hopefully it is since we're on live television, that is the lead for Joe Biden when this updates. Why? Because that was the outstanding vote in Clayton County. We knew it was going to come in, probably about 1,500, 1,600. Ended up being 1,602 votes, but that is not the entirety of the vote that's outstanding in the state of Georgia. We are still waiting for other Democratic counties. Gwinnett County's got about 4,700 votes, expected to report tomorrow at some point. But there's also Republican counties, like Forsyth County, that has north of 1,000 votes. Lawrence County, another Republican county. Go down here, pick out Lawrence County, also has about 1,000 votes left. The big question, and we've been talking about it all night, is just because it is a Republican county, Lawrence County, 64 to 35%. However, what is remaining is vote by mail. Vote by mail, even in Republican counties where Donald Trump holds a decent margin, has still been leaning Democratic. While President Trump may pick up vote in that vote by mail in these Republican counties. Will he be able to net a significant amount of it? That is an open question, because now Joe Biden is up by nearly 1,000 votes in this state once it updates. That, given how close this is, given how little vote is outstanding, and given how the majority of the outstanding vote comes from Democratic counties and all of the outstanding vote comes from vote by mail, that will be difficult to make up. Harry, you got something.
I was just going to say, you know, if you go down to Clayton County, the most recent bunch of votes that came in, Joe Biden is outperforming in that most recent batch what his current county total is. And I think you can apply that. Obviously, we've seen that throughout the evening. Even in those red counties, Joe Biden is going to outperform. Even if he's losing there right now, that vote by mail will be much more favorable to him, even in those red counties.
Harry Enten, thank you very much. So now the open question becomes, well, why? Why is Georgia so significant for Trump but not for Biden? Let's take a look.
We'll map this out. We've been talking about this, and I think this is really important contextually to know what's going on. We've been talking a lot about Pennsylvania. Why you add 20 electoral votes to Joe Biden's total and you're over 270. Why is Georgia so important? Look, President Trump has an uphill battle. He needs to basically win everything that's left on the map. So if President Trump were to win North Carolina, where he's currently leading, if he were to be able to hold off Joe Biden in Pennsylvania, give him Alaska. We expect him to win that. You give him Nevada. You give him Arizona. Go ahead and give him Maine, too. Joe Biden wins Georgia. There's no way that Donald Trump can get to 270 electoral votes. I'll give Donald Trump Maine, too, so you see what could be a possibility. Right now, keep in mind, Joe Biden is closing very quickly in Pennsylvania. He leads currently in Arizona and Nevada. However, if Joe Biden wins Georgia, there is no pathway to 270 for President Trump. That's why it matters so much. President Trump needs Georgia. He needs Pennsylvania, where Joe Biden is about to overtake him. And Joe Biden is leading in Arizona, and he is leading in Nevada.
All right, so let's do the other path to 270, because we've never done it because Georgia is so fundamental to Trump. If Biden wins Georgia, what does that mean for him in terms of his different paths?
Well, let's go through this. So we'll go ahead and give President Trump North Carolina again. Again, we're just gaming this out at the moment. Give him.
And by the way, Biden doesn't have Georgia. The big news is Georgia, for the first time, has changed hands from Trump to Biden by 917 votes now. But it's still not over. So, but just hypothetically, what could it mean?
Let's talk about trend lines and how things have been moving, because you saw it happen in Georgia, and it is about to happen in Pennsylvania when they start reporting again. They've taken a little bit of a break. Give Biden Georgia. That brings him up to 269 electoral votes. Basically, what that means is Joe Biden can win any other of these three states, and Joe Biden is over 270 electoral votes. The reality at this moment is Joe Biden, based on what's outstanding, what we know, and what we've seen, is in a very good position in Pennsylvania. Joe Biden right now is leading in Arizona. We will see if that holds. We should get the next update sometime this morning from Maricopa County. And Joe Biden is leading in Nevada. There is a very real pathway for Joe Biden right now to 306 electoral votes. Obviously, if you're the Biden campaign, all you really care about is getting over 270. But let me explain why that matters. We talked about this last night. I think this is really important. Given how litigious the Trump campaign has made clear it wants to be, it started to be to some degree, if you're the Biden campaign, you feel a lot more comfortable if this isn't just a one-state win. If you're not just winning this with 270 electoral votes or 271 electoral votes. If you win Pennsylvania and you win Georgia and you win Arizona and you win Nevada and you put up 306 electoral votes, it's not about a recount in Wisconsin, which has already been called for you. It's not about what is almost certain to be a recount in Georgia. That is a comfortable lead. That is a lead that no Republican can look at and say, we cancel that. And you want to know why? I'll show you why. That's the same amount of electoral votes that President Trump got in 2016. And while Democrats were certainly not happy, and Democrats, some of them were trying to figure out ways to see if there was some way to stop it from happening, Hillary Clinton conceded the next day. That was the reality of the map, and everybody grasped 306. There was no way to try and overcome that, even though Michigan was 10,000 votes. Wisconsin was 22,000 votes. So you want to get above 270 if you're the Biden campaign. That's all you really care about. But having a cushion, given what's going on, given the atmospherics right now, certainly wouldn't hurt.
Right. The cushion point, very, very strong. Well, when it was on the shoe was on the other foot, you guys were okay with it. That's probably not going to fly. Nia Malika Henderson, if the expectation is, well, you guys were okay with it, so now leave the margin alone for us.
Right.
We know Trump doesn't play like that, and we know the Republicans don't. They just did it with the Supreme Court justice. But the significant of the change in play for the moment in Georgia?
Huge, I think, for Democrats' spirits in some ways. They were a bit down because they didn't see the sort of repudiation that they thought they would see in this election. So to make inroads in this state, in the Sun Belt, which was such a focus for Democrats for so long, is a real boost for them. Listen, it's who knows if Trump can overtake this lead based on the trends. Probably not. It'll probably go to a recount, but you know, it's certainly, I think, a good news for Biden. And you see Donald Trump clearly watching these returns, and I'm sure it's upsetting to him. He's saying that these ballots that are coming in from these states and the count should stop, and these are illegal votes, which is absolutely absurd. All he can do is fume as his presidential prospects of getting reelected seem to drift away.
Look, litigation doesn't work as a tactic with the President of the United States the way it did with citizen Donald Trump. Citizen Donald Trump threatening to sue you, which I experienced firsthand, is a tactic, and it may scare you into doing something differently. Here, we only know what you show. So you can't just scare. You have to go to federal court and make a case. It's a very high bar. He hasn't had a good record of getting over it. Now, in terms of the numbers, one, Harry, did we get it right? And what do they mean?
Well, I would say three things. You know, number one, you were talking with Phil about the idea, you know, if you're up in all of these places, you know, you can request recounts, but it's at the end of the day, the electoral count really isn't that close. What I would note is Georgia, the entire statewide apparatus is controlled by Republicans. The Secretary of State is a Republican. The governor is a Republican. They're not fixing any votes in any sort of weird thing. They're not doing it in any of the states, but obviously it takes a talking point away from the president. The second thing I'll note, Joe Biden made a last-minute visit down to Georgia. All of us were going, what the heck is he doing? What is this? You know, he's just trying to up the score. Apparently, they saw something in the polling, and it seems to be paying off at this hour. That visit may have, in fact, made the difference, given how close the vote count is in that state. And the third point I'll note, it was noted earlier on another panel, right now at this point, it looks like there are going to be 2 runoffs, Senate runoffs in the state of Georgia in January to determine U.S. Senate control. And based on Biden's lead right now, perhaps that state is a little bit more Democratic than folks really give it credit for, and it might give Democrats a real shot at taking back the Senate.
Yeah, and we should mention Stacey Abrams. All the work she did with registering voters, it paid off in this instance. It didn't pay off for her necessarily in 2018, but she registered almost 100,000 voters, and I'm sure some of those folks are showing up in this election.
Fair point, but we have to just change the verb. Right now, it is paying off.
Right, yeah.
Let's see what happens.
Sure. Thank you.
Mark.
Well, look, I just think that a couple of things about Georgia. One, it's trending Democrat. I mean, it's still got a long way to go. It's turning into what's going to become a battleground state. I used to be a newspaper reporter down there back during the Newt Gingrich days. So when I look at these collar counties right now outside of Atlanta go Democrat, it's quite frankly shocking. And plus, my wife's whole family lives down there, so I know it pretty well. You look at Cobb County, that used to be a bastion of conservatism. That's where Newt Gingrich used to live. That's where Bob Barr, who was incredibly conservative, used to live. When you said that Joe Biden had gone down and had done a visit, so didn't Donald Trump, if you remember. And I remember looking and saying, why is he going into Georgia 2 days before the election? Well, not only going to Georgia, he went into a very conservative part of Georgia, which is north of Cobb County, which was northwest, pushing Republicans even farther out. I think when we look at Georgia, and Harry and I and Nia were talking about this earlier, when we really get all the data back and we find out what exactly happened, there's no doubt the African-American vote carried Joe Biden, okay? However, I would say in the state of Georgia, you have to take into account all of the northern migration that has gone down there since the early 1990s when the Olympics came in '96. But we saw a lot of corporations move down there. So when you're looking at these collar counties on the outside, these are all white Northerners who have lived down there now for a decade or 2 decades.
Quick refresh. Why is everybody so perky at 4:41 a.m.? One, we love the job. Two, the job matters. Joe Biden, for the moment, is in control in Georgia. How did it happen? What does it mean? We'll take you through all of it right after the break. All right, take a look at your screen. We've just had a very significant change in the state of this race. Joe Biden is now in the lead in Georgia. Phil Mattingly, what did we see happen?
Well, we're still waiting for it to update in the magic wall, but what we can tell you is the county that we've been paying attention to throughout the course of the night has been updating working through the night to get their final vote allocations out, has put out its final vote. Clayton County, 1,602 votes for Joe Biden, 202 votes for Donald Trump, netting out Joe Biden, 1,380 votes. We knew that before this updates, 463 votes was the lead for Donald Trump. What this means right now is in the state of Georgia, a state that if Joe Biden wins this state, President Trump has no pathway to 270 electoral votes. Joe Biden is now up by 917 votes. This should update shortly. We took this straight from the county website when they reported. And I think the big question now, one, we saw this coming. We've been talking about this for the last couple of hours, that the way Clayton was reporting, Clayton was the biggest outstanding vote. Clayton is a Democratic county. And when Clayton was reporting results, they were coming in at about 84, 85, sometimes 86% for Joe Biden. That's well above what he needed to overtake Donald Trump here. He has done that now. Big question right now, what's left outstanding?
Right.
Can Joe Biden hold on to the lead? What I will tell you, just kind of from a top-line perspective, is a lot of what's outstanding is coming from Democratic counties. There is not much outstanding generally. I think we're probably down to somewhere around 10,000 votes, maybe even less than that. Harry, you want to check me on that?
Harry
Does that
Hinton,
sound right?
yeah.
There's not a lot of votes left in that state.
There's not a lot of
what?
votes.
What does that mean?
Essentially what Phil was saying. I was agreeing with our colleague.
Right, so I'm saying we think it's around 10,000.
Yeah, something like that. Again, with provisionals and all of that jazz. That's
Yeah, but to provide some context of what that means, there's about 10,000 votes left, and we know roughly 4,700 of them come from Gwinnett, which should be reporting sometime this morning. And if you look at the margin, you're talking about where the vote is coming from, what is it going to track with? It is going to track with Democratic vote if it's coming from Gwinnett. Now, we don't know exactly what it will be, but we've seen mail-in, we've seen coming from Democratic counties, and this is likely to stick in Joe Biden's corner when it starts to report. And why that matters is because Joe Biden's no longer trailing. Joe Biden doesn't need to hit 62, 63, 64% anymore. Now Donald Trump, the onus is on the Trump campaign to start overperforming Joe Biden from here on out. There are a couple Republican counties with 1,000, 2,000 votes outstanding. But right now, the biggest outstanding vote comes from right here. And for Joe Biden, that's a good sign, particularly when you are now ahead by 917 votes.
Now, one step of context. When some people see this today, if it starts holding, because the president poisoned the well today on purpose, people will start to say, oh, see, this is it. It was fake. Georgia, okay, has all Republican. It just updated. Good. We had the numbers right anyway. But here it is. Okay.
No, but it makes me feel better that my math was right.
Well, whatever works. So here is the situation. Georgia is an entirely Republican infrastructure. Governor, Attorney General, Secretary of State, of course, in charge of the state's election processes. So the idea that the fix was in is demonstrably false, first of all, in what we understand. But you don't think that Governor Kemp, pal of Donald Trump, wouldn't be screaming foul if there were problems in the state? Nothing. If there's a recount, it will be done by an entirely Republican infrastructure. So the idea of manipulation is just wholly without merit. But this is what happens when the president poisons the well. You have to make sure that people understand. The headline, Joe Biden is in the lead, 917 votes in Georgia. This could block Donald Trump's chances of being president for a second term. Let's take a break. When we come back, more developments. Joe Biden is now leading in Georgia. He's leading by 917 votes. The director in Clayton County promised us that they were going to work through the night to get the vote out, and they did just that. This edges Joe Biden closer to 270 electoral votes if it holds. This is temporary. This is not a projection. For now, Joe Biden is in the lead. It would help him. It would really hurt the president. The president cannot become president of the United States again if he does not win Georgia. That's why it's so important. It doesn't save Joe Biden, but it would kill Donald Trump politically, okay? So with that, now that we have this, the president has been up late tweeting. What's he saying? Ugly things. He's saying that he won. It's easy. This is all fraud. It's all illegitimate. And there is no basis for any of it. To be honest, I'm not reading the tweet because I really believe we shouldn't be. I really believe those days are behind us. Not that Trump won't be president again, but I think the days of giving a fair hearing to an unfair statement that we know is over. We shouldn't be doing it. Twitter is flagging the tweet as misleading. When you look at the man's thread, I don't know who else could survive on Twitter with as many flagged tweets as they have. That's the state of play. Let's see if he has to pay for it with his office. Let's talk to our justice correspondent, Laura Jarrett. It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
Am I wrong that, yes, there's been a lawsuit about having a monitor and where they can be? Yes, there's been a lawsuit about how many days you get to cure your ballot, which is an odd thing to oppose. But in terms of any meat on the bones of videotape, people signing other people's ballots, huge numbers of hidden ballots, all the suggestions of fakery, frankly, Trumpery, real word, anything to prove it.
No, and the courts have recognized that, Chris. The Trump campaign is making a lot of noise with these lawsuits, but the thing to recognize here is, bottom line, is that they aren't going to change the vote totals in the way that the president needs right now. And that's what our viewers should really recognize. This is noise, and it's really aimed at delaying the process. So what's he doing? He's tweeting out his grievances. They're full of lies. As you said, we're not going to read them. But here's the thing. The courts have actually weighed in on this. So his campaign first ran to state court, and the dispute was about how close they could stand when they're watching these ballots being counted and adjudicated. And the judge said, okay, you want to stand a little bit closer? There was a dispute about it because of COVID. The judge said, fine, you can stand a little bit closer. Case done, fine. But of course, the president doesn't mention that he won that case. So then what do? They run to federal court. And in that case, the judge said, look, is the campaign in the room? Are they having an equal chance to look and observe these ballots being counted? And the campaign had to admit that, yes, the Trump campaign is in the room. So the judge dismissed the case as essentially moot. There's no there. And so we're going to see a flurry of these cases. Obviously, all eyes on Georgia right now. Those two cases I mentioned were in Philadelphia, but judges in Michigan and in Georgia have dismissed similar lawsuits, Chris. So we may see more of these, but they are not changing the vote totals.
Laura Jarrett, thank you so much. As we get more developments, I don't want to go about the hypotheticals of going to the Supreme Court. We have no reason to even pursue it right now as an option. Thank you so much for jumping in and giving us clear eyes on this situation. Let's take a break because this is a morning that you may never forget. The vote count is moving forward in the final states that will decide who leads us as President of the United States. We'll be right back. It's 5 a.m. here in New York City. I'm Chris Cuomo. Don Lemon joins me as always. And it may be early, but it is now prime time on this Friday morning because we just had big news in a race that counts as many of you are waking up in the East. What happened, Don?
Yeah, a lot of people are going to wake up and go, oh my gosh, when they see what happened overnight. You know what, Chris? Here's what happened. There was a new batch of votes that just put Joe Biden over the top, at least for now, ahead of President Trump in Georgia, traditionally a ruby red state. Biden now leads there by a super tight margin, but, it's still in the lead. It's a vital one. We don't know what's going to happen. It all has to play out. The president cannot win this election without Georgia. So if it remains this way, the president has no path. But again, it's not done yet. Biden also picked up thousands of more votes, by the way, in Pennsylvania overnight, Chris.
Yes, the race is changing, and that calls for a key race alert. All right, obviously, we start with Georgia. 16 electoral votes. Donald Trump needs them to win through the Electoral College. The spread right now, Joe Biden, for the first time, up 917 votes. Still a statistical dead heat. There are still more votes to be had. And if they continue to break the way they have to this point in the last couple of days, Joe Biden may pad that lead. So it is not over. There are more votes to come in. Things could change. There may be a recount. But for now, Joe Biden is ahead in the state of Georgia. Nick Valencia is in Jonesboro, which is in Clayton County, where these votes came from. They promised us, my friend, they were going to work through the night, and they have, and they've put out the vote that made a difference for Joe Biden.
And they've done such important work, Chris. We're seeing democracy in action. You've been highlighting their work really for the last 48 hours, and we wanted to bring you live look inside what's happening right now in Clayton County. We know that they started counting the absentee mail-in ballots at 9 a.m. yesterday. We saw just about an hour and a half ago or so, roughly a dozen or more poll workers leave. And this behind me, this is who's left here. A group of about a dozen poll workers here in Clayton County, and things have pretty much effectively come to a standstill. It was within the last several minutes that we saw batches of ballots, we believe, being scanned into the system. So if what has been happening, if this pattern holds true, we should expect another update here in a little bit, maybe a few minutes, we don't know, of new votes, or votes, I should say, that are now counted in Georgia. This has been exhausting work. They guaranteed that they would go through the night until the job is done, and this is exactly what they've done. I want to move here to the other side so I could show you sort of the layout here of this building. It used to be an old police department headquarters, as we understand, turned in, though, into an area where they're processing and counting ballots. This is the room where you saw video earlier that we showed you last hour, where there was about 20 poll workers. We understand, and you know, this is all information that we're getting secondhand because there's no one on site here that's talking to us officially, but as we understand it, as other reporters here have said, this is the room where they were going through ballots that had potential discrepancies, duplications, and then from here, they were then transferred over here, Chris. That's the door that leads into the room that we're just showing you. It's in there that they scanned the ballots, and they started with 4,300. We don't know how many are left, but what I just showed you here, it appears that they've, maybe come to the end here. We can't be clear, but that's what it looks like going on here in Clayton County. Chris.
I appreciate you. I want to let you go, but just one quick thing. Are we right when we say that many of the people working there are volunteers?
That's right. That's right. They're either staff of the county, they've volunteered. Some, I understand, are paid. I did speak to some poll workers on the way out of the location yesterday where we were at. They said that they maybe were going to get a paycheck, but they didn't know. They're certainly not doing it for the money. This is all about democracy in action, Chris.
They should get paid. I mean, they are doing something that truly matters, but I just wanted to make sure that people understand what we call Americans, these people volunteering their time. Many have other jobs that they have to leave and get to, work through the night to deliver us a look at our democracy in action, and they should be celebrated for that. In fact, everybody who voted should, because as you know, Nick, we have never seen participation like this in a presidential election. It is a real testament to the strength of this country in hard times. All right, my friend, I'll check back. Let's get right to Jason Carroll. He is with the Biden campaign in Wilmington, Delaware. Jason, the Biden camp given a lot of credit to one person for the temporary swing in Georgia. We'll see what happens, but right now, a good moment for Biden.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. And that one person, of course, is Stacey Abrams. First, we should note that the Biden campaign has made it very clear that they saw Georgia as one of their possible paths to 270. Their data showed that. But a lot of folks, a lot of Democratic operators have said, look, the Biden campaign owes a great deal of credit to Stacey Abrams for all of her efforts there on the ground. You remember, Chris, back in 2018 when she lost her bid for governor, right after that, she really got to work and formed a nonprofit group with the expressed goal of stopping voter suppression in the state and turning out voter registration in communities of color. Abrams was one of those people very early on who thought, look, this is a state that has the potential of turning blue. And so she was really getting out the effort there on the ground. And the campaign paid attention. As you know, former President Barack Obama was there in the state last week. Joe Biden was in the state, went to 2 locations in the state. Kamala Harris spending time in the state. So they saw the potential there. But a lot of folks there on the ground are saying that the reason why we're seeing some of the outcome that we're seeing so far there in the state is due to Stacey Abrams, and she deserves a lot of credit. Chris?
Just so people understand, you're standing there not randomly right now. Where you are is the potential site of a Biden victory event, right?
That is correct. We are here waiting to see what will happen and waiting to see if it will happen today. And, you know, in terms of talking to some of the folks in the campaign, the feeling is that Friday, today, could be the day that Joe Biden reaches 270. They're paying a lot of attention to what's happening in Philadelphia, still feeling very strongly about what's happening in Philadelphia, feeling as though when all the votes are counted and at the end of the day, they're going to have what they're calling a decisive victory there in the state of Pennsylvania. We'll wait, we'll see what happens. But right now, the stage is set. A lot of folks are wondering what's going to happen sort of later on here today. But look, the campaign is basically at the mercy of those who are counting the votes. And Vice President Biden, for his part, has been saying all along, just be patient, count all the votes, let the democratic process play itself out. But the stage is set, and some folks are betting the stage will be set and ready for what will happen later today.
Jason,
Chris?
thank you very much. Appreciate it, especially at this time. All right, now we're with Phil Mattingly at the Magic Wall. How did it happen in Georgia? And what is the likelihood that the change is real, meaning not just for this moment?
I mean, first, take a look. Take a look at this map. This whole Southeast has been red. This whole Southeast has been red. It was red back in 2016. For Democrats, Georgia has been out of reach in the presidential level since 1992. Before that, just Jimmy Carter. Georgia is blue. Georgia is blue. We'll see if it holds. We'll see if it holds. Let's dig in for one quick second, and then we'll kind of go back out and explain why it's so important for the bigger picture. What just happened is we saw a vote come in from Clayton County. Clayton County is a Democratic county. You can look at the margin right there. Obviously, Joe Biden leads the county pretty handily, and over the course of the night, they have been the county that has been reporting. Hats off to them for working through the night and continuously churning out votes. And as they have continuously churned out votes, batch after batch after batch, even if it was only 200 votes, we're going to Joe Biden by a rate of about 84, 85%. That was above what he needed. He's been overperforming. Reason why? Democratic county. Reason why? Mail-in vote. It's what we've seen across several states, and that put Joe Biden over the top. What we're waiting to see, and what we will likely see throughout the course of today, is what else is left over. A couple things here. One, my understanding, based on the math that I've been doing in my head, is Clayton County may not be done. And I think that's what Nick was talking about, that they're scanning more ballots. There may actually be a little bit more vote in Clayton County. We've seen how that goes for Joe Biden. That may pad his lead even more.
What does little mean? Just so people manage expectations.
Couple hundred would be based on kind of the top, back of the envelope.
Harry Enten.
About right. Maybe 500, maybe a little bit less, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, bud.
So that's Clayton. We've seen how that goes for Joe Biden. If that comes in, it will pad his lead based on what we've seen up to this point. Democrats are also looking to Gwinnett County. It is a blue county. It has gone towards Joe Biden by about an 18-point margin. Vote by mail has been going bigger than the margins, about 4,700 votes here. Another opportunity for the Biden campaign to pad their lead. We will also be watching two Republican counties. Forsyth County, a little over 1,000 votes outstanding there that we expect to be reported. We'll see how they come in. I think the big question, both in Forsyth County, down in Lawrence County as well, is just because it's a Republican county doesn't mean necessarily that the vote is going to move heavily towards President Trump because it's mail-in ballots. We will have to watch how this plays out. If you talk to Democrats, they believed if Joe Biden overtook President Trump based on how little vote was left, it was likely a lead that would hold. We will see how that happens as this vote comes in over the course of the day.
Now, without getting too deeply into this, because we don't have to, this will be perceived differently by the two camps. Now, eventually, after an election, there won't be two camps anymore because it's getting us nowhere. The direct point is this. There will be a suggestion, here's the proof of what the president was saying. Now, I'm not going through the details of his latest litany of attacks that have come throughout the night because I can't substantiate any of it. Even Twitter is flagging the tweets of this president on this subject. But we will remind you of this. For the president to be right that this was somehow taken from him, that means a Republican governor, a Republican secretary of state, and a Republican election infrastructure decided to do their favorite candidate dirty. Does that make sense? Then follow the math. Let's take a break. When we come back, latest developments. Stay with CNN.
All right, we're back now. Listen, we're watching the key battleground states all over the country, but Georgia is really the one that we're paying attention to now because the former vice president just pulled ahead for now of the president in Georgia. Let's bring in Andrew Yang, S.E. Cupp, and John Avalon. So good to have you here.
Good to see you.
Since we last saw each other in the wee hours this morning or yesterday morning, a lot has changed, S.E. What do you think? How are Republicans feeling about this now?
Well, this has to be very disconcerting. I think a lot of people didn't think, certainly Democrats hoped that Georgia would be in play. I don't think a lot of Republicans embraced that idea. I think Republicans believed in the demographics of Georgia remaining the same, and they have changed. They have changed under our feet. You know, you lived there. We visit there because we've got a big bureau there. And so we know the demographics have changed. The voters there have changed. And I think when you look at, elections like Ossoff versus Perdue, you have the tendency to think, well, the demographics haven't changed. It's still a red state. That could say more, actually, about the infrastructure of someone like David Perdue and the Republican Party. Same for Lindsey Graham in South Carolina. He won, maybe not because that state is as red as it used to be, maybe because he's an election machine. Same Mitch McConnell. I think in Georgia, you have to acknowledge, whatever happens in what will probably be a special election, those demographics have changed, and they are benefiting Joe Biden currently.
Yeah. But it's almost, I think, in Ron Brownstein, I was talking to Ron Brownstein about this earlier, but when you look at the metro centers, right, it's almost like an earthquake, and then you have the bands that drift out into the suburbs. And that's what's happening pretty much if you look at the battleground states, in almost every metropolitan area around the country. But it happened in the presidential race, but not necessarily in the congressional races or the Senate races.
In the statewide races, that's right. And look, I mean, there are lots of reasons for that. On the House level, there's the additional burden of gerrymandering, which makes it more difficult to flip seats. But look, as we talk about red states and blue states, and even in the Deep South, what we know is that actually the deeper divisions in politics are urban versus rural. And the South, cities in the South have been voting Democrat by increasing margins. As their demographics in the state change, as people move down there, that puts a lot of places in play. But nobody at the beginning of this cycle thought Georgia would be in play. People were put in the same bucket as Texas. That's a pipe dream.
But doesn't that scare the folks that the president was trying to get to turn out, the folks who live in the rural areas, the people who are afraid of the changing demographics of this country?
That has been the theory of the case.
Is that not a motivation to them?
That has always been the theory of the case. And if you look at where Donald Trump has campaigned and past races, that has always been an inflammation point. But consider this. Joe Biden is the first Democrat to win, non-Southern Democrat to win Georgia since JFK. And the politics in that era were totally different. I mean, Bill Clinton and Jimmy Carter peeled it off. Jimmy Carter from Georgia. Yeah. So it's significant that Joe Biden has done this with Kamala Harris on the ticket. This is, look, it's a razor-thin margin, people, but this is extraordinary.
But this is also why folks during the Democratic primary thought someone like Joe Biden is better positioned to potentially go after places like Georgia versus someone like Elizabeth Warren, for example. This was sort of the dream, the fever dream, and that it might become a reality today, I think validates those impulses to choose a more moderate candidate.
I sort of saved it last to talk to you, not last, but because there's so much to talk to you about here. First, I want to ask you real quickly, did you ever think we'd be in this position with Georgia, what's happening in the Philadelphia suburbs and Atlanta and so on?
This was the dream, that Georgia would flip blue. Credit to Stacey Abrams for helping make it happen and make sure that votes are counted in Georgia. America, if you wanted to take a break from politics, I've got some tough news for you because because everyone's eyes are going to be on Georgia for the next 2 months. You're going to have two special Senate races that could determine the balance of power in the Senate.
We're going to talk about
50-50, then Kamala's the tiebreaker and you have a Democratic Senate. So
I want to talk about that,
are going to get spent.
But it's not just that. We're going to have probably some litigation, a lot of litigation from races around the country, from the president and Republicans. We're going to have to see what happens if Joe Biden actually indeed becomes a winner, if this president is going to hand him the keys to the station wagon, right? We're going to have to deal with that. We're going to deal with the special election. And we've got to deal with the balance of power. And so you're right. I think a lot of money.
So much money is going to be spent.
It's just going to pour into Georgia, and we're going to be watching it.
And there is a way we could have been spared this, where if you're concerned about polarization in the United States of America, which I believe we all should be, if you'd had ranked choice voting in these Georgia races, then we would be spared these special elections that are happening in January. Ranked choice voting, it encourages civility, it diminishes extremism.
Can you
makes sure that everyone...
Can you briefly explain what it is? Because you posted this, right? And a lot of people on my feed were like, sounds great, what is it?
We got to do it quick because we got to get back.
Sure thing. Ranked choice voting, you rank your favorite candidates, and if your first choice doesn't win, it goes to your second choice until someone gets over 50%.
And that happened with Susan Collins. Right? That happened
Jazz
with Susan
hands.
Collins.
Then jazz hands.
I mean, think about this. Think about where we are now. Georgia, right now, the former vice president is ahead of the current president, who is a Republican. The former vice president, obviously a Democrat, head of a Republican in Ruby Red, Georgia, by 917 votes at 5:21 on a Friday morning. Who would have thunk we would be here? And more votes are coming in. We know that because we've seen the live shot in Philadelphia at the polling place. We've seen the live shot in Georgia at the polling place. So who knows what's going to happen next? And maybe Pennsylvania. There's Pennsylvania right now, Philadelphia. Maybe Pennsylvania will be next to go to the former vice president's favor. We'll see. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Key race alert. There's been a big change in the state of play in this election. Look at the board. Georgia, now in the lead, Joe Biden. 917 votes right now. There may be some more vote coming in the state of Georgia. This is huge. Why? President Donald Trump needs the state of Georgia to win this election through the Electoral College. So, big change of play here. Will it hold? We'll see. But there is more vote coming in there that could pad Joe Biden's lead. We'll see. Pennsylvania, we've also been watching. Why? If Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania, this election is over. So, what is happening right now? The lead is down to 18,229 votes. It has been coming down. We are awaiting more vote. We don't know when, so we're watching it. Let's figure out how we got here. Let's go to the Magic Wall and Phil Mattingly. Look, you called it early in the night. We had to watch Georgia. Why were we watching, and what made the difference?
Well, we were watching Georgia because we knew what vote was outstanding. We knew where it was coming from, largely vote by mail, and we knew that Joe Biden had an opportunity to surpass Donald Trump. That has occurred. It's not a matter of if with Pennsylvania right now. It's a matter of when. Right now, Donald Trump is up 18,229 votes. If you look at the map, you are seeing a similar pathway here in Pennsylvania, also similar to what we saw in Wisconsin, in Michigan. Donald Trump started with a huge lead. Why? Because Pennsylvania counts the early vote first. And the early vote went very heavy towards President Trump. It did in multiple states throughout the country. Then they started counting the mail-in ballots. And when they counted the mail-in ballots, it has come in huge for Vice President Biden. What is left outstanding are Democratic strongholds, and it's all mail-in ballots. And again, mail-in ballots across the country, especially in Pennsylvania, have leaned heavily Democratic. So what is left outstanding? Look down here, southeastern Pennsylvania, Philadelphia being the anchor there, but push out into the suburbs as well. That is going heavily Democratic. You see the blue, and it's also got a lot of vote outstanding, about 160,000 total ballots in the state, we think, right now. And right now, as we push forward and look around what's left in the state, Joe Biden has an advantage in terms of where the vote is outstanding, how the vote was actually cast, vote by mail. If you're the Biden campaign, you look at this 18,000 vote lead for Donald Trump right now, and you're saying not only are we going to surpass that, we're going to surpass that by a decent amount. Now, we're still waiting for it to be counted, and we're waiting for it to be reported. It has been slow over the last couple of hours, but I'll just give you one example. Philadelphia right now, still 8% outstanding. You look at that margin, 80% to 18%, rounded up 81% to 19%. Philadelphia's mail-in ballots have been coming in somewhere between 85 and 88% for Biden. So not only is it a big margin, and if Joe Biden holds that margin, he surpasses easily Donald Trump with what's left over in Philadelphia, but he's doing better than this margin. That's what you're watching for this morning. Georgia has flipped blue. We'll see if that holds. Georgia has flipped blue. Pennsylvania is on track to do the same thing at some point this morning.
So, to bring in Don Lemon here, Phil is saying it's not if, it's when. When goes to, well, when do we start seeing more vote out of Pennsylvania? We're being patient because we want these people to do the job the right way, but that's what we're waiting on, Don.
We got the perfect guest for that, Chris, so you guys stand by and listen to this, and maybe you want to chime in as well. Al Schmidt is here. He is a Philadelphia City Commissioner responsible for elections there. Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate you joining us. As we're speaking now, you see the vote totals changing in Georgia and also in Pennsylvania. So we're looking at a live picture now, 5:21 a.m., Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and that's where the votes are being counted. So first thing, are we going to see any more ballots coming in soon?
Yes, our last report was around 1 a.m. this morning, and we've been counting for the past several hours, and I expect you'll see another update in the next hour or two.
In the next hour or two, you think we'll get it? So sometime between now and 7:30 a.m., right? How many votes?
I can't say just yet.
Okay. All right. So we have been watching these votes come in from Philadelphia through the night, and it's helping Joe Biden close the gap. You heard where Phil Mattingly said that they were coming in, a lot of them from the Democratic strongholds in the southeast and southeastern part of the state, which includes Philadelphia. So how long before the counting is complete, you think?
Well, the counting in Philadelphia has continued uninterrupted from the beginning. We had a brief pause yesterday for about 2 hours as a result of some litigation, but it's just critically important that we continue counting every eligible vote cast by voters in Philadelphia. We got about 360,000 total mail-in ballots in Philadelphia. We've counted about a little over 306,000, around 306,000, and at 50-some thousand yet to report. And as I've said, we've been counting for the past few hours, and we'll have another update for you shortly.
Okay, so listen, all 50,000, there's 50,000 in the next couple of hours. Let me just go through the numbers here, because I just looked them up. So you said it was, let's see, its own site showing there in Philadelphia, about 305, 939 votes counted. That's the almost 400,000 that you talked about, correct?
Yes, and just to clarify, we have about 50,000 left to report. We will have an update in the next couple of hours. That's not the full 50,000 that I know, but I can't say just yet how many that'll be.
Okay, that was my next question then. Would it be all the 50,000? And you cannot, why can't you say that? Is it just you don't know, or you're being coy, you'd rather not? Why can't you
Well,
say
we all have, it's important that we all do this in the right way, and that we report information in the official channels like we always do.
And do you agree that they're going to come in from the Democratic strongholds, correct, with what Phil said?
Well, in Philadelphia County, applications for mail-in ballots were roughly 16-1 Democratic to Republican. Okay. And while not everybody votes, their party affiliation, the results have certainly skewed that way.
Okay. Let's talk about what we heard from the president not too many hours ago, out saying last night that votes there in Philadelphia should be thrown out because observers haven't been able to do their jobs there. His tweet has already been labeled misleading. You are a Republican. You have been there every single day. You actually helped out with how this would all work. Give us the truth, please, Commissioner.
Well, my party affiliation doesn't and shouldn't affect what's true and what is not true. Observers from the Democratic Party and Republican Party, from the Biden campaign and the Trump campaign, have been in our counting area observing right up against where the process is taking place from the very beginning on election morning when we began this.
So observers have been there the entire time, including Republicans?
The entire time. Entire time.
So then what is this dispute? Why are Republicans saying this? Not all, but some. Why then is the president saying this if observers from both the Republican Party and the Democratic Party have been there the entire time?
I can't really speak to what their motives might be. I do know that we went to federal court yesterday and a federal judge agreed with our position. We want to make sure that that campaigns and parties have the transparency that they deserve and obliged to have in the Pennsylvania Election Code. I would also add that we have a live stream on our election counting process 24 hours a day. And if you have trouble sleeping, you should take a look at it. It's very calming. It's very mechanical and methodical and going on, although I doubt any of us are going to have trouble sleeping.
Okay. Listen, I've got to run, but real quickly, what do you want people to know out there? Because there are a lot of concerned people, both Democrats and Republicans. You got the president's supporters saying, they're listening to the president. This is somehow a fraudulent process. And then you have Democrats worried that their rightful votes may be taken away.
All these election boards in the country, including ours, have to just stay focused on our job, continue counting votes. It does feel sometimes a little like you're under siege right outside. Last time I joined you from our counting room floor. Now it looks like I'm joining you almost from an undisclosed location somewhere, which is just my office here. But just so many people working so hard to count the votes of voters who cast eligible votes on or before Election Day.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Al Schmidt. We appreciate it. And viewers, you heard from Al Schmidt there. He is saying there are about 50,000 votes left to be counted there. We should know something in about 2 hours, within 2 hours. Not all of the 50,000, he said, but he wouldn't tell us how many. So things are changing in real time here. And if you're just waking up, probably went to bed seeing some numbers, and now they're all different. Joe Biden has now pulled ahead in Georgia, ahead of the president, and there's still a very small margin with Trump leading in Pennsylvania. We'll be right back.
All right, welcome back to our coverage. We have a developing situation here. Joe Biden has, at least for the moment, taken over the lead in Georgia, and Pennsylvania may have some new information for us soon. Phil Mattingly and I, Chris Cuomo, we were listening to a local official in Philadelphia talk about when more vote may be coming. Could be soon. Yeah. And we now have a better idea of how much.
Yeah, and I think those are the two important items here. We know that Philadelphia is going to report sometime in the next hour, hour and a half. We don't know how much they're going to report, but we know what's left. And we know what's left is 50,000 votes. So if you just want to do some back-of-the-envelope math here when you're looking at where Pennsylvania stands. President Trump right now up by 18,229 votes. Philadelphia right now has an outstanding vote, all absentee ballots, of 50,000 votes. So you look at this margin right now, 80.5% to 18.6%. Let's say out of that 50,000 votes, you put that margin into those 50,000 votes. You would say, based on that, Joe Biden would net 30,000 votes out of that group if you're going 80-20. And what I want to say here is 80-20 in Philadelphia right now in the mail-in ballots is conservative. We've seen the Philadelphia reporting over the course of the night. The last batch came in sometime around 1 a.m. was somewhere between 86-87% for Joe Biden. So we're being conservative when we do this kind of back-of-the-envelope, top-of-the-head math. If Joe Biden nets 30,000 votes just in Philadelphia, and keep in mind, there is still outstanding mail-in ballots being tabulated right now in the other blue counties surrounding it, the collar counties. 30,000, when you're trailing by 18,229, not a math major,
right?
But that will give Joe Biden a lead, and a solid lead that is only, if you look at what's still outstanding in this area right here, if you know there's still 36,000 votes to be counted in Pittsburgh, and those votes have been going 78% to Joe Biden, that gives him a 13,000 vote lead with all of that outstanding still, probably about roughly 100,000 ballots left outstanding in the entire state. This is why we've been talking about this all night. I've been a little bit forward on this in terms of where Pennsylvania is going, likely over the course of the next couple of hours, because I and my good friend Harry over there, we've been trying to work through this thing. It makes pretty clear the pathway we're about to follow in the next couple of hours.
Tell us.
There ain't no way that Joe Biden doesn't take the lead in Pennsylvania based upon what is left in Philadelphia, right?
Why so confident?
Why I'm so confident? For exactly the reasons that Phil is talking about, right? You have 50,000 votes there. You got Joe Biden, who's netting, a 60-point margin in those votes. It should jump him out based upon that math, even if you were conservative, right? A 60-point margin, 80-20, just based on all of Philadelphia. And we know the mail-in votes lean even more Democratic than the overall Philadelphia population. It should net him, say, 30,000 votes being conservative. And right now, the margin in the state of Pennsylvania for Donald Trump is 18,229. And I wouldn't be surprised, based upon what I think is probably the distribution of the vote by mail, that in fact nets him closer to 35 or even 40,000 votes. So it's just, to me, it's just math, Chris. It's just math. It's just there for him right now. I just don't know what else to say.
Well, try to say the answer to this, which is then after Philadelphia, based on what we suspect is left overall in the state, what could it mean for Joe Biden at the end of the day?
I wouldn't be surprised at the end of the day if the current math holds that Joe Biden ends up with a margin in the state of Pennsylvania. Again, if it holds, a 50,000 to 100,000 vote margin in the state of Pennsylvania to me seems quite doable based on the math that is out there.
So why wouldn't it hold?
So, well, Let me show you where Harry's getting that from first, okay? So we went through Philadelphia. Let's go next door to Philadelphia, Delaware County. There's 9% hanging out here, I think about 9,000 votes, maybe 9,000 ballots. I'm, again, trying to go off the top of my head. You look at that margin there, the margin has been more generous to Joe Biden in the mail-in ballots. So that's Delaware County. You come up here, still 5% left in Chester. That's obviously blue. You still have 5% left in Montgomery. So a little bit here. It's not a huge amount of vote. We're talking 4,000 or 5,000 votes here. Still a little bit in Bucks, a little bit of a tighter margin here, but Bucks has moved heavily Democratic as they have started counting mail-in ballots. Bucks was leading Trump, was a President Trump lead yesterday at this point in time, and now it is blue. So that's where Harry's getting it from. He's going through where the vote is outstanding. The vote is outstanding in strongholds, and the vote is all vote by mail. So to your question, if you are President Trump and you're looking at the state of Pennsylvania right now, what is your hope? Well, you look at where there's still vote outstanding, and there's not a ton left, and you're looking at the red. Here's the problem. The red, even the vote by mail, is coming in Democratic. So you've got problems with the Trump campaign, but have to count, have to wait and see. We'll see what comes in over the course of the next couple hours.
An exhaustive analysis, and thank you and thank you. The short answer is Pennsylvania may change hands and do so in the next few hours. What a night we've had. Let's see what happens next together. What will be the state of play between these two campaigns when they wake up this morning and they see what has changed overnight? Let's discuss with Errol Louis, Margaret Talev, and Alex Burns. Good to see each and all. Margaret, what do we know about how the president and his team are dealing with the news about Georgia changing hands and Pennsylvania getting dangerously close to the same fate?
Well, Chris, good morning. A lot has changed overnight, but of course the president and his team could see a lot of this coming last night. And so you may have been watching the president at the podium last night and thinking, what is going on over at the White House? My colleague Jonathan Swan has some overnight reporting that shows that behind the scenes, just before President Trump went out there and made several baseless claims about election integrity, there are recriminations, concerns, angst, fear, frustration, both among White House staff, the campaign, and many of those surrogates who you see usually go out on TV and support the president. There's tremendous frustration inside Trump world at Fox News, both for calling those Arizona results early and setting a tone on election night, and also intense frustration and fear last night. They're concerned that Fox might actually be the one to call the race for Biden overall. No one has done that yet. These numbers are moving, of course, as we speak, but that's the real frustration because the feeling is if it were Fox to call it, it would be tremendously bad for optics, which, as we know, is really important to the president. And these surrogates, when they look back at George W. Bush's time in 2000, remembering James Baker being the face out in front, a really credible voice who could reach across the partisan aisle. These surrogates saying now having Rudy Giuliani and Pam Bondi and Corey Lewandowski as your version of Jim Baker are also maybe not what the country wants to see. So a lot of unraveling behind the scenes.
You know, Errol, first of all, Margaret, thank you very much for sharing that with us, and thank you, colleague, as well. Errol, let's take another step down crazy town here for 1 second, because this isn't just your run-of-the-mill President Trump pernicious lie where he's trying to tear something down. This is, by definition, seditious. This is the president saying, you should not trust this. You should be angry. It is intentionally against me. And by the way, correlation is not causation. But then what do we find in Philadelphia, the same place that was worried about having more Trump folk too close to the people counting ballots? A Humvee is detained by authorities. They find a weapon and they arrest somebody who wanted to get into the polling center, and not for good reason. Just how high on the list of bad acts is what we heard from the president last night?
Well, it is historic. It's really very far beyond the usual kind of mistruths that we hear from the White House. This is really dangerous territory, as you suggest. It's also an interesting challenge to news organizations. I mean, I was struck by the fact that the broadcast networks cut away from the president as he was speaking about a very important topic in real time. I think a lot of folks have really decided that this is just not worth giving the benefit of the doubt to somebody who has abused that doubt, has abused that benefit over and over and over again. I don't know if he expected or wants to see disruption at the polls. It would certainly, I think, lend some credence to his otherwise baseless claims if he felt that, a lot of people, as the president likes to say, think that the election was stolen. Now, he was telegraphing this for weeks. We knew exactly what was going to happen. We knew that there are mail-in ballots that happen routinely in many, many states, probably most states, actually. And a lot of that is by operation of state law, so that nothing illegal is happening. He has nevertheless chosen to try and divide people and act as if something is happening that is illegal. And he said it only, he really telegraphed it again, Chris. He said weeks ago that if he was behind, if it looked like he was losing, this would be his tactic. And we're watching it play out in real time. Very unfortunate.
As the name of the podcast goes, you decide. And he decided to go after early voting as illegitimate and waved his people away from it. And now he can thank that for not having the ability to compete in early voting, mail-in voting, with people who wanted to vote for Joe Biden. So that, Alex Burns, that takes us to what's the next step? What can he do if his theory is the only way I get to add here is by subtracting from Biden, and that means getting rid of his votes?
Well, Chris, based on what we know now, the answer is he can't do very much. That there have been all of these lawsuits filed over the last couple of days. None of them seems to carry much weight legally, and they've gotten a pretty chilly reception in the court so far. He can request recounts. They've already, the Trump campaign has already said they will do that in Wisconsin, but you're looking at a margin of more than 20,000 votes in that state. And when there was a recount there 4 years ago, it changed 131 votes in the presidential race. So not much for him to work with there. The litigation that we were so focused on before Election Day in Pennsylvania, where the president and Republicans were stepping in to try to stop the counting of certain mail-in ballots, all concerned ballots that arrived after Election Day. So those are not even the votes that we're talking about right now in Pennsylvania. So the president doesn't have a whole lot of options, and that's why I think you are hearing this focus from him and his allies, as Margaret was describing, on the optics of this fixation on who is calling what states and when strikes me as almost totally misguided, because a television network saying that a state has gone for Joe Biden is not what makes the state go for Joe Biden. The votes are what make a state go for Joe Biden. And right now, it doesn't look like, based on the map that we have in front of us, like the president has enough votes or enough pathways to get votes in order to change the tide of the election.
Alex Burns, Margaret Talev, Errol Lewis, thank you to each and all, and appreciate living a day in history with all of you. The vote is still taking shape. The moment that we get new results, and we just got flagged by a Pennsylvania official that they may happen on our watch, we will tell you as well. Let's take a quick break. Stay with CNN.